Hello, sorry for this video being so late. If you're new this generation, or don't know when I upload my videos, I try to upload these videos at noon, CDT, Central Daylight Time, on the day they're due. Anyway, today I'll be beginning Gen 5. For those of you who didn't watch the first video or have just forgotten, this continues off from yesterday as the PYC shifts as new Pokemon are added. So despite the fact that the 5th generation of games came out about 2 years after the 4th, it's added to the original year cycle. Victini is today's topic. Before I get into that though, I want to take this opportunity to reintroduce the series for those of you joining us for Gen 5. After that, like Gen 5, I'm also going to break tradition to talk about how Gen 5 is the black sheep of the Pokemon generations. So if you want to skip to that, go to the next chapter in the video. If you want to get into the Victini information, skip 2 chapters in the video. Anyway, for those of you who are new, welcome to the Pokemon Year Cycle, or PYC for short, a series where I cover 1 Pokemon per day. I pretend like the PYC is a real thing that began on February 27th, 1996, and has continued to this day. Each day is a different Pokemon, and as Pokemon are added, each cycle gets longer. I start off each video introducing the Pokemon, usually adding a notable descriptor, like if it's the first, last, heaviest, lightest, etc., in a category in a generation. But as an alternate form, with the typing I haven't talked about yet, I'll talk about that. I then talk about the Pokemon's previous 10 PYC dates, as we're in the 11th PYC, and there are more Pokemon than there are days in the Earth year. I then give my opinion on the Pokemon, usually just its design and any specific memories I have of the Pokemon and its alternate forms. Although, starting in this generation, it'll mostly be in reference to the spin-off games, particularly the mobile games, other content creators, and gameplay I've watched. As I stopped playing the games and watching the anime after Gen 4. I then go into the article on Bulbapedia, a Pokemon wiki. I'll get more in depth about that when we cover it today. I then watch the first scene of the anime featuring a Pokemon to the best of my ability, although it is not always its first physical appearance. I count just about any representation of the Pokemon if I can. Sometimes the scene goes on too long, and I have to cut it down to avoid a copyright claim. If that happens, I upload the full video on my Patreon, and will continue to do so until they implement a copyright detection system, if ever. While I don't specifically link the Patreon version of the video in the description, my Patreon link is at the bottom of the description. Here, you can watch the video for free. You don't even have to be a patron. I want to make this series for everyone, and I don't think a copyright claim should restrict that. After that, if the Pokemon appears in the Detective Pikachu movie, I watch the frames featuring that Pokemon to the best of my ability. There aren't many Gen 5 Pokemon in the film, so it'll be quite infrequent. If I have a Pokemon trading card game, TCG, card featuring the Pokemon, I then talk about that. I don't have many TCG cards starting this generation, so this will also become more infrequent. I then add who the next Pokemon with the card I have is. I then attempt to feature the opinions of others using a post on the Posts tab on my channel page. I don't get many responses though. If you have an opinion on a Pokemon, please feel free to share them on those posts, knowing they'll be featured in a video. I add 7 of them every week on Saturday, as the original idea was that I would record them a week later. But there are so few responses that I can usually wait until the night before to record that part of the video if necessary. If no one responds, I put up this slide with remixed Pokemon music in the background. Sometimes I wear special outfits to celebrate special times of the year, particularly major holidays. So I changed the logo to fit the outfit I'm wearing. I also changed the music to computer-generated music. If you respond to the posts after I've completed the video, I plan on making YouTube shorts covering the responses. This will be true with the fan art section as well, which is the next section of the video. Regarding the fan art section, the hope is that viewers will submit fan art by tweeting me at GreenTieTweet. Using the hashtag PYC, insert number of the Pokemon, including a 0 if the Pokemon is before 1,000. Alternately, you can do the same on my Tumblr, although you don't necessarily need to @me. In the past I've said this is also true of Twitter, but from what I found out using the search feature, it is best if you do @me there. The images don't need to relate to me, they don't even have to be by you as long as you credit the original artist. If I don't get any fan art, instead I go to DeviantArt and cover upwards of the first page of results for that Pokemon. I also link that art in the description. When I get into the fan art section today, I'll go over the rules, which I'll start doing from this generation onward. After that, I do the outro, where I generally start by thanking people who submitted fan art. I do this even if nobody submits fan art because A, I already filmed the section assuming someone has submitted fan art, and B, I think it's funny. Then I talk about streaming to get Pokemon in their original games, except for the ones I need to wait until later games, particularly the alternate forms. I then talk about the next Pokemon I'll be talking about, and then do my send-off. After the video, on my gaming channel, Green Tie Gaming, I try to stream that evening or night, although when I finally play Gen 4, I'm still trying to get Mega Evolutions and trade Pokemon from the first 3 generations in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, and Gen 5, this will likely change. Trying to get that Pokemon and or other Pokemon I still need to get. Sometimes I find myself behind, as sometimes certain Pokemon appear after Pokemon I haven't talked about yet, or otherwise can't be encountered without the help of those Pokemon. That works well for the first few generations, but I don't know if the newer games have set spawns like the older ones do, so I'll update this later if needed. I also don't always have time to stream, particularly on Monday nights. Although, because the 3DS has a short battery life, and I need to get to Slowpoke, which involves getting a location that randomly appears each day, I am able to play Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire on Mondays. When I get into Gen 4 and 5, which have to be emulated, I didn't know this until recently, this Monday rule might be re-implemented. Although, because of time-based Pokemon spawning being reintroduced in Gen 4 and 5, this may be a case-by-case basis. I'll link the stream in a YouTube post and a tweet. Because of the aforementioned time-based Pokemon spawning, some of these videos will come out before noon, but I'll try to remember to let you know when that happens. I would also like to introduce new viewers to Squirtle. Within the established lore, he comes from the Pokemon world and somehow came to our world. His first appearance was in the Magby video. He doesn't speak, but his thoughts are displayed through thought bubbles. He usually doesn't have any input, but will occasionally express thoughts on things, sometimes acting as a replacement for the editor's note. I want to mention something before we get into the wackiness of Gen 5. As of the filming of this, the final day of Gen 5 is December 29th, 2025. However, on October 16th, 2025, Pokemon Legends ZA will be released. Because of this, more than ever before, there's a high probability more Pokemon will be added on that day, or more likely, in the next few months. If more Pokemon are added in that game, the cycle will shift. I'll be sure to let you know when that happens. If the Pokemon Company makes any announcements about live streams, I'll bring this up the day before the live stream. Now let's get into the wackiness of Gen 5. In the first 4 generations, and their remakes, as well as the Teal Mask expansion of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the regions of the mainline games were based on 4 major parts of Japan. But because Game Freak, developers of Pokemon, felt they had finished translating Japan, they decided to expand the world of Pokemon to more countries. The first country of choice was the United States of America. But knowing they couldn't put all of the US in a DS cartridge, they decided to make the area based on New York State, but have environments found across the mainland US. Which is kind of odd now that Alola, based on the state of Hawaii, and Ore, the region featured in the spin-off games Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, based on Phoenix, Arizona, are in the world of Pokemon, meaning that they could have, and still can, I guess, feature other parts of the country. But I get it, they need their landscape staples, and that can't be found in just New York State. They took this opportunity to make the rather controversial decision to lock away the Pokemon from the first 4 generations until after the story was complete, when players got the National Pokédex, which allows players to get Pokemon from other regions without completely unbalancing the game during the story. This was an odd decision, particularly since several past Pokemon are based on animals or cryptids found in America, or otherwise America has similar species of animals. Because of this, a lot of their staple Pokemon used to fill out an environment had to be replaced by Pokemon that are based on the same general animal, and I'll happily be pointing that out as we go through the series. This decision was so negatively received that when they created the sequel games, they had the Pokemon from the previous 4 generations in the story section. Yes, sequel games! Gone were the days of creating an improved version of the previous 2 titles in a generation. Instead, they opted to create a sequel, but they added more forms to their legendary Pokemon, and generally improved the previous 2 titles in the generation. But that's not all. They didn't just create one sequel to the game, no, they gave both games a sequel. Something that I find odd is that, despite the wackiness, one thing that didn't change was National Pokédex. It's odd to me that isn't the International Pokédex, or Worldwide Pokédex, or Master Dex, or something that indicates that it encapsulates more than just one country. Anyway, we'll get into more Gen 5 wackiness when we get to the anime section. But for now, I'll mention one more thing that broke tradition and was never done again: Victini. Victini is the first Pokemon introduced in Gen 5, but it isn't the first Grass-type Pokemon. No, it's the first mythical Pokemon. Instead of starting with the Grass-type starter, for whatever reason, they decided to start with one of this generation's mythical Pokemon. I don't know why, it's really weird. Anyway, it's the only Psychic Fire Pokemon and the first Pokemon with these two types. It's also the first Psychic Fire, Dual Type, and Single-Stage Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. Its previous BYT dates are July 4th, 1997, April 24th, 2000, February 13th, 2003, December 4th, 2005, September 24th, 2008, July 16th, 2011, May 6th, 2014, February 24th, 2017, December 16th, 2019, and October 6th, 2022. Being that this Pokemon was a mythical Pokemon, and before Gen 8, mythical Pokemon are typically at the end of the list of Pokemon added in a generation, one would be excused to think that this was the final Pokemon of Gen 4, myself included. I remember Victini appearing in the Pokemon Ultimate Handbook, a guide for every Pokemon up to Gen 4, but I definitely don't think it had an entry. Instead, I remember it being on one of the first or final pages of the book, perhaps being a teaser for the next generation. But after finding a scan of the book, I used to own the book, but I got rid of it, it's not in the book. It's possible that the original book used for the scan had this page taken out, but I don't know. If anyone can confirm that I'm not crazy, please let me know. Anyway, outside of this book, I also know Victini as one of my servers in Pokemon Cafe Remix. I also generally know it as sort of a mascot of Gen 5, as well as ensuring victory to any trainer that has it. I also know it for the titles of the 14th movie, but again, I'll get back to that when we cover the anime section. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Before we begin, I will mention that usually we'll skip this top box here, but I'll mention it just in this video. It says, for Pokemon Go information on the species, see the game section. Then it shows the last Pokemon, in this case Arceus, and then the next Pokemon, in this case Snivy. This article is about the species. For specific instances of the species, see Victini disambiguation. We're not gonna look at that. You notice that I highlighted that section. I only highlight the sections that I'm reading, so you know what I'm reading. Then we go to this info box here, the thing on the right. I'll read a majority of the box here. Then I'll go back up to the main article and start reading for that. Victini, the victory Pokemon. So I don't normally read the Japanese here. It just happens to also be Victini. That's typically the case for mythical Pokemon. Its number is 0494. This is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic Fire. I will point out the tricolor border here. In past and, I guess, future generations, I typically would just do it with the starter. Say, like, these are the colors for grass. But since this is an odd generation, and it actually is the first of a Pokemon type, I get to say, like, this is what the psychic colors on the inside, these first two colors, these two pinks, and the fire outside is this kind of red. It's kind of hard to tell next to the pinks. Ability, Victory Star. This Pokemon only has one ability. Some Pokemon have a hidden ability as well, and that would be in a separate box. But because there's only one, it can be matched with type here. An ability is a game mechanic introduced in Gen 3 that provides a passive effect in battle or in the overworld. Individual Pokemon may have only one ability at a time. Gender ratios, gender unknown. This is typical for mythical Pokemon, but normally there is a gender ratio for most Pokemon. I'll sort of go into that more, I think, tomorrow when we actually have a gender ratio. Catch rate is 3 or 1.6%. This is how likely you are to catch it. This note says when an ordinary Pokeball is thrown at full health in Gen 7, and that is how the percentage is determined. I don't normally read that note. Breeding is A group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time, 120 cycles, egg not obtainable. Again, this is another trait of mythical Pokemon that I'll probably cover more tomorrow when we get an actual, like, egg groups and hatch time. For some reason, there is a hatch time for this mythical Pokemon, despite the fact that you can't get eggs. I think it's probably some sort of programming thing. I don't really know why it exists, though. Height is 1'4" or 0.4 meters. Weight is 8.8 pounds, or 4 kilograms. I'll always read the two different units here, imperial and metric. Base experience yield is 270. This is the average amount of experience you can get from defeating the Pokemon. Experience is also called EXP and helps a Pokemon level up. In the past, there have been two sections, one for 1 to 4, 2 to 4, 3 to 4, 4, and 5+. But starting in this generation, it's just gonna be this one number, because it's 5+ now, I guess. Leveling rate is slow. Leveling rate is how fast the Pokemon levels up, particularly to 50 or 100. In this case, it takes a long time for it to level up. EV yield is 3 in HP. I don't really know what EVs are. I've had it explained a couple times, but I don't... It's something you can do. It's something you can add, I think. I don't know why it's only in HP. I don't know if it's, like, prioritized to be HP. I don't really fully understand it, to be honest with you. I know that EV stands for effort value. Sometimes there'll be multiple in these categories, and I also highlight the whole box because it's a little less awkward than just doing the part that I need. It's really weird if I don't do the whole box. Shape is that. Shape is the shape given to it in the Pokédex. So the reason why this isn't in the same place as it was before is I've had to redo this part, but because I can't always keep the redo footage at the same level as the original footage, I don't even try to. Footprint is that. That's the footprint in the Pokédex. Sometimes the Pokemon don't have feet, so I'll say it has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokédex color is yellow. Usually this is accurate, but sometimes it isn't, particularly when it comes to orange. So orange doesn't exist in the Pokédex colors for some reason. I think maybe because some colors don't have orange. So instead, it's often classified as yellow, brown, red, similar colors to the orange. Base friendship is 100. A Pokemon's base friendship is the value to which its friendship is set when the Pokemon is caught, received for an event or NPC, or received from a trade from another player. So friendship is a level. It can be used for some Pokemon need to evolve. This level can go up or down depending on whether or not they faint in battle. If you treat them well, newer games have the mechanics to train your Pokemon and give them treats and stuff. Then we have these external links here. I don't read any of this. I just sort of skip it. Usually I won't even scroll down to show them off. But these are to the Smogon Pokédex, which I think focuses more on the competitive scene, and this is artwork you can find on Bulbagarden Archives. Bulbagarden is the host site of Bulbapedia. It has a bunch of images, which was also found here, images on the Bulbagarden Archives. I start with the main article. This first paragraph, it has its name, its Japanese name, its typing, and what generation it was introduced. In this particular case, it also mentions that it's a mythical Pokemon. Sometimes it'll be legendary Pokemon, pseudo-legendary Pokemon, stuff like that, but usually it'll just say Pokemon. The second one is for evolution information. In this case, it doesn't evolve, but for the Pokemon that do evolve, it'll be it evolves at this level, and then evolves again if there's a third stage, or if it's a second stage, Pokemon will be it evolves from this Pokemon and evolves into that Pokemon. Stuff like that. It will also sometimes feature information about alternate forms it has, or other Pokemon that are related to it, not by evolution. Sometimes there's a third paragraph. That's usually for special information like the starters, or the box art legendaries and stuff. Before I begin this probably won't sound the most natural, because this is the first time I'm reading this information. I don't usually have time to really reread this a few times. Victini is a dual-type Psychic/Fire mythical Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. So it will use Roman numerals instead of numbers, and Gen is short for generation. I just say Gen, whatever, because that's what I'm used to saying. That's how most people say it instead of Generation 5. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology covers its description, its personality, behavioral information, and any location information that's known about this Pokemon. The information mostly comes from the Pokédex, but can sometimes come from the anime, the manga, and in-game sources, and other spin-off games. Biology, Victini is a small, rabbit-like Pokemon with large, pointed ears which form the letter V. It has large blue eyes and a round, cream-colored head, which is comparatively large compared to its small, cream body, while the tops of its ears, crest, and extremities are all orange. Its bulbous arms and legs are rounded to make a sort of cuff before ending with small, three-fingered hands and two-toed feet. It has two pointed teeth that can be seen on its upper jaw. It also has two cream wing-like tails, which allow it to fly. Though timid, it is a caring Pokemon. It will fight if its friends are in danger. Victini is said to bring victory to the trainer that befriends it. It also produces an infinite amount of energy within itself and can even share it with others by touch. Victini can also become invisible. In White Victini and Zekrom, and Black Victini and Reshiram, Victini is shown sending visions to people and enjoying macaroons. In Pokemon Adventures, it's stated that people who believed the legends of Victini's power waged war to get their hands on it. So you'll notice that I added an image for Zekrom and Reshiram. I do that for any Pokemon that I haven't already talked about yet. Victini is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Searing Shot. Victini is also the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move V-Create by leveling up. Additionally, Victini is the only known Pokemon that can have victory stars and abilities. So this is also featured in the biology section, these instances in which it's the only Pokemon that has these certain moves or abilities. Sometimes I'll even mention things like it was the only Pokemon to have this ability before a certain generation, or a move before a certain generation, or it was a signature move before that. Stuff like that. In Pokemon that evolve, there is also a subsection in the biology section called Evolution. We'll cover that more tomorrow. Game data covers NPC appearances, Pokédex entries, game locations, held items, stats, type effectiveness, learn set, side game data, evolution data, and sprites. We'll get into each of those as we go through this article and tomorrow's article. So NPC appearances are appearances where it acts as an NPC, which is kind of weird because you could argue that every game it's an NPC because you're playing the trainer, not the Pokemon. It's a very weird line. Anyway, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity. Victini is a lively and ecstatic Pokemon who shows the V Wavecast in Pokemon Paradise and can change the day's V Wave with the V Wheel. I don't know what any of that means. I have not played this game. Pokédex entries are entries that the Pokemon has in the games. Right now, it doesn't appear until much lower because of the info box here and how they've created the box. So I usually, in this case, I'll just say Pokédex entries up here and then I'll go down to the actual box. For this section here, this top little thing here, I'll read it for this video, but I won't read it for any of the other videos in this generation. So this Pokemon was unavailable prior to Gen 5. So you can see that it has all the individual games it appears in and the Pokédex entries that they are, as well as the number that they were in their individual Pokédex. Somehow it's 0. I have no idea how that's possible. I don't normally point this out, though. I'll usually just say in Gen 5 and then go to each of the Pokédex entries. Here you can see there are 3 Pokédex entries, one for black, one for white, and then one for black 2 and white 2. I imagine that other Pokemon will have individual Pokédex entries for black 2 and white 2, but for whatever reason this one only has one. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't really know, I haven't done Gen 5 yet. So I use a special voice when I read these, I don't just use my normal voice. I'll use a voice that replicates Ash's Pokédex in Gen 4. I don't know if that's the same Pokédex voice as it is in Gen 5. I haven't done any of the anime sections for Gen 5 beyond Victini, so I don't really know if it's the same or not. Once I do find that out, though, if it is different, I will start reading it in that voice. In Gen 5, black, notice that I'm not highlighting the whole of the box, just the entry and the generation header that I'm reading. This Pokemon brings victory. It is said that trainers with Victini always win, regardless of the type of encounter. White, it creates an unlimited supply of energy inside its body, which it shares with those who touch it. Black 2 and white 2, but it shares the infinite energy it creates. That being's entire body will be overflowing with power. For Gen 6 here, it looks like X is Black's entry, and Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. I won't read them again. I'll just say X is Black's entry, Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire tend to be X and Y's entry. That seems to be the case for the last couple generations here. So, similarly, I'll say Omega Ruby is Black and X's entry, and Alpha Sapphire is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. Notice that Kalos and Hoenn don't have numbers. I don't really understand that myself. It might be why these are the same entries as ones previously mentioned in Gen 5. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because you have to trade it in, is my guess. I don't really know. Notice I scrolled down to the bottom of the box for Gen 7 through 9. I tend not to go beyond the line regardless of how far, because I want to I don't want to spoil, I guess, the next parts. Particularly if there's images. In this case, that would only appear if it was in Gen 7 or Gen 9. There'd be special images. We'll see that tomorrow. Some of that anyway, at least Gen 9's image. So I'll read these 3 sections. I won't read them moving forward until next generation, I guess. This Pokemon has no Pokédex entries in Gen 7. This Pokemon has no Pokédex entries in Gen 8. This Pokemon has no Pokédex entries in Gen 9. Normally these would be filled with things, and I'll probably talk about more of this tomorrow and over the next few days. For game locations, I don't usually present it like this, because I don't usually read the game locations. I just usually scroll through them, and say, like, these are the game locations. I don't really focus on reading this kind of information. You can read this if you want. There's another section called Inside Games that I say side game locations, which feature the locations can be found inside games. There's also a section called In Events that I also will scroll past. Game locations, side game locations, Even though I don't talk about what in-events is, I'll sort of briefly explain what it is in this video. And these are like the different Victinis you can get in these different games. The games they were distributed in, the events, the language/region, location, level, and distribution period. Held items are items that Pokemon can have when caught in the wild, or in this case, when you get it in an event, it'll have this held item, I guess. Held items. In events, I will read this note here. I will not read this after this video in this generation. Certain items may have been given out at multiple events. At different events, it gets the Fire Gem 100% of the time, Soothe Bell 100% of the time, and Starf Berry 100% of the time. Normally, this held items box would feature games, but because this is a mythical Pokemon, can only really ever appear in events. And you can see that I didn't stop after the held items box. This is just something I do for some reason. Stats is a subsection that features base stats and usually Pokeathlon stats, at least up to Gen 5. Because I know it's a DS game, Pokeathlon, or a mode, I think, in Gen 5, I think? I'm pretty sure. But for whatever reason, it's not featured in this video, maybe because it is a mythical Pokemon. Probably doesn't appear in that mode or whatever. Base stats are something. They're the stats. I don't know if they're averages. I don't fully understand what these are. I don't know if it's like what you get when you get them. So these are all 100, and they total 600. Normally I would go into each individual stat, but because this is like this, I just say like they all are 100. Sometimes if two of them in a row have the same stat number, I'll be like HP and attack have 100. Something like that. Notice that I scrolled down beyond the limit, the line of stats. That's just something that I do. Sometimes I do leave it below the line, but because this is special, I guess I've scrolled down so you can see this much better. I also don't read any of the range information or any of these notes here or other Pokemon with this total. Notice that I highlighted the whole box instead of just doing the left side here, even though that's really all we're talking about in this box. I don't really know why I do it. It just feels easier. Maybe it looks better, I think. Type effectiveness is another box that I will sometimes just cut off at where the bottom is. Sometimes I'll scroll up, though. But what type effectiveness is how moves affect it based on its typing. I will read this note here, but normally I will not. So it says, under normal battle conditions in Gen 9, this Pokemon is... Then we go through damage normally by, weak to, immune to, and resistant to. So damage normally by normal, flying, poison, bug, electric, and dragon. I don't say 1, as that's implied by the category name. Weak to ground, rock, ghost, water, and dark, all for double, so I say double instead of 2. Immune to nothing, so I say nothing instead of none. Resistant to fighting, steel, fire, grass, psychic, ice, and fairy, all for half. So you'll notice that when I did weak to and resistant to, I combined them all. I don't go through each individual one if they're the same number of effectiveness. For Learn Set, I will always try to scroll up as far as I can here. Learn Set covers moves that a Pokemon can gain by leveling up, by TM, and in some cases, by TR, by breeding, by tutoring, by a prior evolution, by transfer from a previous generation, by evolution from a Pokemon from a previous generation, TCG only moves, and animated series only moves. So I'll read this sentence here, but I won't normally read it. So Victini is available in Sword and Shield version 1.3.0 plus. So you might notice that's a little odd, since that's a Gen 8 game, and there were no Pokédex entries in Gen 8. I don't know why there are no Pokédex entries. Maybe because it is an event Pokemon, presumably. I don't know. By leveling up, I won't read this label here, or any of the other generations. For some reason it says Gen 9, even though I don't think it is in Gen 9, because it would be featured on this page. It always has the latest generation that it's in. I'm just gonna read these first two sections, level and move. I won't do type, category, power, accuracy, or PB. I will do that, though, if there is only one move that it gets. Notice that I highlight the whole box anyway. Even though the section says by leveling up, if it's the base Pokemon or single-stage Pokemon in this case, I will read all of the moves, but if it's an evolution, I will start at the level they leveled up, or the first level after 1, if it's an evolution not caused by leveling up, or is caused by needed condition and then leveling up. So at level 1, it gets V-Create, Quick Attack, Flame Charge, Confusion, and Focus Energy, so I'll combine them if it's all the same level. 7 Work Up, 14 Incinerate, 21 Stored Power, 28 Headbutt, 35 Endure, 42 Zen Headbutt. I don't scroll down further so that I can not highlight all of this, and presumably you know where I am at because you've been paying attention. 49 Inferno, 56 Reversal, 63 Searing Shot, 70 Double Edge, 77 Flare Blitz, 84 Overheat, and 91 Final Gambit. So I'll read these two notes here. I won't read them moving forward. Bold indicates a move that gets stabbed when used by Victini. Italic indicates a move that gets stabbed only when used by an evolution of Victini. So if Victini doesn't evolve, so it's just whatever Pokemon it is. I think it's probably just like a default thing where it says like page name or whatever, and that just has it. But so of course there is no italic. So that's what all these bold moves mean. Stab is same type attack bonus by TM/TR. So TMs are technical machines, and TRs are technical records. They are one-use items that can be used to teach a Pokemon a move. TRs only appear in Gen 8, as far as I'm aware. At least they don't appear in Gen 9. For evolution lines, I will only mention the TM/TRs, or whatever, for the base form, because presumably you can teach these to its evolutions. There are a few exceptions. One major one is if the typing isn't the same as its pre-evolution. So in this case, we'll have the TMs be featured and then the TRs be featured. Again, I don't read the title or any of the other generations, and I just read the TMs and the moves. So what I say is TM 00 Mega Punch, 1 Mega Kick, 3 Fire Punch, 5 Thunder Punch, 8 Hyper Beam, 9 Giga Impact, 11 Solar Beam, 13 Fire Spin, 14 Thunder Wave, 17 Light Screen, 19 Safeguard, 21 Rest, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 34 Sunny Day, 38 Will-O-Wisp, 39 Facade, 40 Swift, 41 Helping Hand, 43 Brick Break, 52 Bounce, 56 U-Turn, 59 Fling, 60 Power Swap, 61 Guard Swap, 62 Speed Swap, 70 Trick Room, 76 Round, and 92 Mystical Fire. And I'll say, for the TRs, TR02 Flamethrower, 8 Thunderbolt, 9 Thunder, 11 Psychic, 13 Focus Energy, 15 Fire Blast, 20 Substitute, 21 Reversal, 25 Psyshock, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 29 Baton Pass, 30 Encore, 33 Shadow Ball, 34 Future Sight, 35 Uproar, 36 Heat Wave, 37 Taunt, 38 Trick, 40 Skill Swap, 41 Blaze Kick, 43 Overheat, 55 Flare Blitz, 64 Focus Blast, 65 Energy Ball, 69 Zen Headbutt, 77 Grass Knot, 82 Stored Power, 85 Workup, 86 Wild Charge, and 92 Dazzling Gleam. By breeding, normally this would feature Pokemon moves you can get by breeding, but because this is a Pokemon that cannot breed, this Pokemon learns no moves by breeding. Normally I wouldn't highlight it in this case, but since this is a new generation, I've highlighted it in this one. When I do by breeding for an evolutionary line, I will only do it in the base form, not any of the evolutions. I'll get more into this section tomorrow. By tutoring, what this is something that is exclusively in the Gen 8 sections, or it has been so far. That might be in other generations before Gen 9, I guess. So what I'll do is I'll say, in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, that's what EP is, and then the move. If there's only one, I'll go through all the categories, but again, I'll just say the 2 moves since there's 2 of them here. Expanding Force and Scorching Sands. Tutoring is a way to teach a Pokemon a move through move tutors, which I think are NPCs. I don't fully understand what it means. By transfer for another generation, this is another pre-Gen 9 section here. What it means is that these are moves that could get if you transfer the Pokemon to this generation. So in this case, in Gen 5, it could get Blue Flare and Bolt Strike. Again, I combine them, but I'll point out in this particular case what this striped background means, rather than like the solid one you can see down in Charge Beam here, is it's like through an event or a special move. I will usually just say in Gen 5, through an event, it gets this. Even if it is a special move you can get through weird, wacky ways. In Gen 5, at an event, you get Blue Flare and Bolt Strike. In Gen 7, through an event, you get Celebrate. From Gen 5 through 7, Charge Beam. 6 and 7, Confide. 5 through 7, Double Team, Embargo, and Flame Burst. This X means that it can no longer be selected in battle, so what I'll say in that case is Embargo and Flame Burst don't work anymore. 5 and 6, Flash, that doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7, Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 5, in an event, it gets Fusion Bolt, Fusion Flare, and Glaciate. In 5 through 7, it gets Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 7, Laser Focus. 5 through 7, Last Resort and Magic Coat. 6, Power Up Punch. 5 through 7, Psych Up and Return. Return doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, Rock Smash. 5 through 7, Roleplay. 6, Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Shockwave. 5 through 7, Signal Beam Swagger. Signal Beam doesn't work anymore. 5 and 7 telekinesis, that doesn't work anymore, and 5 through 7 toxic. TCG only moves, so these are moves that, well, they don't necessarily only appear in the TCG. It's just moves that don't appear in the games that do appear in the TCG. Sometimes there's animated series only moves, and those might also feature moves that appear in the TCG. Those will also be moves that don't appear in the games. That has its own section, and we'll talk about that when we do cover it. This is move first on this card, so I don't say the name of the card, mostly because I don't always know how to pronounce the card's name. In this case, I would, but, you know, sometimes I have wacky symbols and names and stuff. Side game data, so these are information data that appears in side games, like this information and phrases it has, all these stats and stuff. I typically don't read this except for a few of them, which we'll get to if we see them in this video or otherwise in future videos. So yeah, I'll scroll through all this. Okay, so this is one of them. Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond is one that I stop at. This is going to be one of the few that I do. I think this generation, I think it's going to be only Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, Pokemon Sleep, and New Pokemon Snap. In the past, there were other sections like the original Pokepark game and the Pokemon Ranger series, which for whatever reason stopped after Gen 4, despite the fact that this is still the same console, Gen 5, and it uses a stylus for gameplay, so they could have gone even beyond until Gen 7. Maybe it just didn't sell well enough for them to continue the series, I don't know. But anyway, Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond. So you'll see that I didn't highlight that. I'll just highlight the Pokepark entry and the text. The main reason why I don't do it is because of the strong and weak. I don't really know what that means, so I don't really talk about it. I guess these are Pokemon is strong against and weak against, I'm guessing. I also don't highlight the image. Pokepark bad entry, so like the Pokedex entries, I will use the Pokedex voice for this new Pokemon Snap and Pokemon Sleep, because they're very similar kind of things. Any other games that have similar sort of Pokedex entry style things, I will also read that like that. Tepig's childhood friend. While he is worried about the cowardly Tepig, he's on Tepig's side and always cheers him on. Got all this. So I'll read this in Pokemon Go note, even though I don't read the Pokemon Go section. In Pokemon Go, Victini can be obtained by completing 4/6 of the special research, Investigate a Mysterious Energy. Sometimes I'll scroll up to show this towards the top, but in this case, because it was easy enough to show off on its own, I didn't. Before we move on here, sometimes there's a section before evolution data here. That'll be like costumes in Pokemon Go. I'll talk about those once we see that. Evolution data typically goes into more detail than the evolution section would, but because this is the only one it has, it just shows Victini and evolved, you know, Victini, Psychic Fire. I don't point that out. Usually I'll just say it's just Victini if it's just a one stage. Sprites here show off the primary sprites and models as well as we go down here. I don't know why it's called sprites, even if it shows both sprites and models at this point. And so we'll talk about these. Although in the past, we've had multiple generations of sprites to compare to, and as far as I'm aware, these are the same sprites throughout the generation. It's really probably going to end up being comparing the sprites to the models here. You can also see that I don't highlight this section because it is just a long list of sprites and models. I'll also read this note here in this video, but not in future videos. So this Pokemon was unavailable prior to Gen 5. In Gen 5 here, so we have these sprites, these really high quality, nice sprites. See the shiny, this is a thing. An alternate colored version of Pokemon. You can see it shows the front sprite and the back sprite. So, you know, the shiny is white with more of a red instead of that orange color. And I think the blue is slightly lighter than that one's blue eyes are. In Gen 6 here, so you can see how much they are different. Pretty good. They seem to lighten up the colors. They tend to lighten up the colors once it gets to models. For some reason, probably just the lighting system that they used. Although sometimes they go back to darker once they get later in the generations, but we can talk about that when we talk about that. So the blue seems to be a lot lighter. Yeah, all these colors seem to be a lot lighter. Same with these. This is more closer to the sprites, I'd say. This is a very strange, I mean, it kind of is a really strange design of a Pokemon, but I don't know why it just seems a little bit weirder. Pretty good adaptation, though, otherwise. I think because its head is a lot, like, wider than that, it looks like. So you can see it also shows the front and the back, so these are like how they appear in the game. It's also true of this, I guess. Like, this is when you battle them, or in the Pokedex, and this is when, like, you use them fighting. You get these in Gen 7, not really much changes. That's going to be typical for most of these games. Like, there might be small differences, like the mouth might be a little bit different, but that's just because the quality is typically going to just be the same, more or less. And particularly in this case, because it is just a transfer Pokemon, they probably just more or less use the same model. This note, this Pokemon is unavailable in Gen 9. I won't read that going forward. It's missing the Sword and Shield images for some reason. Sometimes it does have Sword and Shield's images. Sometimes it doesn't. I really don't know why it doesn't in this case. Maybe they're not easy to export or something. I don't know. So we can't really compare. Usually those are much better quality models, I guess. These aren't like terrible quality models. It just happens to be the quality of the 3DS compared to the Switch. You can see here in homes, cross-generation home. I usually just say in home. You have these models. So you can see how much better quality these models are. These models tend to be sort of 3D version of the official art, which is definitely the case here. I'll read this note here. For other sprites and images, please see Victini images on Bulba Garden Archives. I won't read that going forward here in Gen 5. Sometimes there's also a section for other sprites, maybe special ones that appear in like intros, or unused sprites, or like specialty ones like Super Contest sprites, stuff like that. But of course, this is a mythical Pokemon, so we're probably not going to see any of that kind of stuff. In animation, this covers anything that is animated and official from the Pokemon Company, whether it's the movies, the anime, shorts. Normally I wouldn't scroll down like this. It'd be much more smooth transition from the sprites to the animation, because I don't talk about any of this. Because normally, like, this is pretty short, probably because it is a mythical Pokemon, but normally this would be a very long section, and I don't really have the time to read all of that. So what I do say here is I'll say animation, and I'll address the image, but I won't highlight it. Victini in Pokemon the series, black and white, and I'll say the big one is the one from the 14th movie, and then I'll say other minor appearances, but mostly I'll just say, like, you got all this. In animation, and then later in the manga section here, there's sometimes Pokédex entries, and I'll read those. If we come across those, I'll probably get more into detail with that when we cover one moving forward. In the manga, it's a similar kind of thing. I will address the image, but then just say, like, you got all this. So, Victini and B, the best Pokemon, B plus W. This is all for the stuff that appears in the manga, which are basically comic books in Japan. Got all this. Other appearances, this is a section that appears not on every page, but that features things like the Super Smash Bros. Series and other similar games that have a lot more information than just, like, the basic stats. Like, I'll have, like, the Pokken Tournament game, and a few other those kind of spin-off games like that. As well as other media like music videos, official music videos and stuff like that. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo, 3DS/Wii U. Victini appears as a Pokeball Pokemon after playing 100-man Smash at least once. It uses Victory Star, which causes fighters and teammates, if any, who send it out to gain immunity to knockback and have their attack power boosted. So you'll see that I added footage here showing off the move. Sometimes the article will have it, but other times it won't, so I'll provide that for you so you can see what that looks like. Victini also appears as a trophy in both versions of the game. So, Victini Trophy and Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. So I'll highlight that along with trophy information. You can see I highlighted all that. Sometimes these don't appear in the article. If they don't, I'll add it. Trophy information. So for this voice, it's not the same as the Pokédex voice. I will use the same voice I've used over the last couple generations, at least for now. If I find out it's a different voice and I feel I need to change this voice to be sort of the opposite, I guess it's kind of the opposite of the Pokédex entry voice. It's a lot... Well, it's a sort of a British voice is what I've kind of gone with, kind of a little bit of silly British voice. But if I needed to, like, feel I don't want to change it once I find out the black and white Pokédex, if it's not the same voice as the Diamond and Pearl voice, I will change it. So, for now, though, before we get into this, though, you can notice there's two different versions here, one for the North American and one for the PAL region. Trophy information in the North American version. This Psychic/Fire-type Pokemon shares the limitless energy it creates with others. In Super Smash Bros., Victini uses Victory Star to power up the fighter that brought it into battle. The fighter won't flinch from damage and will launch foes easier, as well as glow with power. They aren't invincible, though. In the PAL version, Victini can create an endless supply of energy and share it with others. Its Victory Star move makes the other fighter who summoned it glow with power from head to toe. As long as they're glowing, their
launch ability will shoot up, and they'll never flinch. That said, they're not invincible. Victini isn't a miracle worker. Then we have Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Victini returns as a Pokemon summoned from the Pokeball, where it gives the summoner their final smash. With Victory Star, also appears as a spirit. I didn't add an image for the spirit, because while they have an effect on the game, they represented as a stock image of the character. In the TCG, so I'll just say in the TCG, I'll just acknowledge it and then move on. Unless there's actual, like, text down here, sometimes there is, like, a section. If there is a section, then I will read it. You'll also notice I didn't highlight it or scroll down to it. I typically don't do that. I also will not always scroll down past Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, like maybe I'll cut it off where like it would say Spirit, but in this case, it's a lot easier for me to read it. Trivia, again, I don't always scroll down to this, but I have for this video. What this is just sort of miscellaneous facts about it. Sometimes this is information I've already talked about in the article, but I'll bring it up again. Victini was first revealed in a preview for the 14th Pokemon movie at the end of Zoroark, Master of Illusions. Victini has several unique attributes. Its Unova Pokédex number is 000, making it the only Pokemon to legitimately have the number 000 in any Pokédex listing. Victini is the only Pokemon to be listed before the first partner Pokemon in its home region. Consequently, Victini is the only mythical Pokemon of a later generation to appear next to a mythical Pokemon of an earlier generation in the National Pokédex. It's the only mythical Pokemon from Gen 5 to not have a form change. It is the only Pokemon from Gen 5 that has yet to be legitimately available shiny in a later Pokemon game. You can notice that I highlighted the point and all of its subpoints at the same time. Victini appears in Pokemon Battle Chess BW version. To use it, one must have their egg damaged 3 times, then Victini hatches and behaves like a king piece in chess. When the player loses their Victini, they lose along with Emboar. It is the only Pokemon that has its power raised when damaged. So Victini and Pokemon Battle Chess. So you can see that I highlighted the image and the point at the same time. Is a lot bigger box than the rest of them have been. Victini was added at the request of Junichi Masuda. Masuda himself mentioned in multiple interviews that Victini is his favorite Gen 5 Pokemon. In a 2011 interview with Eurogamer, Junichi Masuda mentioned Mana Aibe as Victini's designer and that it was meant to appeal more to girls than to boys. Pokemon Sword and Shields. The Crown Tundra expansion contains an unused Victini encounter, suggesting it was planned to be made available in the game without an event. Origin. So this is a section that covers the origin of the Pokemon. Sometimes there's a box here for Bulba news, but I'll talk about that when we see it. Victini's appearance seems to be based on Usagi Ringo, a method of cutting apple slices to make them look similar to rabbits. This may ultimately be reference to the Big Apple, one of the nicknames for New York City, which the Unova region is based on. Conceptually, it might draw inspiration from Nike, the Greek goddess of victory, or her Roman equivalent Victoria. Its tail wings may be a reference to Nike's wings. Its fire typing may draw from the concept of the eternal flame, given the Pokédex describes it as having infinite energy, and the internal flame has been used to represent competition and victory, such as for the Olympics. More specifically, given Victini's location on Liberty Garden, inspired by Liberty Island, it could be a personification of the torch held by the Statue of Liberty. The torch itself has a large number of symbolic associations and meanings. Victini's V theme could be linked to it being introduced in Gen 5, V being the Roman numeral for 5. V could also be a reference to the V sign, which represents victory or peace. Name origin, this is a subsection of the origin subsection that covers the origin of the name. So Victini is derived from victory, and also possibly Destiny, Teeny, or Tiny. So you can see they also sort of speculate what its name is, since it's not always revealed what its name comes from. In this case, it is the same name, both in the English and Japanese version, but if it were separate, there would be a separate section for the Japanese name, and I'd go into that. In other languages, these show the different languages that Victini's name appears in. I don't read this, I just say in other languages and then scroll down. See also, these go into specific instances of Victini or related articles. This is also another section I don't read. References, these go into like the different references. External links. So, I think they're supposed to have similar links like these references, but they almost always will have boxes. So event exclusives, This is a box I don't typically, I haven't done one of these in a very long time. So these are Pokemon that appear in events exclusively, and moves and items and things like that. I got the mythical Pokemon as well. This is a box. You see, this is the first of 4 mythical Pokemon. The other 3 we'll see at the end of this generation's list. Then the Super Smash Bros. Series. You got all those games, the characters, stages, Pokeball and Master Ball Pokemon, collectibles, miscellaneous. Then we got this final box here, which is similar to the other box at the top. Again, I don't acknowledge this box at all. Then we have this box here. I'm reading this article, but I won't for the rest of Gen 5. So this Pokemon article is part of Project Pokédex, a Bulbapedia project that aims to write comprehensive articles on each Pokemon species, as well as Pokemon groups and forms. Then there are these categories here. I also don't typically mention these at all. Let's move on. Before we get into the anime section, I will explain a few things, including some of the wackiness of Gen 5. First, as I mentioned in the reintroduction of the series, I never watched the anime after Gen 4, only ever really catching the occasional scene when flipping through channels. I stopped being big into Pokemon, and I couldn't really keep up with the anime, especially in the era when you either had to watch it live or record it on a digital video recorder, DVR, and hope that the DVR wasn't full, which is an absurd concept these days, or that the TV guide wasn't wrong. This doesn't even bring up the fact that the anime, which was playing on Cartoon Network at this point, would eventually move to Disney XD before finally going to Netflix, where they still host the series as of the filming of this. All of this is to say that besides Ash Ketchum, Pikachu, Team Rocket, and any other characters from the past 4 generations of the series, I'm not gonna know who the people are or what the plots are. I'll likely piece them together as I watch the series, though. It's particularly bad today, as because we're not starting with the starters, we're not starting at the beginning of the Black and White series. Instead, we're watching the 14th movie, and I'm introducing it as such because, for the first time and hopefully only time, as part of the Gen 5 wackiness, instead of creating 1 movie, we created 2 movies, which are very similar films, with many scenes being shared between them. Other than one of the settings, the main difference is the version exclusives, including the box art legendaries. This is really odd since the anime is known for its seamless integration of Pokemon from both games, often using lore from the games, particularly when they relate to the Pokemon found in the other game. Because of this exclusivity, the movies are called Pokemon, the movie White, Victini and Zekrom, and Pokémon, the movie Black, Victini and Reshiram. When watching these movies, I'll talk about which one I'm watching, or if the scene appears in both versions. If you're new here, when I watch movies as of last generation, I have the face cam, like I do for the Bulbapedia section. But for the most part, during the series, I won't. I also want to take this opportunity to talk about a couple other things. 1, from what I've heard, Ash's characterization was changed in Gen 5, but was hated so much that it was changed back in Gen 6. So be prepared for that. 2, the episode titles. Actually, you know what? Since we're watching a movie today, I'll wait to talk about that tomorrow. This video is long enough as it is. So let's watch Victini's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Since I've already gone over what we're watching, I'll just explain that this scene is in both versions of the movie. So we've got a summer form deerling about to eat what I believe to be an oranberry.
Deer.
There's Victini. And that is Victini's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's watch Victini's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, as I like to call it. Detective Victini, as it's only the frames with Victini to the best of my ability. In this film, Victini primarily appears on the police logo. You'll see it on a bigger logo later. So just counter just about any instance of the police logo. So in this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, as he's just found out that his father, Harry Goodman, a police detective, has died in a car crash, and he's kind of coming to finish off his life. He's going to the police station to get his dad's keys to his apartment. Snubble at the lieutenant's office. There's the lieutenant.
Hi, Tim. Lieutenant Yoshida. Your dad was the best of the best. He was a legend in this
I'm
precinct.
counting on the files here.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's
for saying that.
well.
It was a terrible tragedy losing him
Computer.
his partner.
His partner?
His Pokemon.
And these
I'm sorry, is yours mad at me?
Snubble? But I assure you, he is adorable on the inside. How come you don't have a Pokemon? I understand. But Tim, please don't put this all on yourself. Over, you want?
Nope. Almost.
Tim. This job, it demands a lot. But you are on his mind every day. He loved you more than anything else in the world.
It was nice to meet you, Lieutenant.
Cut to later. We're at his dad's apartment. We're looking at all these certificates that he had.
Hey, little.
Okay, now we've got a little later. This Pikachu has come here. It's Detective Pikachu. He's sort of confronting him. He's like broken into the apartment and.
Little guy, get in here.
Now they've dealt with the whole crazy situation with some Apom who took something called the Argas, which makes Pokemon go crazy, and he took some of the Argas as well. So he thinks that he's hallucinating this Pikachu here because Pikachu can talk, but only he can hear him.
I was accidentally.
And so like he's trying to tell him like don't, because the cops think he's maybe on drugs or something. You know, he doesn't want him to think that.
I want Johnny to give you a one-way ticket though.
So now we cut to the next morning. He doesn't think that Harry's actually dead, so they decided to team up to try to find Harry, and he has spent the whole night compiling all these clues. The logo's there.
Clues! What is all this?
Not French. Papers and.
Okay, so now we cut to much later. They tracked the Argas to a place called the Roundhouse, which is an underground Pokemon fight club, as Pokemon fighting is illegal in Rhyme City, and they've gone on a whole little adventure which has led them to the cops here. Tim's facing down, so they're upside down.
You're under arrest.
And back to the office.
I'm
Thought he was gonna leave as soon as he was done, but then he found, you know, Pikachu.
not following. That is not proof, sir.
Give me a minute. Harry's last case. Chemical.
We run an
Go
investigation.
for it.
Up!
Oh yeah, and I.
You can understand Pikachu, yeah.
Tim, it's very difficult coping with loss.
I'm in denial. I'm right.
I never wanted to show you this, but I think it's important.
Showing him the footage of the car crash. Didn't really get to see it, but yeah, that's.
He's gone. Tim.
I should have gotten on that train.
Talk about how he could have come to the city earlier, but he decided to stay with his grandmother. We have cut to much later. Tim has been summoned by Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, who reveals that Harry's last case was working for him, tracking the Argas, and he reveals that Mewtwo was responsible for taking Harry's soul, and so Tim and Detective Pikachu found Mewtwo, but Mewtwo was captured by who they believed to be Roger Clifford, Howard's son. But before this, Mewtwo showed Tim and Detective Pikachu a vision where it seemed like Pikachu had betrayed Harry, Pikachu being Harry's police detective partner. So now they've split up. Tim is returning to Rhyme City. He had worked with Lucy Stevens, a reporter, and her Psyduck. So she's driving them home. The city where the 10th anniversary Rhyme City parade is starting.
I don't know.
Have something? You're lying.
Howard.
At CNN?
So she's an intern, and she's trying to get help from Miss McMaster's here. Roger also runs the news, so it's like this big news story, and she's trying to get some help to tell the news.
I have a story that's really important that the people need to hear, and I was really hoping you could help me.
So she's gonna blow her off and hand her coat.
You got it! Cynthia?
Cynthia told her to get coffee for her. So now we've cut to the beginning of the parade. There's a bunch of police officers here that kind of just generally considered it Victini.
So as you can see, we are more than happy with the turnout today. Please, thank you.
Excuse me, please. Hello. Hi. I have an interview with the mayor. Mr. Mayor, I need to speak with you, please. It's urgent.
Its benefactor, Howard Cliff.
So that's who they believe to be Roger.
All of you.
So now it's been revealed that Howard was responsible for capturing Mewtwo, and he's using a device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo, and he's going to use his powers on the people. The balloons are filled with Argas, and he's going to pop up and release onto the crowd, and all the Pokemon will go crazy. He's doing this because he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon, and this is how he thinks it should be done.
Humanity.
Now we've cut to much later in the film. Tim has disconnected the Neuralink from Howard, releasing Mewtwo from his control, and Mewtwo proper has unseparated people, and this is
Let's never do that again. Okay?
us. Howard being arrested.
Is that
That's the real Roger, so the Roger they saw earlier was a Ditto disguised as Roger. That's Psyduck.
No matter what his flaws, deep down, I blame myself for not being there for
Didn't have
him.
the best relationship with his dad. And so now he has just basically given her promotion because she had revealed that there were rumors of Pokemon going crazy earlier in the film, but he blew her off. But now he's realized that she had a lead on this far before everyone else did, and she's all excited about it.
Meet me later tonight.
Cool.
Come on.
And that was Victini Scenes Detective Pikachu. Let's move on.
Before we move on, I wanted to mention something I found particularly interesting. Like many movies, particularly live-action ones, trailers often feature elements that don't appear in the final version. One such element is the Victini sign. In the first trailer, there's a sign for the company Victor's, which features Victini in its signage. I don't know why the sign was removed, but it may have something to do with Victini's mythical status. Anyway, let's see why other people love Victini. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video where we're setting fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. Before we get into it though, I want to address something as it's become more prevalent recently. AI art. I will feature AI art in this series, but it's not a promotion of using these systems, as they are often built on stolen art, which is almost certainly true when users create a good quality image of a Pokemon. If I notice an image is AI, I will not praise the art. I will mention that it is AI and may even criticize the art, where I would normally praise art created by people. If the art features a creature that doesn't share even the slightest resemblance to a Pokemon, I will not count it as one of the pieces of fan art. I'm featuring the art as I don't want to discourage creativity, but I also encourage people to create art or commission real artists if they can. I don't want to completely dismiss the use of AI as a creative tool, but right now it seems like it's creating the art instead of helping to assist the creator of art. Anyway, for those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Victini. So this is the first official video in this generation. I also want to take the opportunity to explain the other rules, which is something that I haven't done before and isn't something I'll do in any other Gen 5 video, unless we run into them. One, you probably noticed this box that has been on this page for the whole section thus far, but will go away when we get to the single image mode. I use it as both what it says and to cover up images I won't be looking at. Well, this isn't the case for images that are on the same line as the final image we'll be looking at in the single image mode. I abide by what it says, and I don't want to get in trouble with artists that we aren't featuring. 2, I do not start with a Pokemon fusion, which is when an artist combines elements of 2 or more Pokemon into one being. However, I'll feature them if they appear after the first image, and I can tell that the Pokemon is featured in the fusion. If you are a Pokemon fusion artist, please send me fan art. But if you don't want to do that, please write what Pokemon they are in the description, or at least the tags. Even if these are characters you've drawn hundreds of times, and all your fans know who they are, people like me who are stumbling on your art don't. I would also like to discourage you from making them anthropomorphic if they aren't already mostly anthropomorphic, or stylized to the point of unrecognizability. If you choose to do that anyway, please see my point about writing them in the description. 3, if I have to watch the deviant, that's what users are called, or pay to see the image. I won't, and that's where we'll stop. 4, if we run into a literature post, I will stop there and won't read it. 5, if we run into a video, not a GIF, I'll stop there and won't watch it. 6, if an image appears that I've already looked at in a previous video, I'll look at it again. 7, if the Pokemon appears as an outfit instead of a physical being, I won't count that. 8, in multiple image view, I will blur any image that I feel is inappropriate for YouTube. I will not feature them in the series, even stopping before the image if necessary. 9, some images will contain materials such as swearing and violence, which have gotten through the safe filter that I use for this section. If this happens, and I feel it's still safe for YouTube, I will feature them and mark the video not for kids. This is also true of any artist names that I feel are inappropriate for kids. Anyway, let's get into the art. This is Victini in Super Smash Bros. By PK1A, so I'm not entirely sure if this is AI or not. I mean, the lack of the other tail might be an indicator. It doesn't say that's AI in the description, even though it's supposed to if it is AI. But there was also, like, other AI art next to it, and, like, before I, like, zoomed into this single mode, so it might be AI art. This is Victini by MFA Art, 123. Again, it's kind of hard to know if this is AI art or not. Like, it seems, I don't know, like, the fact that it's the stylized, I feel it doesn't, I don't know. I think the stars might be giving it away if this is AI art. God, it's so hard to tell. If it's not, good job, I guess. This is Victini by Mochi Sticks. It's this nice Victini image here. It's all shiny and stuff. This is the moon in the background. Very well done. This is Victini TCG by Funstar Art. It's a collection of TCG art of Victini. Very nice. This is Thanks to Tornado 9797 by USV02. This nice kind of semi-stylized Victini here, wearing a hat and a scarf. That's a very nice, very fun image. Kind of like a selfie. This is Thanks to Outmaneuver by USV02. Another Victini here, wearing a scarf and a backpack. Yeah, very well done. This is Victini Gemini AI by D Master 322, so that's AI art. Is that coming from its chest? I think it is. I don't know if it does that. That's weird. Thanks to KXM Dillion by USB02, another kind of stylized Victini here. It's just like blue for some reason. Maybe it's supposed to be like an ice. Yeah, it seems to be like ice themed rather than fire themed. Interesting. This is Victini's OCs by Lisbeth Flash Z00. This fun Victini's here. So I got a normal Victini, this pink Victini for some reason. It's wearing a scarf. And has a bag, I guess. That's interesting. This is Art Fight 2025, Eden by Dish Disheart. This nice image of Victini here with a scarf and pants and armbands just sort of flying around. That's interesting. Looks like there's some birds in the background. Yeah, very interesting. This is Victini sitting inside the freezer S 3,514,099,982 by Big Strong Bear 89. This weird AI art of it in a freezer, I guess. This is Victini by Corio Redondo. This really nice piece of art here. I was sort of floating around, maybe at night. Yeah, very well done. This is Mew and Jirachi and Victini 4K wallpaper by Constanza AI, so very clearly AI art. Very weird. This is Pokefusions, More Victory by ANI. This nice Pokemon fusions between two Victinis, and this one's Cresselia and this one's Darkrai. The Lunar Duo. Very well done. This is Victini is sitting next to the river S 196,418,108 by Big Strong Bear 89. I think this is also AI art. This is Victini by Watery 91. This is nice Victini art. Very well done. This is Victini S 221,841,535 by Big Strong Bear 89. Another AI art. This is Victini and Glaceon is in the lobby S 2,086,053,853 by Big Strong Bear 89. This is AI art, obviously. This is Stubby's team, commissioned by Harlequin Waffles. This is nice art of a trainer, I guess Stubby, and all his Pokemon. So we've got the Victini here, Pikachu, Shiny, Umbreon, Cerulege, Megalucario, and Zeraora. Yeah, and then sort of Boltand, I think, as the logo here. That's kind of fun. Yeah, very well done. This is an image I would have to pay for to view, so I won't do that, and we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Before I do my send-off, you'll notice that there's the background of the No Respond to the Post section after the send-off. This is my end screen. I also feature computer-generated music that I feel relates to Victini, which I use because I don't have the time, talent, or resources to create a 20-second song for each video that needs it, and it would be impractical to ask someone to create 20-second songs for every Pokemon on the off chance that I see something or say something I deem inappropriate for kids. The end screen will also feature the previous video and the next video in the series when it's ready. Although if you're watching this the day it's released, or the days leading to the release of the official Snivy video, you'll see the substitute video. Anyway, tomorrow, no, I don't want to pretend like I'm not days behind on this video. In the next official video of the series, I'll be talking about Snivy. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to the substitute video. There isn't a specific Lillipup in the anime or the manga, so instead we're on Pokemon.com's Pokédex, and we'll read all of it. So, Lillipup number 0506, this is what it looks like. This Pokemon is courageous but also cautious. It uses the soft fur covering its face to collect information about its surroundings. This Pokemon is far brighter than the average child, and Lillipup won't forget the love it receives or any abuse it suffers. Height is 1'4", category puppy, weight is 9 pounds, abilities, vital spirit and pickup, gender is male and female, type is normal, weakness fighting, these are its stats, evolution, Lillipup, Herdier, Stoutland. That's it. I won't be streaming tonight, as I checked, and I can't get a Slowpoke. You'll see me tomorrow. Bye! Hello and welcome to the substitute video. There isn't a notable Herdier in the anime or the manga, so we're on Pokemon.com's Pokédex. And I'll read all this, so... Herdier, number 0507. This is what it looks like. Herdier is a very smart and friendly Pokemon, so much so that there's a theory that Herdier was the first Pokemon to partner with people. The black fur that covers this Pokemon's body is dense and springy. Even sharp fangs bounce right off. Height is 2'11", category loyal dog. Weight is 32.4 pounds. Abilities Sand Rush and Intimidate. Gender is male and female. Type is normal. Weaknesses fighting. These are its stats. Evolution Lillipup, Herdier, Stoutland. That's it. I won't be streaming tonight, as I checked, and I can't get a Slowpoke. You'll see me tomorrow. Bye. Hello and welcome to the substitute video. There's a significant Stoutland in the anime, but its story ends kind of sad, so I didn't want to feature that in today's video. So instead, we're gonna just read the Pokemon.com Pokédex. It's Stoutland number 0508. This is what it looks like. These Pokemon seem to enjoy living with humans. Even a Stoutland caught in the wild will warm up to people in about 3 days. Stoutland is immensely proud of its impressive mustache. It's said that mustache length is what determines social standing among the species. Height is 3'11", category big-hearted. Weight is 134.5 pounds. Abilities Intimidate and Sand Rush. Gender is male and female. Type is normal. Weakness fighting. These are its stats. Evolution Lillipup, Herdier, and Stoutland. That's it. I won't be streaming tonight, as I checked, and I can't get a Slowpoke. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello and welcome to the substitute video. There isn't a significant Purrloin in the anime or manga, so we're on the Pokemon.com Pokédex. Read all this. So, Purrloin, number 0509, this is what it looks like. It steals things from people just to amuse itself with their frustration. A rivalry exists between this Pokemon and Nickit. Opponents that get drawn in by its adorable behavior come away with stinging scratches from its claws, and stinging pride from its laughter. Height is 1'4", category devious, weight is 22.3 pounds, abilities Limber, or Unburden. Gender is male and female. Type is dark. Weaknesses, fighting, bug, and fairy. These are its stats. Evolution, Purrloin, Liepard. That's it. I won't be streaming tonight as I checked and I can't get us a Slowpoke, so see me tomorrow. Bye.
Hello! Today we'll be talking about Snivy, the grass starter of Gen 5. It's also the first single-type Pokemon, and Pokemon that evolves, introduced in Gen 5. Its previous BYC dates are July 5th, 1997, April 25th, 2000, February 14th, 2003, December 5th, 2005, September 25th, 2008, July 17th, 2011, May 7th, 2014, February 25th, 2017, December 17th, 2019, and October 7th, 2022. One of the big reasons I stopped playing the games and watching the anime was because of the Gen 5 starters. While they've grown on me over the past decade and a half, I wasn't the biggest fan of them initially. I think, at the time, Snivy was my least favorite of the three design-wise. It looked rather smug, which I think is the point. I think it's become one of my favorites design-wise, purely because it's arguably the most consistently designed throughout its evolutions. Although all three starters' designs baffle me because Snivy's final form has no legs, Tepig becomes bipedal, and Oshawott's final form is a quadruped. While many Pokemon go through a chain from quadruped to biped and vice versa, it's an odd thing to do with a starter. Or at least it was at the time. Outside of Mudkip, which before this was the only example of a starter Pokemon going from a quadruped to biped, this generation began the trend of doing just that for one of the starters. Except for Gen 8, which has all three starters as bipedal throughout their three stages. However, Snivy and Oshawott are both unique among the starters. Although in Gen 9, Oshawott would be joined by Fuecoco as the only two starters whose final form is quadrupedal. Snivy is the only one that loses its legs, which I find quite odd, as I can't possibly imagine the advantage losing legs would have for a terrestrial animal. I'll talk more about my opinion on the odd choices made for the Tepig and Oshawott lines in their videos. For now, thanks to the substitute videos, I most know Snivy as the Snivy of Ash and Trip respectively. It also taught me that a Snivy, presumably Trip Snivy, was able to defeat Ash's Pikachu. I also know Snivy from commercials for Black and White and Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond, which gave me my first impressions of the Pokemon. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Snivy, the grass snake Pokemon, whose number is 0495. This is what it looks like. Its type is grass. So you can see type and abilities here are separated into two different lines because abilities now has a hidden ability. I'm not really sure what a hidden ability is. I assume it's an ability that's hidden from the view of the player. Maybe it's like something in the code. Abilities, Overgrow, Contraries, that's an ability. Gender ratio, so you can see we now have a gender ratio. It's 87.5% male and 12.5% female. You can probably tell that that's not a ratio. The actual ratio is 7:1. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg groups field and grass, hatch time 20 cycles, so these are a couple of the egg groups. Hatch time is how long it takes for a Pokemon to hatch from an egg. A cycle is the amount of steps the player character has to take before an egg will hatch, and this varies between each generation. In Gen 5, a cycle is 257 steps. So, in this case, it would be 5,140 steps. I won't go into the step conversion moving forward. Height is 2 foot, or 0.6 meters. Weight is 17.9 pounds, or 8.1 kilograms. Base experience yield is 62. Leveling rate is medium-slow. EV yield is 1, and speed. The base form of a Pokemon, particularly in an evolutionary line, will have 1 EV, and each evolution then adds another EV. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokédex color is green, and base friendship is 70. Snivy is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. It evolves into Servine, starting at level 17, which evolves into Serperior, starting at level 36. So you can see that I added an image for Serperior, but not Servine, and that's because Servine appears in the box here, so I count that as the representation of Servine. You can see that's what this evolution paragraph looks like. Along with Tepig and Oshawott, Snivy is one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of Unova available at the beginning of Pokemon Black, White, Black 2, and White 2. You can see what the third paragraph looks like for a starter. Biology, Snivy is a bipedal reptilian Pokemon with a slender build. Most of its body is green, with a cream underside. A yellow stripe runs down the length of its back and tail, and has yellow markings around its large eyes. Two curved yellow structures that resemble leaves or small wings protrude from its shoulders and bend backward. Its slender arms have 3 fingers, while its tiny feet have no digits. It has a large palmate leaf with 3 prongs on the end of its tail. This tail can perform photosynthesis, allowing Snivy to move more quickly and adding an edge to its moves. However, the tail will begin to droop when Snivy loses energy. Snivy can use its vines with incredible adaptive and dexterity skills to make up for having short arms. This Pokemon has a calm, collected demeanor and is very intelligent. Snivy prefers to be alone and avoid groups whenever it can. It has been recently seen living in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy. This is the evolution subsection, so it'll go into the evolution line things. It'll show this box here, and I will read this note in parentheses here in this article, but I won't for the rest of Gen 5. So, evolution, Snivy evolves into Servine, which evolves into Serperior. Much like the box at the top of the article, I didn't add images for Servine and Serperior because the images in the box is their representation. For specifics on this Pokemon's evolution in the games, refer to game data, evolution data, Snivy, Servine, and Serperior. So you can see that I split it up because I talked about this note, but normally I would highlight the first line and the box at the same time. I also don't say unevolved, first evolution, and second evolution. Game data, Pokédex entries. You can see that I've highlighted this little bit at the top of the box here. I do that because it's technically part of the section. Before we begin, something I forgot to mention in the Victini video is that sometimes I slip into my actual voice when doing the Pokédex and trophy voices. It isn't easy doing these voices, particularly former, and it is my first time reading these, so I might accidentally slip into my real voice. In Gen 5, Black, it is very intelligent and calm. Being exposed to lots of sunlight makes its movements swifter. White, they photosynthesize by bathing their tails in sunlight. When they are not feeling well, their tails droop. Black 2 and White 2. Being exposed to sunlight makes its movements swifter. It uses vines more adeptly than its hands. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is White's entry. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is White and Y's entry. In Gen 9, so you can see we have one for Scarlet and Violet here. Sometimes they're repeats, or one of them's a repeat, but in this case it looks like they're both new. So in Gen 9 and Scarlet, the leaf on Snivy's tail generates energy when exposed to sunlight, making Snivy swifter and adding an edge to its moves. Violet, it prefers to avoid groups in its day-to-day life. It dexterously controls its vines to compensate for its short arms. Snivy in the Blueberry Pokédex. So you can see this is what the Gen 9 images look like. It's referring to the Blueberry Academy because it appears in the DLC, the second DLC for Scarlet and Violet. If there's more than one image, as it appears in Gen 7 and 9, or multiple Gen 9 Pokédexes, it appears in the same box. Depending on how many images, there might even be 2 lines worth of images. Notice that the bottom of the page is right below the image. Much like the Pokédex entries, I don't want to show off more of the article. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items and events. It has the muscle band 100% of the time. Stats, base stats. HP and attack 45, defense 55, special attack 45, special defense 55, speed 63 for a total of 308. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, rock, ghost, steel, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, bug, fire, and ice, all for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to ground, water, grass, and electric, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1 tackle, 4 leer, 7 vine whip, 10 wrap, 13 growth, 16 magical leaf, 19 leech seed, 22 mega drain, 25 Slam, 28 Leaf Blade, 31 Coil, 34 Giga Drain, 37 Gastro Acid, and 40 Leaf Storm. By TM, so you can see here, it's just by TM because it's Gen 9 that we're talking about. So I'll just go through just the TMs. TM, 001 Takedown, 7 Protect, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 32 Swift, 33 Magical Leaf, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 56 Bullet Seed, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 103 Substitute, 111 Giga Drain, 119 Energy Ball, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 137 Grassy Terrain, 146 Grass Pledge, 159 Leaf Storm, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 181 Knockoff, 194 Grassy Glide, 204 Double Edge, and 206 Petal Lizard. By breeding, so you can see there are a bunch of Pokemon here that I can get moves from. The parent gets moves from. Instead of going through each individual Pokemon, I'll say this group gives it. So in this case, this group gives it Glare, this group gives it Iron Tail, this group gives it Mean Look, this group gives it Mirror Coat, this group gives it Sweet Scent, this group gives it Synthesis. Because there's only one Pokemon in this category, I will mention the Pokemon, so I'll say, and Flapple gives it Twister. TCG only moves, Razor Leaf on this card. Side game data, you got all this. In Pokemon Go, Snivy can be obtained by completing 1/4 of the ticketed special research, Snivy in the Sunshine. Evolution data, so you can see here, it shows the box, but this time it also has the levels that it evolves at, and we've got these rare candies here, which help it level up. So evolution data, Snivy, level 17 Servine, level 36 Serperior. Sprites here, so a lot darker, I think, than, yeah, this is, I mean, it's, yeah. Also shorter? I guess that makes sense because it has to be for the DS screen. It's kind of this blue for the main body of the shiny. Like an orange, it looks like, for the line. Kind of gold line on the back there. That's interesting. So they won't always be the consistent. So this one has a slightly different animation than that one does. That's interesting. Looks like it might even be slightly, I don't know. Slightly different design. That's interesting, because, yeah, it opens its mouth. That's interesting. In Gen 6, you got the models here. Pretty good adaptation. It makes its eyes look a lot bigger. That's just really weird. And its tail's a lot, like, thinner. Although, not in the back, which is interesting. And, yeah, it seems like almost, maybe it's like a swaying thing. It's like the angle is what makes it look smaller or bigger. Pretty good adaptation, though. In Gen 7, not really much changes. So it says this Pokemon is unavailable in Gen 8. It's also missing the models for Gen 9. This is typical. It never shows the models for Gen 9. I'm not really sure why. Again, it might be like Sword and Shield, where it's not easy to, like, export the models yet or something. I don't know. Homes, you get these models. Animation, Snivy and Pokemon Journeys the series. Trip Snivy's one of the big ones. Ash's Snivy's one of the big ones. Then Pokédex entries. So this is a section that appears in both the anime and the manga. It works a little different between the two versions, but this is the anime version. So it has episode, Pokemon, source, and entry. So what I'll say is, in black and white, episode 1, about Snivy, and Trip's Pokédex, and then I'll read the entry. Normally I wouldn't say it's about Snivy. I'd only really say the subject if it wasn't Snivy. For this, because I still don't know the Pokédex voice, I'm still gonna use Ash's Gen 4 Pokédex voice. Snivy, the grass snake Pokemon. Cool, calm, and collected. Snivy uses photosynthesis to collect energy with the leaf on its tail. Pokemon Masters animated trailer. Snivy in the Pokemon Masters animated trailer. Got this. In the manga. Snivy and Pokemon Adventures. All in color, that's fun. Got this, and the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U. Snivy appears as a Pokemon released from a Pokeball in Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U. When released, it uses Razor Leaf, a move that it cannot legally learn. Snivy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. You can see it pictured here. Snivy also appears as a trophy in both versions of the game. Snivy trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Trophy information in North America. Along with Ekans and Onix, this Pokemon is considered to be a snake Pokemon, even though it has 2 legs. When it evolves into Serperior, however, it sheds those legs. In Super Smash Bros., Snivy unleashes Razor Leaf on fighters, sending sharp leaves flying and damaging anything in range. This SIC note means that this is how it was actually written, that this wasn't a mistake on the part of the person writing this down. Like, it was actually spelled like this for some reason. In the PAL version, Like Ekans and Onyx, Snivy is known as a snake Pokemon. Unlike those Pokemon, it has 2 legs. When it eventually evolves into Serperior, though, it loses them. It attacks using Razor Leaf, which sends super sharp leaves flying into fighters in front of it, potentially hitting them over and over again. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Snivy returns as a Pokemon summoned from the Pokeball, retaining its behavior from the previous game. So you can see that I didn't put footage or an image from this game. That's because it has the same move that it had in the previous game. I only did it yesterday because it was a different effect. As the player in Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond, Snivy appears as one of the player characters in Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond. She is the daughter of Queen Serperior, which makes her princess of the Arbor area. Much to their mother's dismay, she's quite rambunctious and prefers playing and getting dirty than being elegant and proper. Upon hearing of Pikachu and Oshawott's task to save the Pokepark, she helps them to open the portal in the Arbor Zone, on the condition that they take her with them. Her special skill is the ability to jump higher than the other player characters. Snivy in Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond. So this is interesting. More player characters. So Pikachu was the only one in the original Pokepark game, which is what I played, but because I didn't do the Gen 5 games, the Gen 5 era, I didn't play the sequel game. So that's interesting. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. Snivy is also playable in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity. The player may either choose to be transformed into Snivy or have their partner be one. The same also applies to Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. Trivia: Snivy and the other black and white first partner Pokemon were first revealed as silhouettes on the May 9th, 2010 episode of Pokemon Sunday. They were later revealed in full in the June 2010 issue of Koro Koro. The 3 silhouettes on Pokemon Sunday. Shortly after its release, much like many other Gen 5 Pokemon newly introduced, Snivy received the fan-made moniker Smugleaf. This name was picked up on and published in an article on the video gaming focused blog Kotaku, and later in an issue of the official Nintendo magazine Australia and New Zealand, as well as its United Kingdom counterpart. Snivy is the only Grass-type first-partner Pokemon that is not listed as the first Pokemon in its regional Pokédex, although it is still marked as number 001. This is because Victini, the Pokemon before it, has a Pokédex number of number 000. It is also the only Grass-type first-partner Pokemon that is not the first Pokemon of its generation in National Pokédex order. Snivy has the lowest base stat total of all Grass-type first-partner Pokemon. This is interesting. So there's this Bulbanews thing, which is different because it's Smugleaf, I guess. Usually there's a Bulbanews thing for, like, the origin of the Pokemon, but I guess this one's more about the name Smugleaf, which is probably why it's in the trivia. Normally I wouldn't talk about the Bulbanews. In Pokemon Black and White, Snivy, along with Tepig and Oshawott, has the lowest experience yield of all Pokemon, with a base value of 28. This was done specifically for the first 2 battles of the games, so the player's first partner Pokemon wouldn't level up after defeating Bianca, and thus have a level advantage over Charin. From Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 onward, their base experience yield was raised to 62 to bring them in line with the other first partner Pokemon in the series. Snivy was designed by Ryaiku Tanue. Snivy is the only first partner Pokemon available in Pokemon Go to have its shiny form not be released during a community day. Snivy is the only Unova first partner Pokemon to not be a first partner Pokemon outside of Unova. Origin: Snivy is based on a snake. Designer Raiko Tanue mentioned that its design was inspired by a picture book describing snakes that resemble vines. The specific species referenced may include the vine snake, tree snake, or green snake. Unlike real snake, Snivy was given arms and legs to make it appear less threatening and more appealing to players. As it evolves, it gradually becomes more snake-like. Additionally, some of Snivy's features may be inspired by legless lizards, grass lizards, Asian grass lizards, or skinks. The shape of its head, body, and shoulder protrusions may be based on the Bird of Paradise or False Bird of Paradise flowers. The former, also called Strelitzia, is named after Queen Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, reinforcing Snivy's regal theme. Ken Sugimori has said that Snivy, Servine, and Serperior are based on Western culture, specifically mentioning the manga series The Rose of Versailles as an inspiration. Snivy, Tepig, and Oshawott's evolutionary lines represent the diverse cultural influences of the Unova region, with their evolution lines inspired by Western, Chinese, and Japanese cultures, respectively. Name origin: Snivy may be a combination of snake and ivy. It may also involve snide, sly, snark, a snide remark, snicker, a sly or snide laugh, and or savvy. Zutarja is a combination of Zuta, Japanese creeper, and Ja, snake. This is how I read this subsection when there are two different names. Now the languages. See also references, external links to the first partner trios. We are on the 5th one here. And the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on. Before we get into the anime section, I want to talk about the Gen 5 wackiness that I mentioned I'd talk about today. The wackiness of Gen 5 relating to the anime, other than Ash's personality, is that, for the most part, the episode names are terrible. Today's is fine, but that's an exception rather than the rule. For whatever reason, instead of having the fun, pun-filled names of the previous 4 generations, the episodes of this generation seem to take after the Japanese names. I'm pretty sure some of them are even direct translations of those names. For those of you who don't know, at least when translated into English, the Japanese names are typically quite bad. They just describe the episode. For example, according to Bulbapedia, the episode that the English dub called Evolving Strategies is translated from Japanese as Full Battle Shinji versus Satoshi Part 2, with Shinji being Paul and Satoshi being Ash. So it would be Full Battle, Paul vs. Ash Part 2. Well, not the worst title, it certainly isn't as succinct and fun as Evolving Strategies. This may very well be a difference in how different audiences view the episode titles. A Japanese child might very well get excited for the Japanese title. But in America, we see it as too long. Despite this, whoever was in charge of localizing the names thought that these types of names would be perfect for Americans. Thank goodness the anime is well written, or else I don't think it would have survived past the 5th generation in America. Also, thank goodness this is truly Gen 5 wackiness, as from the few Gen 6 episodes I've seen, they seem to go back to the old way of naming episodes. There's also one more thing I wanted to talk about before we get to the anime section. Much like Gen 4, you may notice a few familiar voices as we go along through this generation, including, hopefully, a very familiar voice. But if we do get lucky, I'll talk about him then. But for now, I'll explain that some of the actors from the 4Kids era of the anime returned to this generation, although none of the English actors returned in their original role. This includes some of the Pokémon voice actors, so if any voices sound familiar from that era, that's why. Anyway, let's watch Snivy's first in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 658, In the Shadow of Zekrom. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, has come to the Unova region, more specifically, Professor Juniper's lab, where a new trainer, Trip, is getting his starter Pokemon, and Professor Juniper is showing off each Pokemon, with the final Pokemon being Snivy. There it is.
Snivy!
Yeah.
Cool! This one's got plenty of confidence. Tepig! Each one of them would be great to train, so it's gonna be one tough choice.
Don't forget, I'm the one who gets to choose.
Don't worry, I know that.
I would say that is Snivy's first in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Snivy. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Snivy. This is Snivy TCG by Funstar Art, this nice compilation of Snivy art from the TCG. Yeah, I like it. This is SL Plentiful Fields by Dreamer Elfie. I think SL means Shadowlock, which I'm not entirely sure what that means. So we got a bunch of Pokemon here. We got the Snivy, Litleo, apparently this is an albino Litleo, albino Pumpkaboo, Esper, Shiny, Luxray, albino Pidgey, and a melanistic Riolu. Very well done art. This is Snivy in Super Smash Bros. By PQ1A. I'm pretty sure this is AI art. I think that's actually pretty obvious from that. Yeah. This is Snivy on the Lake, Gemini AI by D-Master 322. So this Snivy with shorts, AI art, yeah. This is Snivy by Giant Behemoth, this AI art. Snivy's Earth Day, Gemini AI by D-Master 322. This AI art of Snivy, Bulbasaur, and a bunch of not Pokemon. This is Hero and Partner by USV02. I probably should have explained this in yesterday's video, but there's some posts that have multiple images, and if this happens, we will only talk about the ones that are relevant, so we will go to this fourth one. This is Super Team, so Snivy, Snivy, and Riolu here. I guess this is their team for Super Mystery Dungeon. It's interesting. This is Snivy by Draco Nicat. I'm pretty sure this is AI art. I mean, I don't know, like, because the colors are wrong, I think, right? I mean, I don't know, it could also just be very simple art. I don't know. If it is actual art, good job. Very well done. This doesn't contain a Snivy, even though it says it does in the name. So, let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video in the series, I'll be talking about Servine. As always, this is my proper outfit, and see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Servine, the evolution of Snivy who evolves at level 17. It's also the first evolution, single type evolution, grass evolution, second stage Pokemon, and second stage Pokemon that evolves introduced in Gen 5. Its previous PYC dates are July 6th, 1997, April 26th, 2000, February 15th, 2003, December 6th, 2005, September 26th, 2008, July 18th, 2011, May 8th, 2014, February 26th, 2017, December 18th, 2019, and October 8th, 2022. Being that I didn't play the Gen 5 games, or watch that era of the anime, I wasn't exposed to Servine until much later than Snivy. As I mentioned in the Snivy video, I like how consistent it feels with its pre-evolution and evolution. That said, it isn't my favorite of the 3 middle stages of the Gen 5 starters. Thanks to the substitute videos, I most know Servine as one of the Pokemon of Trip, Ash's rival in the Gen 5 era of the anime. I also know Servine from the box art of Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Servine, the grass snake Pokemon, whose number is 0496. This is what it looks like. Its type is grass, ability is Overgrow. Contrary is its inability. So, I will talk about all of the repeat stuff, even though it's an evolution, because some of these things aren't always consistent. So that's why I read everything throughout the line. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is 8 groups, field and grass. Hatch time, 20 cycles. Hatch time here, so if you're wondering why it's like this, I'm pretty sure it's referring to an egg it produces rather than the egg it comes from, because you can't get a Servine from an egg because it's an evolution. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 35.3 pounds or 16 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 145. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2, and speed, you can see it added 1 EV from yesterday's into the speed. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokédex color is green, and base friendship is 70. Servine is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. It evolves from Snivy, starting at level 17, and evolves into Serperior, starting at level 36. Biology, Servine is a slim, bipedal Pokemon that is primarily green with a cream underside and narrow red eyes. It has a yellow V-shaped structure that starts at the chest and extends behind the shoulders. Servine has short limbs and a small crest protruding from the back of its head. 3 palmate leaves grow along its back and tail. These leaves are capable of performing photosynthesis, but only while they are clean. Servine will go to great lengths to stay dirt-free for this reason. This swift Pokemon hides in thick foliage or shadows to avoid attacks before retaliating. Servine will mercilessly pummel its target by whipping them with its vines. Servine has an inflated sense of pride, which is one of Servine's weaknesses. Due to this pride, Servine will be unable to cooperate with other Pokemon for a long while. Evolution, so this is another section that I repeat in the evolutions. So, evolution, Servine evolves from Snivy and evolves into Serperior, so Snivy, Servine, Serperior. Game data, Pokédex entries. In Gen 5, Black. It moves along the ground as if sliding. Its swift movements befuddle its foes, and it then attacks with a vine whip. White. They avoid attacks by sinking into the shadows of thick foliage. They retaliate with masterful whipping techniques. Black 2 and White 2. When it gets dirty, its leaves can't be used in photosynthesis, so it always keeps itself clean. In Gen 6, X is Black Sentry, Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry, Omega Ruby is Black and X's entry, Alpha Sapphire is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. In Gen 9, Scarlet, it runs low to the ground, weaving through the grass, then mercilessly pummels its target by whipping them with its spines. Violet, Servine's one weakness is its inflated sense of pride. It takes a while for Servine to be able to cooperate with other Pokemon. Servine in the Blueberry Pokédex, kind of fun. Almost looks like it's probably the evolved version of the Snivy we saw yesterday. Game locations, side game locations, held items. Don't know why this is here, even though there's no held items listed. Stats, base stats, HP and attack 60, defense 75, special attack 60, special defense 75, speed 83, for a total of 413. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, rock, ghost, steel, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, bug, fire, and ice, all for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to ground, water, grass, and electric, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. So we'll start with 17 here, but we won't stop at 36. As you don't necessarily have to evolve your Pokemon. 20, Leech Seed, 24, Mega Drain, 28, Slam, 32, Leaf Blade, 36, Coil, 40, Giga Drain, 44, Gastro Acid, and 48, Leaf Storm. By TM, we're skipping. By Breeding, we're skipping. By Prior Evolution, there's nothing. So this is another box that I would normally skip if it's empty. I guess I can read this note, since it's the first time this generation. This Pokemon has no moves exclusive to prior evolutions. So, yeah, normally this would be filled with something. I'm not really sure why it's on the page if it doesn't have any. Side game data, I got all this. Pokepark 2 wanders beyond in the Pokepark bat entry. She was looking for a Pokemon to teach the grass-type moves that she has mastered. She made Snivy her apprentice. Evolution data, Snivy, level 17. Servine, level 36 Serperior. This is another section that I read regardless of where in the evolutionary line I am. Sprites here, so a lot more simplified, a lot closer to this body color. That's interesting. Yeah, not quite the between of the white and the cream color, I guess. And then, yeah, just like the other one, the yellow part is orange. This is, well, it's actually like a darker blue. That's interesting than the other one was. Its eyes are also a deeper red. That's cool. Is it? What's this animation? Okay, so it's animation... It leans more forward in this animation. Yeah, because it kind of leans forward, but it's way more forward for this one. It's like running when it leans forward, too. That's cool. The shiny also has lighter skin, almost like the modern skin. That's fun. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation, I guess. It's a bit weird in the details, but overall pretty good, I guess. Yes, it makes like everything way bigger for some reason. Interesting. It's also, of course, a lot taller now. This is more of a green tint for the body. That's interesting. And it becomes this kind of blue. In Gen 7, not really... Well, actually, the eyes look like they change a little bit. That's interesting. And then homes, you get these models. In animation, Servine in Pokemon, the series, Black and White. Trip Servine is the big one. Pokédex entries in Black and White, Episode 4 in Ash's Pokédex. Servine, the grass snake Pokemon, and the evolved form of Snivy. Servine whips its opponents with vines, and dodges their attacks by hiding in the shadows of thick foliage. In the manga, Servine in Pokemon Adventures. So this is more what is typical for the manga section, where it's just sort of a panel in the manga showing off the Pokemon. In the TCG trivia, Servine was first seen on an animator's reference sheet for Pokemon, the series, Black and White, along with Dewott, Woobat, and Axew. Servine's English name, as well as Dewott's, was officially confirmed through the anime series in the Battle Club and Tepig's Choice. Origin, Servine is based on a snake, possibly the vine snake, tree snake, or green snake. Like its pre-evolution Snivy, Servine may have been designed with arms and legs to make it appear less threatening and more appealing to players. Ken Sugimori stated that the evolutionary line was meant to gradually become more snake-like as it evolves. Some of Servine's features may also be inspired by legless lizards, Asian grass lizards, or skinks, particularly serpentine species such as Brachymeles, Chamasora, and Abelphorus. The shape of its head, body, and crest may be based on the bird of paradise or false bird of paradise flowers. The former, also known as Strelitzia, was named after Queen Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, reinforcing the regal theme seen throughout Servine's evolutionary line. Ken Sugimori has also stated that Snivy, Servine, and Serperior draw inspiration from Western culture, specifically mentioning the manga series The Rose of Versailles as an influence. Additionally, Servine's physical features resemble the acanthus leaf motifs popularized during the Renaissance. Servine, along with Pignite and Dewott, represents the diverse cultural influences of the Unova region, with their evolutionary lines inspired by Western, Chinese, and Japanese cultures, respectively. Name origin: Servine may be a combination of serpent and vine. Genovi may be a combination of jaw, snake, and canopy or ivy. Languages. See also references, external links. There's nothing. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Servine's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 658, In the Shadow of Zekrom. In this episode, we're at the very beginning. You can see these two layers of Pokemon silhouettes. Among them is going to be a Servine. It's going to flash by very quickly. And we'll see Reshiram and Zekrom here in a second. There it is. But that is Servine's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Servine.
Hello and welcome to the post section of the video. If you're new this generation, what I do is I read the question and then the answer. I say thank you to them and then I move on. So, question is, what do you love about Servine? Number 1 Drizzile fan has responded, thank you. I don't think I can really put it into words. Snivy and Serperior are fine, but Servine is one of those middle stages that I just prefer. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Servine. This is the Snivy line, Generation 1 by X-Explosive 99. So this is fun, reimagining the sprites as Gen 1 sprites. So we've got Snivy, Servine, and Serperior. Very fun. This is Servine by Sun Sketches. So we've got this fun Servine image here, very stylized. Looks like it's maybe doing a move or something. Very well done. This is How to Be Regal by Hexen the Eevee. So this fun evolutionary line image of Snivy, Servine, and Serperior. That's a really cool background. I like it. This is Servine on 909 by Big Strong Bear 89. This interesting art of them. I guess these are like a stylized thing. Maybe it's a game or something. I don't really know. But there's the Servine, Snivy, Oshawott, and Meowscarada. Very weird Fennekin in the background. This doesn't contain a Servine, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video in the series, I'll be talking about Serperior. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Serperior, the final evolution of Snivy, who evolves into Servine, who evolves at level 36. It's also the first final evolution, single-type final evolution, grass final evolution, and third stage Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. Its previous BYC dates are July 7th, 1997, April 27th, 2000, February 16th, 2003, December 7th, 2005, September 27th, 2008, July 19th, 2011, May 9th, 2014, February 27th, 2017, December 19th, 2019, and October 9th, 2022. Being that I didn't play the Gen 5 games, I wasn't exposed to Serperior until much later than Snivy. As mentioned in the Snivy video, I like how consistent it feels with its pre-evolutions. That said, I do find it odd that it loses its legs. I get that it's supposed to be snake-like, but I don't really know why it didn't start off that way as Snivy. I don't really know how having no legs would be advantageous over having legs for a terrestrial Pokemon. I do like its design though, and its lack of legs makes it quite unique among the starter Pokemon. I also love its name. Thanks to the substitute videos, I most know Serperior as one of the Pokemon of Trip in the Gen 5 era of the anime. I also know it as the August 2025 Gold Pokemon Pokemon Cafe Remix. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Serperior, the regal Pokemon, whose number is 0497. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass, abilities Overgrow, Contrary is its inability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is 8 group, Field and Grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 10 foot 10 or 3.3 meters. Weight is 138.9 pounds or 63 kilograms. Base experience yield is 238. Leveling rate is medium slow. Yield is 3 in speed, so it added another one in speed. I'm not going to keep mentioning that going forward here. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. So you'll notice that I highlighted the whole box, even though there is no footprint. That's just something I do. Pokédex color is green, and base friendship is 70. Serperior is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. It evolves from Servine, starting at level 36. It is the final form of Snivy. Biology, Serperior is a primarily pale green serpentine Pokemon. Its face and throat are white, while its back is dark green. Curled, mint-colored patterns extend into the white portion of its face, and it has narrow red eyes. In the lower jaw, 2 fangs are visible when its mouth is open. There are 2 pointed yellow extensions on the back of its head. Coiled dark green extensions spread out from the sides of its lower neck, forming a curving pattern lower down the body. It has now completely lost the legs from its previous stages, and now must slither about due to its new serpentine form. However, just below its neck, it has 2 small leaf-like arms on either side of its body, which it usually keeps folded behind its back. It has curved yellow markings around its middle and several palmate leaves on its tail. It still has arms? How have I never noticed that before? I guess I just sort of assumed it was part of the decoration, like it was just part of like an extension or something. Wild. Serperior will only attack with full force against opponents that are unfazed by its piercing glare, which is said to be able to halt its foes' movements. This intimidating stare and its regal form have earned it the title of Lord of the Forest. It is capable of amplifying solar energy with its body. Evolution, Serperior evolves from Servine and is the final form of Snivy, so Snivy, Servine, Serperior. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. Serperior is the area keeper and queen of the Arbor area, as well as Snivy's mother. For Pokedex entries, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Pokedex entries in Gen 5, black. And so you can see I highlighted all that, and then we'll just read from there. It can stop its opponent's movements with just a glare. It takes in solar energy and boosts it internally. White. They've raised their heads to intimidate opponents, but only give it their all when fighting a powerful opponent. Black 2 and White 2. It only gives its all against strong opponents who are not fazed by the glare from Serperior's noble eyes. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Black's entry. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Black and Y's entry. In Gen 9, Scarlet, it generates energy from sunlight, then amplifies that energy dozens of times within its long body. Violet, an intimidating gaze and majestic appearance have caused this Pokemon to be known as the Lord of the Forest. Superior in the Blueberry Pokedex. Again, it very well could be the same Snivy and Servine from the previous 2 videos. It's fun. I like the scales. That's fun. Game locations. Inside games. Serperior and Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. We're doing this again. So this isn't normal. We did this in the Arceus video as well. This happened. We were stopped by one of these. But yeah, this, I guess, is gonna be a thing from now on. Side games, here's the locations, and events. Pokeportal news. So what this is basically it's an event. I mean, it might as well be considered an event. I consider it an event because it is an event. I don't normally acknowledge it as a separate thing, but since it's new this generation, I thought I'd point it out. Held items. In events, it gets leftovers 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP, and attack 75, defense 95. Special attack 75, special defense 95, speed 113 for a total of 528. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, rock, ghost, steel, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, bug, fire, and ice all for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to ground, water, grass, and electric all for half. Learn set by leveling up, we'll start with 36. 38 coil, 44 giga drain, 50 gastro acid, and 56 leaf storm. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. Side game data, you got all this. Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond in the Pokepark pad entry. She is the area keeper of the Arbor area and is always calm. Everyone in the area respects her. She might be a bit out of touch because of her noble upbringing. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap, so this is another one we stop at. Much like the other one, I don't highlight the image, I just highlight the text. New Pokemon Snap in the Pokédex entry, so that's what I say instead of Pokédex entry number 071. Serperior's haughty eyes can stop a foe in his tracks with just a glare. It's a very cautious Pokemon, and usually lives quietly in the ruins in the forest. Evolution data, Snivy, level 17 Servine, level 36 Serperior. Sprites, well, it's curled up a little differently than it is here, so of course it looks a little different. Colors are also probably a little bit different as well, and probably a little bit more simplified because it's still Sprite. It's so interesting, the hands. Oh, it holds them backwards. That's so cool. And you got this kind of blue. The yellow parts are not replaced by orange, but by this light green. That's interesting. The eyes are red instead of orange. How does the animation? The animation, is it, like, I don't know, it brings the tail closer to its chest in the animation. Then Gen 6, we get the models. Pretty good adaptation. Yeah. Oh, I like the colors on the shiny. That's really cool. Yeah. And then, yeah, everything's a little bit bigger for some reason. Yeah, that's interesting. Gen 7. Not really much changes. Homes, you get these models. Animation, Serperior and Pokemon, the series, Black and White. Trip Serperior is the big one. Pokedex entries in Black and White, episode 90 in Ash's Pokedex. Serperior, the regal Pokemon, in the evolved form of Servine. Serperior's glare can halt its opponent's movement. It increases the solar energy it absorbs. Black 2 and White 2 animated trailer. Serperior in the animated trailer. In the manga, Serperior in Pokemon Adventures. All color, that's really cool. Got all this in the TCG. Trivia, Serperior, Samurott, and Emboar all share the same base stat total of 528. They are the only Pokemon with this base stat total. Serperior appears in Pokemon Battle Chess BW version. It acts as a rook piece in chess. Serperior in Pokemon Battle Chess. Origin, Serperior is based on a snake, possibly the vine snake, tree snake, or green snake. It may also draw inspiration from legless lizards. The shape of its head and the extensions on its collar could be influenced by a cobra's hood, a snake's shed skin, or the bird of paradise and false bird of paradise flowers. The former, also known as Strelitzia, was named after Queen Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, which may hint at Serperior's regal design. Ken Sugimori has stated that Snivy, Servine, and Serperior were inspired by Western culture, specifically mentioning Lady Oscar from the manga series The Rose of Versailles as an influence. Additionally, the evolutionary lines of Serperior, Emboar, and Samurott represent Western, Chinese, and Japanese cultures, respectively, to reflect the diversity of the Unova region. Serperior's ability to amplify sunlight within its body, as noted in its Pokedex entry, may allude to King Louis XIV of France, who famously referred to himself as the Sun King. Its white face may reference the skin-whitening fashion popular among European aristocracy in the 17th century. The way it keeps its small arms behind its back conveys an air of dominance and authority. Its body markings resemble the acanthus leaf motifs that were popularized during the Renaissance. The dark green design on its chest appears to form a fleur de lis, a French insignia commonly found on coats of arms belonging to European noble families and nations. Along with its regal appearance, Serperior's ability to immobilize opponents with its piercing gaze may be a reference to the basilisk, the legendary king of serpents in European folklore. Additionally, the basil-like leaves on its body may serve as a visual pun, as both basilisk and basil share the Greek root basilius, meaning king, reinforcing Serperior's royal theme. Name origin, Serperior may be a combination of serpent, superior, possibly warrior and emperor. Jalorda may be a combination of jaw, snake, and lord. Now the languages, see also references, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Serperior's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching the 14th movie. This is a scene that exists in both versions of the film. In this movie, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Iris and Cilan, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Eindhoek Town, where they are participating in a competition. We're gonna see the first battle. Right now, there's a song, so I may have to mute the audio. There's Serperior battling Ash's Pikachu.
When the journey begins, hard to find your way, hard to make amends, but there's nothing you can't do, 'cause you've got the power inside of you. It's never easy.
I would say that is Serperior's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Serperior. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. Those of you aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Serperior. This is Serperior 4K wallpaper by Constanza AI. It's AI art, obviously. This is Harmony Duo by Drac Yaz. Interesting image of a Serperior and a Flagon. Both look pretty sad. I'm wondering if these scarves are as a reference to the Mystery Dungeon series. Maybe they were partners in that, I don't know. Very interesting. And this doesn't contain a Serperior, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video in the series, I'll be talking about Tepig. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Tepig, the fire starter of Gen 5. As such, it's the first single type Fire-type Pokemon to evolve, and Pokemon to evolve into a dual-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. Its previous BYC dates are July 8th, 1997, April 28th, 2000, February 17th, 2003, December 8th, 2005, September 28th, 2008, July 20th, 2011, May 10th, 2014, February 28th, 2017, December 20th, 2019, and October 10th, 2022. As mentioned in the Snivy video, one of the big reasons why I stopped playing the games and watching the anime was because of the Gen 5 starters. While they've grown on me over the past decade and a half, I wasn't the biggest fan of them initially. I think I probably liked Tepig's design the most of the three, and I still do like it, I just don't entirely understand its evolutionary line. While the substitute videos have helped me see things like the tail, although it's different in its two evolutions, and dark brown pattern on its body, which resembles wrestling shorts, make them more congruent than I previously thought. The most baffling thing to me is making it evolve from a quadruped to a biped. At this point, Mudkip was the only other starter that went from a quadruped to a biped, so it's interesting that they made this decision. Interestingly, this actually started a trend of the fire starters starting off as quadruped, but becoming bipedal by the time of their final form, which was broken in Gen 8 when all three members of the fire starter line were bipedal. The wrestling theme does seem a bit confusing. Sure, wrestling is big in America, but I don't know how many people would associate pigs with wrestling. Perhaps it's a reference to mud wrestling and how pigs love to roll around in mud? I don't know. That said, I'm sure making its evolutions part fighting type played a role in this decision. Interestingly, this is the third and final fire starter evolution line to have the second and third stage members be part fighting type. And honestly, I think it's for the best that this was the last time they did this. Sure, the three lines are iconic, but stepping away from this allowed Game Freak to explore a lot more interesting ideas and type combinations. Anyway, I know Tepig from a few places. 1, commercials for Black and White, and Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, which is where I made my first impressions with this Pokemon. 2, Pokemon Shuffle, where I have a Winking Tepig, a variant of the normal Tepig. 3, the box art of Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. 4, because of the substitute videos. I know Tepig as one of the Pokemon Ash Ketchum has in the Gen 5 era of the anime. 5, perhaps most relevantly, I know it as being the fire starter in the upcoming Pokemon Legends ZA. I remember watching the reveal live a few months ago. I certainly wasn't expecting it, but it does make sense given that Oshawott, the water starter of Gen 5, was also the water starter in Pokemon Legends Arceus. I also remember watching the reactions of others and seeing how some people didn't like that it was chosen over the other 8 fire starters. I definitely don't mind that Tepig was chosen. I think it's kind of funny that it's like Tepig is the American tourist in Paris. Lumio City, the location of Legends EA, is based on Paris. I also think that it's interesting that on the box art of Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Tepig is next to Chikorita and Totodile, the other two starters in Legends EA. It's an interesting coincidence. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Tepig, the Fire Pig Pokemon, whose number is 0 for 198. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fire, abilities Blaze. Thick Fat is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 21.8 pounds or 9.9 kilograms. Base experience yield is 62. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 and HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokédex color is red and base friendship is 70. Tepig is a fire type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. It evolves into Pignite starting at level 17, which evolves into Emboar starting at level 36. Along with Snivy and Oshawott, Tepig is one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of Unova, available at the beginning of Pokemon Black, White, Black 2, and White 2. Tepig will also be one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of Lumio City in Pokemon Legends EA alongside Chikorita and Totodile. Biology, Tepig is a quadrupedal pig-like Pokemon that is primarily orange. It has oval eyes and a red snout with a thick yellow stripe on it. The upper portion of its head is dark brown, and its long, pointed ears are positioned closely together. Tepig has short legs, and its front feet are dark brown. A dark brown band covers its lower back and rear. Its curly tail is tipped with a ruddy red sphere. Tepig is a nimble Pokemon capable of blowing fire from its snout. Tepig can use its speed to both dodge and confound enemies before striking back. Instead of flames, it will spout thick black smoke when ill. Tepig is a well-known ravenous glutton for food. Tepig will roast berries before eating them, but occasionally gets overexcited and burns them. It has recently been seen living in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy. Prior to Gen 8, Tepig and its evolved forms were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Heat Crash. Evolution, Tepig evolves into Pignite, which evolves into Emboar, so Tepig, Pignite, Emboar. Game data, Pokédex entries. In Gen 5, Black, it can deftly dodge its foes' attacks when shooting fireballs from its nose. It roasts berries before it eats them. White, it blows fire through its nose. When it catches a cold, the fire becomes pitch black smoke instead. Black 2 and White 2. It loves to eat roasted berries, but sometimes it gets too excited and burns them to a crisp. In Gen 6, X is Black's entry. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby is Black and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. In Gen 9, Scarlet, it's more nimble than it looks, and it uses its speed to confound its enemies. It rapidly launches fireballs from both nostrils. Violet, this Pokemon is a ravenous glutton. It uses its excellent sense of smell to find food, then cooks it to a crisp before eating. Tepig, the Blueberry Pokédex. Got a couple of them. Looks like they're running from a Scyther here. That's interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. So the held items thing has appeared again. What I'm going to start doing is I'm just going to ignore this if the held items heading appears, but there is no content. Stats, base stats, HP 65, attack 63, and defense, special attack, special defense, and speed 45 for a total of 308. Type effectiveness, so you can see this note here. I'll read it when we've gone through the whole type effectiveness stuff. So, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ghost, electric, psychic, dragon, and dark. Weak to ground, rock, and water for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to bug, steel, fire, grass, ice, and fairy, all for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is thick fat, the effectiveness of fire-type moves is a fourth, and the effectiveness of ice-type moves is a fourth. So both would be a fourth instead of half. So you can see that's what I say for notes. As you can see, these notes affect type effectiveness based on a variety of circumstances. In this case, Tepig's hidden ability, Thick Fat, changes the effectiveness of fire-type and ice-type moves. Learn set by leveling up. 1 Tackle, 3 Tail Whip, 7 Ember, 9 Endure, 13 Defense Curl, 15 Flame Charge, 19 Smog, 21 Rollout, 25 Takedown, 27 Heat Crash, 31 Assurance, 33 Flamethrower, 37 Head Smash, 39 Roar, and 43 Flare Blitz. By TM 001 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 20 Trailblaze, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 36 Rock Tomb, 38 Flame Charge, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 55 Dig, 59 Zen Headbutt, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 81 Grass Knot, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 118 Heat Wave, 121 Heavy Slam, 125 Flamethrower, 130 Helping Hand, 141 Fire Blast, 144 Fire Pledge, 147 Wild Charge, 157 Overheat, 165 Flare Blitz, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 180 Gyro Ball, 189 Heat Crash, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 207 Temper Flare, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives it Sucker Punch, this group gives it Superpower, this group gives it Thrash, and this group gives it Yawn. There's a note here. Skeleturge learns Yawn on its own. Only version 2.0.1 onwards, so that's this one. Side game data, you got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Pokédex entry. Tepig can use the flames it creates inside its body to shoot fireballs out of its nose. It also has a keen sense of smell, and is skilled at tracking scents to search for food. Evolution data, Tepig, level 17 Pignite, level 36 Emboar. Sprites here, so a little bit more simplified, I guess, or maybe it's just like a different angle. More or less the same, though. Shiny is this brown, and gold and pink nose and ball. That's fun. The difference between the animations is that it lifts its nose up right there, yeah. 6, you get the models, which honestly I think make it look much better. In Gen 7, not really much changes. Maybe the eye, I think, changes a little bit. Okay. Homes, you get these models. Animation. Tepig in Pokemon the series, Black and White. Ash's Tepig's the big one. Pokédex entries in Black and White, Episode 4, in Ash's Pokédex. Tepig, the fire pig Pokemon. Normally, fire shoots out of Tepig's snout, but it shoots out smoke instead when it is feeling ill. Got all this. Okay. Pokemon Evolutions. Tepig in Pokemon Evolutions. The manga. Tepig in Pokemon Adventures, all in color. Got all this. The TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Tepig appears as a stage Pokemon in the Kalos Pokemon League stage. It appears in the Blazing Chamber along with other Fire-type Pokemon, namely Infernape, Blaziken, and Pyroar. Trophy information in the North American version. Tepig, the fire pig Pokemon. Instead of breathing fire from its mouth or ears, Tepig does so from its nostrils. Powerful in battle, Tepig's fire is also great for roasting berries, though it can get carried away and char them. Even as clumsy as it can be, who could possibly resist such a cute Pokemon? In the PAL version, Tepig is a fire pig Pokemon. It blows fire through its mouth? Nope, its ears. That's not right either. Oh, of course, its nose. That's skills. Not just handy in battle. It also lets Tepig roast its favorite food, berries. Sadly, it sometimes gets a little too excited about the idea and accidentally burns them to a crisp. Aw, Tepig, you're too adorable. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Tepig appears in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, where it plays the same role as in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond as the player. Tepig appears as one of the player characters in Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond. He's very ambitious and has a big heart for a small Pokemon. His dream is to become strong and powerful like his mentor, Emboar, who watches over and protects the crag area. When he first meets Pikachu, Oshawott, and Snivy, he challenges them to a battle after having been fired out of a cannon. He later forgives them and decides to accompany them in saving the Pokepark to gain experience and skill to make himself stronger. His special skill is to smash through specially marked boulders and various other obstacles. Tepig in Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. Tepig is also playable in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity. The player may choose to be transformed into Tepig or have the partner be one. Trivia. Since I've already read this point in the Snivy video, what I do is I say, I read this point in the Snivy videos, and then I move on. Tepig was designed by Li Hong-jun. Tepig, in particular, was the first Generation 5 first partner Pokemon to be created. I read the third point and the sub-point in the Snivy video. Origin, Tepig is based on a piglet. Its ability to shoot fire out of its snout is inspired by the fact that pigs often have trouble regulating their body temperature. The specific breed of pig that Tepig is based on may have been the British Saddleback. Ken Sugimori has said that Tepig, Pignite, and Emboar were designed in a Chinese style. Because of this, Tepig may be based on Zhu Baji, a pig demon from the Chinese tale Journey to the West. Snivy, Tepig, and Oshawott's evolutionary lines are collectively based on Western, Chinese, and Japanese culture, respectively, to represent the diversity in the Unova region. Tepig's typing might be a reference to war pigs, more specifically, incendiary pigs, a form of ancient warfare reported by a couple of Greek military writers. Name origin, Tepig may be a combination of tepid, lukewarm, and pig. Pokaboo may be a combination of poka, warm, and Buta, pig, or bu, oink. And languages. See also references, external links to the first partner trios. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Tepig's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 658, In the Shadow of Zekrom. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, has come to the Unova region. More specifically, Professor Juniper's lab, where a new trainer, Trip, is about to get his Pokemon, and Professor Juniper is showing off each one, starting with Tepig. Tepig?
Tepig! Wow, awesome! So you're called a Tepig! Tepig! That's a fire type! Nice and fiery! Up.
Okay. That is Tepig's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Tepig. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No reset in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image. That's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. So, if you're new this generation, that's what we do, is we just do the single image mode if this is the only one that has the Pokemon, or that I consider the Pokemon. This is Hilda, Rainy Day Starters by Thales AI. So this AI image of, I guess Hilda must be the default name of the female trainer in the game, with Tepig, Oshawott, and Snivy. That's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video in the series, I'll be talking about Pignite. As always, this is my proper outfit. You can see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Pignite, the evolution of Tepig, who evolves at level 17. Pignite is also the first of 2 fire-fighting Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. The other being its evolution, Emboar. Pignite is also the first Fire-type evolution, second stage Pokemon to evolve, Fighting-type Pokemon, evolution, second stage Pokemon, and Pokemon and evolution to evolve introduced in Gen 5. Its previous PYT dates are July 9th, 1997, April 29th, 2000, February 18th, 2003, December 9th, 2005, September 29th, 2008, July 21st, 2011, May 11th, 2014, March 1st, 2017, December 21st, 2019, and October 11th, 2022. As I mentioned yesterday, I don't fully understand why Pignite, a bipedal Pokemon, evolves from a quadruped Pokemon. Other than a few small elements, Pignite also feels like a huge departure from Tepig, and feels like it was designed more to be Emboar's pre-evolution, and not Tepig's evolution. It definitely has to do a lot of the heavy lifting to get from Tepig to Emboar. I definitely think it's a fine design, and I love its name. It just doesn't feel fitting to be an evolution of Tepig. I feel like if the line took more inspiration from the Squirtle line, it wouldn't feel so disjointed. As I mentioned yesterday, this line began a trend of making the fire starter start off as a quadruped and end up as a biped. However, Brazen, the Gen 6 middle stage starter, is the only other middle stage starter to be bipedal, as Gen 7's Torracat is still a quadruped. For as odd as the wrestling theming is, it does work well to show off the fighting type and definitely differs from the previous 2 lines, which are more about martial arts-based fighting. Like Servine and Serperior, because I didn't play the Gen 5 games, I learned about Pignite much later than Tepig. Because of the substitute videos, I most know Pignite as one of the Pokemon of Ash Ketchum in the Gen 5 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Pignite, the Fire Pig Pokemon. His number is 0-499. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fire Fighting. Abilities, Blaze. Thick Fat is its hidden ability. Gender ratios, 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is A group field, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight is 122.4 pounds or 55.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 146. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2 in attack. That's interesting because Tepig's was 1 in HP. Like, it completely changed what the EV was, and now it could do that. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokédex color is red, and base friendship is 70. Pignite is a dual-type fire/fighting Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. It evolves from Tepig, starting at level 17, and evolves into Emboar, starting at level 36. Biology, Pignite is a bipedal, pig-like Pokemon. Its chubby body is orange, with brown bands around its shoulders, sides, belly, hands, and from the back of its head down, its snout. Yellow bands encircle its wrists and swirled yellow designs bulge from its chest. It has a red pig-like nose, pointed ears, and 2 pointed teeth that protrude from its lower jaw. Its hands have 2 claws each, while its feet have only a single nail. Its tail is curled with a tuft of fur at the tip. Pignite is willing to defend its friends from opponents, no matter how strong they are. It has a fire in its stomach, which it fuels with food. This fire can affect its body temperature. The intensity of this flame increases as fuel is added or when Pignite is angered. As the flame grows stronger, Pignite's speed increases. On occasion, Pignite's body temperature will go so high that it becomes engulfed by a scorching fireball. However, it has no strength remaining whenever it has an empty stomach. If in danger, it will blow out large smoke clouds to escape. Prior to Gen 8, Pignite and its evolutionary relatives were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Heat Crash. Evolution: Pignite evolves from Tepig and evolves into Emboar. So, Tepig, Pignite, Emboar. Game data, Pokédex entries. For these Pokédex entries, I have now heard what the actual Pokédex sounds like because of the anime section today. So, I'm gonna start doing that voice. It's a male's voice, which means when we do the trophy information voice for the Super Smash Bros. Series, I will make that a female voice. Probably not the same one that I used for the first couple generations. I'll come up with something, because this is not as rough as the first couple generations were. It is a much smoother male voice. So enjoy my probably terrible impression, as good as I can get it. In Gen 5, Black, when its internal fire flares up, its movements grow sharper and faster. When in trouble, it emits smoke. White, whatever it eats becomes fuel for the flame in its stomach. When it is angered, the intensity of the flame increases. Black 2 and White 2, the more it eats, the more fuel it has to make the fire in its stomach stronger. This fills it with even more power. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry, Y is Black's entry, Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2 and X's entry, Alpha Sapphire is Black and Y's entry. In Gen 9, Scarlet, when Pignite enters battle, its body temperature rapidly soars until Pignite itself is engulfed by a scorching fireball. Violet, when defending its friends, Pignite will stand up to any opponent, no matter how strong, but it's powerless when faced with an empty stomach. Pignite in the Blueberry Pokédex. So got 3 of them with a couple Tepig here. That's fun. Ah, it's like a fur texture. That's cool. Game locations. Side game locations. Stats, base stats, HP 90, attack 93, defense 55, special attack 70, and special defense and speed 55, for a total of 418. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, ghost, electric dragon, and fairy, weak to flying, ground, water, and psychic, all for double, immune to nothing. Resistant 2, so before we do this, you can see bug is for a 4th, which happens only when it's a dual type. It's the only way they become like 4 or a 4th. So what I will say is bug for a 4th instead of 1/4, and then steel, fire, grass, ice, and dark, all for half. Note that this Pokemon is thick fat. The effectiveness of fire type moves is a 4th, and the effectiveness of ice type moves is a 4th. Both would be a 4th instead of half. Learn set by leveling up. So we have this Evo here. Sometimes this happens. It gains a move by leveling up. What I do is I'll do the Evo here, and then I will go to 20, so. Evo means learned upon evolving. So I say upon evolution, it gets Arm Thrust, 20 Smog, 23 Rollout, 28 Takedown, 31 Heat Crash, 36 Assurance, 39 Flamethrower, 44 Head Smash, 47 Roar, and 52 Flare Blitz. By TM, since it has a different type than its pre-evolution, we'll read them all, as I don't know if its new typing gives it new moves that it can learn. TM001 Takedown, 5 Mudslap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 20 Trailblaze, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 36 Rock Tomb, 38 Flame Charge, 39 Low Sweep, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 64 Bulk Up, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 81 Grass Knot, 83 Poison Jab, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 118 Heat Wave, 121 Heavy Slam, 125 Flamethrower, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 141 Fire Blast, 144 Fire Pledge, 147 Wild Charge, 150 Stone Edge, 157 Overheat, 158 Focus Blast, 165 Flare Blitz, 167 Close Combat, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 180 Gyro Ball, 181 Knockoff, 186 High Horsepower, 189 Heat Crash, 192 Focus Punch, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 207 Temper Flare, 213 Coaching, and 224 Curse. By breeding, we're skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon 2, Wonders Beyond, in the Pokepark Bat entry. He was looking for a Pokemon to teach Fire-type moves. He was impressed by Tepig's fire and made him his apprentice. Got all this. Evolution data, Tepig, level 17 Pignite, level 36 Emboar. Sprites here, so a lot more obviously dark brown rather than this very dark brown. Yeah. And like all the colors are probably darker. Blue replaces the yellow, pink replaces the red, and this kind of gold color replaces the orange. And on the tail here, it's like a red tail, that's fun, kind of like Tepig's is. Ah, it jumps for the difference in animation for Black 2, White 2. Gen 6, you get the models, pretty good adaptation. Kind of squishes its face though, that's interesting. Yeah, I think it fixes it a little bit in Gen 7. Just really mostly the eyes, I think. Pretty much the same otherwise. Homes, you get these models. Animation. Pignite in Pokemon the series, Black and White. Bianca's Pignite is the big one. Ash's Pignite's another big one. Pokédex entries, so you can see that there are 2 entries here. Sometimes this happens, that it appears in the anime twice. For this first one, in particular, I've already recorded it for the anime, so instead of reading it myself, I like to have the professional do it, so I'll just show a clip of it now, and then we'll come back.
Pignite, the fire pig Pokemon, and the evolved form of Tepig. Pignite's food converts into fuel for the flame that burns in its stomach. And when fuel burns in its stomach, its speed increases.
Welcome back. In Black and White, episode 77, in Ash's Pokédex. Pignite, the fire pig Pokemon. Pignite boosts faster when its internal flame becomes more intense. This also occurs when it gets angry. In the manga, Pignite in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this, and TCG. Trivia, Pignite was revealed internationally in the opening, Black and White. Pignite was a popular fan name given to Tepig before either Pokemon's English name was officially revealed. Origin, Ken Sugimori has said that Tepig, Pignite, and Emboar were designed in a Chinese style. Because of this, they may be based on Zhu Baji, a pig demon from the Chinese tale Journey to the West. Servine, Pignite, and Dewott's evolutionary lines are collectively based on Western, Chinese, and Japanese culture, respectively, to represent the diversity of the Unova region. Appearance-wise, Pignite looks much like a British saddleback, with elements of a wild boar in a wrestling singlet. The swirls on its chest resemble the patterns on a ding or ancient Greek pottery. Pignite's typing might be a reference to war pigs, more specifically incendiary pigs, a form of ancient welfare reported by a couple Greek military writers. Name origin, Pignite may be a combination of pig and ignite, may also be derived from lignite, a low-grade coal. Chaobu may be a combination of chow, Chinese for super, or chow, Chinese for stir-fry, and buta, pig, or bu, oink. Now languages. See also, references, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Pignite's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 670, Minccino Neat and Tidy. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions, Iris and Cilan, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, were in the forest when they met Bianca, who delivered a badge case for Ash on behalf of Professor Juniper. A Minccino stole the case because it was dirty and it's cleaning it, but Bianca wants to catch it, so she's sending out her Pignite. Hey, Pignite.
Huh? What's that?
That's Tepig's evolved form.
Pignite, the fire pig Pokemon, and the evolved form of Tepig. Pignite's food converts into fuel for the flame that burns in its stomach. And when fuel burns in its stomach, its speed increases.
Okay, I would say that is Pignite's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Pignite.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. Those of you aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until I find an image that doesn't contain a Pignite, which is also this blurred image here. I don't think it's appropriate for YouTube. Somehow it got through the safe filter, so we'll stop one before it. This is Pignite TCG by Funstar Art, this nice compilation of Pignite TCG art. This is 16 Pokemon, number 3 by Michael Furman. So they did something like this, one of their other 16 Pokemon images a few times in the last generation, so it's kind of fun to do this again. So we've got Poliwrath, Duskull, Jumpluff, the Pignite, Spinda, Eevee, Purrloin, Carvink, Shuckle, Mudbray, Roselia, Rufflet, Patrat, Dino, Pick-a-Pack, and Bellybolt. Very well done. This is 499 Pignite by Code Geese 1218. So this sort of stylized, or I don't know, this alternate version of the official art here, I guess. So maybe they redrew it or whatever. This is Commission Pignite Bear Hug by Mr. Nerdling. This fun image of this Pignite hugging Scraggy. This is Brando the Pignite by Purple Boss Deluxe. This more anthropomorphic Pignite here. Oh, the hoodie, that's fun. This is PMD Pignite Portraits by Heart the Glaceon. So a collection of their portraits in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. This is Pignite by Zawis54. This nice art of Pignite here. Very simple, very well done. That is where we're gonna have to stop for the day. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video in the series, I'll be talking about Emboar. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to the substitute video for the day. There isn't a notable Liepard in the anime or manga, so we're reading the Pokemon.com Pokédex today. So this is Liepard, number 0510. This is what it looks like. Don't be fooled by its gorgeous fur and elegant figure. This is a moody and vicious Pokemon. This stealthy Pokemon sneaks up behind prey without making any sound at all. It competes with Thievul for territory. Height is 3'7". Category Cruel. Weight 82.7 pounds. Abilities Unburden and Limber. Gender is male and female. Type is Dark. Weakness is Fighting, Bug, and Fairy. These are its stats. Evolution, Purrloin, Liepard. That's it. I won't be streaming tonight, as I checked, and I can't get a Slowpoke. You'll see me tomorrow. Bye.
Hello. Today I'll be talking about Emboar, the final evolution of Tepig, who evolves into Pignite, who evolves at level 36. Emboar is also the second of 2 fire-fighting Pokemon introduced in Gen 5, the other being its pre-evolution Pignite, as well as being the final fire-fighting Pokemon, as of the filming of this, in general. It's also the first fire-type final evolution and third stage Pokemon, and fighting type final evolution and third stage Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. Its previous PYC dates are July 10th, 1997, April 30th, 2000, February 19th, 2003, December 10th, 2005, September 30th, 2008, July 22nd, 2011, May 12th, 2014, March 2nd, 2017, December 22nd, 2019, and October 12th, 2022. As mentioned yesterday, for as odd of a theming as a wrestling pig is, it does work well to show off its fighting type, and definitely differs from the previous 2 lines, which focus more on martial arts-based fighting. Like Servine, Serperior, and Pignite, since I didn't play the Gen 5 games, I learned about Emboar much later than Tepig. Because of the substitute videos, I most know Emboar as one of the Pokemon of Bianca, one of Ash's rivals in the Gen 5 era of the anime. I like Emboar's design and name. It's my favorite of the 3, well 4, for now anyway, final forms of the Gen 5 starters. I'm excited to see what alternate form, whether that be a regional form or more likely a Mega Evolution, Emboar gets in Legends ZA, if any. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Emboar, the Mega Fire Pig Pokemon, whose number is 0500. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fire Fighting, abilities Blaze, Reckless is its ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg group field, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 5'3" or 1.6 meters. Weight is 330.7 pounds or 150 kilograms. Base experience yield is 238. Leveling rate is medium slow. Yield is 3 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokédex color is red and base friendship is 70. Emboar is a dual type fire/fighting Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. It evolves from Pignite starting at level 36. It is the final form of Tepig. Biology: Emboar is a bulky bipedal Pokemon with pig-like features. It has a red nose, large bushy black eyebrows, and 2 tusks protruding from its lower jaw. Constantly burning flames cover the front of its neck and shoulders. The fire beard comes from the body flame within its body. It has short legs and thick arms. Its arms have orange upper portions, while the legs have red upper portions. All of its limbs have black lower portions with thin yellow lines where the upper and lower colors meet. These lines are straight on the arms and spiked on the legs. The arms have red lines around the wrists and tufts of fur on the elbows. The hands are tipped with 3 claws, while the feet have 2 claws. A large, dark horizontal stripe on the chest of Emboar has swirled yellow markings. Its small tail ends in a tuft of hair. Using the wreath of flames on its neck and shoulders, Emboar will set its hands on fire. It uses its power and speed to master fighting moves. This power can be increased when Emboar's neck flame intensifies. The more dire the situation is, the more excited Emboar becomes, to the point of enjoying itself. Though very tough and relentless when fighting, it shows deep affection for those it considers friends. It can also unleash powerful blasts of fire using only its nose and cloak its body in a fire to use many powerful attacks. Prior to Gen 8, Emboar and its pre-evolved forms were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Heat Crash. Evolution: Emboar evolves from Pignite and is the final form of Tepig, so Tepig, Pignite, Emboar. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. Emboar is the area keeper of the Crag area. Pokedex entries in Gen 5. Black. It can throw a fire punch by setting its fists on fire with its fiery chin. It cares deeply about its friends. White. It has mastered fast and powerful fighting moves. It grows a beard of fire. Black 2 and White 2. A flaring beard of fire is proof that it is fired up. It is adept at using many different moves. In Gen 6, X is Black Sentry. Y is White Sentry. Omega Ruby is Black and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is White and Y's entry. In Gen 9 Scarlet, the flames blazing deep inside Emboar's chest erupt vigorously from its chin, forming a beard of fire. Violet, the direr the situation, the more it seems to enjoy itself. The flames around its neck intensify too, increasing Emboar's power and speed. Emboar, the Blueberry Pokédex. So you've got a couple Emboar, a Pignite, and a Tepig, so it's a full evolutionary line image. Fans of the series know that I love a full evolutionary line image. Game locations, inside games, Emboar in Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. All this. In events. Held items and events has the Choice Scarf 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 110, attack 123, defense 65, special attack 100, and special defense and speed 65 for a total of 528. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, ghost, electric, dragon, and fairy. Weak to flying, ground, water, and psychic, all for double, immune to nothing, resistant to bug for a fourth, and steel, fire, grass, ice, and dark, all for half. Learn set by leveling up here, so we have these couple rems. They are by move reminder. So I'll mention these and then go down to whatever the level is, in this case 36. By move reminder, it gets Endure and Hammer Arm. 38, Assurance, 43, Flamethrower, 50, Head Smash, 55, Roar, and 62, Flare Blitz. By TM we're skipping. By breeding we're skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. Side game data, got all this. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, in the Pokepark pad entry. He is the area keeper of the Crag area. He is powerful yet gentle. Everybody in the area likes him. Got all this. Evolution data, Tepig, level 17. Pignite, level 36 Emboar. Sprites here, so a lot darker colors all around, like very, very darker colors. Yeah, blue, makes sense. The fire. And these become blue, and these, yeah, become this kind of blue. It slams its fists together is the change. Gen 6, get the models, much lighter colors. It becomes much more purple, interesting, in the flame. Huh. Yeah, pretty good adaptation, though. Very straight tail. Like, that might just be an animation, though. Gen 7... Not really. Its eyes get bigger, it looks like? The pupils? Like the... Yeah, interesting. I guess more in line with the sprites, I guess. Homes. You get these models. Oh, very, like... color. Yeah, very interesting colors here for the shiny. In animation, Emboar in Pokemon the series, Black and White. Bianca's Emboar is the big one. Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 animated trailer. Emboar in the animated trailer. The manga. Emboar in Pokemon Adventures. Emboar in Pokemon Rebirth in the TCG. Trivia, I read this first point in the Serperior video. In some games, the Pokédex states that Ember can throw a fire punch. However, this was first said in Pokemon Black, while Emboar was unable to learn the move Fire Punch until Pokemon Black 2 and White 2. In the Japanese version of the Pokédex entries, the Fire Punch is written as that. In the kanji version, the equivalent is that, except for the addition of a space. This is almost the same as that, the Japanese name of Fire Punch. Similarly, the English Pokédex text mentions Fire Punch in lowercase, while moves like Fire Punch are written in the title case instead. Emboar appears in Pokemon Battle Chess BW version, along with Victini is the only piece that has its power raised when damaged, also along with Zoroark. Emboar doesn't behave like any traditional piece in chess. Emboar in Pokemon Battle Chess. Origin, Emboar is based on a boar. Additionally, Ken Sugimori has said that Tepig, Pignite, and Emboar were designed in a Chinese style, specifically mentioning the character of Zhang Fei from Romance of the Three Kingdoms as Emboar's inspiration. Zhang Fei was assassinated by his own subordinates and had his head severed and presented for the opposing faction, which may be alluded to in Emboar's design, as its head is separated from its body by a wreath of fire. The wreath of fire also resembles a cape or a scarf. Emboar may also be based on Zhu Baji, a pig demon from the Chinese tale Journey to the West. Serperior, Emboar, and Samurott's evolutionary lines are collectively based on Western, Chinese, and Japanese culture respectively, to represent the diversity of the Unova region. Appearance-wise, Emboar looks much more like a wild boar with elements of a British saddleback in a wrestling singlet. The swirl pattern around its abdomen resembles the patterns on a ding or ancient Greek pottery. Emboar's fighting type might be a reference to war pigs, more specifically, incendiary pigs, a form of ancient warfare reported by a couple of Greek military writers. Name origin, Emboar may be a combination of Ember, Emperor, and Boar. Embuo may be a combination of En, Flame, Buta, Pig, Bu, Martial Arts, Bu, Oink, O, King, and possibly Ember and Boar. In the languages, see also, references, external links. Let's move on. Now let's watch Emboar's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching the 14th movie. This scene exists in both versions of the film. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions Iris and Cilan, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Eindhoek Town, where they are participating in a contest where each person has a medallion, and if they lose the battle, they lose their medallion and they're out of the competition. Iris is using her Emolga for this fight. There is Emboar. I guess switching Pokemon. Yeah, I don't know. I guess switching in a Pokemon was against the rules. I don't really know what that move was that made it switch. I'm assuming it's some sort of, like, stun and switch kind of move. I don't know. But anyway, that is Emboar's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Emboar. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No percent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Emboar. This is Emboar 4K wallpaper by Constanza AI. So this is AI image of Emboar. This is Feraligatr, Meganium, and Emboar Megaforms by Albert Wilson. So their version of what these megas would look like. This is probably released after it was announced what the 3 starters would be. Mega Evolution would be a big part of Pokemon Legends EA. This is Emboar back by Bloxables. Just a back sprite of Emboar. It might even be one of the official ones. This is Emboar anime by Gianluca Braveheart 10. So this image that's probably just the official stock art from the anime. This is commission number 11 by Albert Wilson. So we did this in one of the previous videos, or maybe a couple of them, but we could do it again. So we've got the Emboar mixed with Mamoswine here. This is a Tyranitar mixed with Nidoqueen and Aerodactyl. Fusion between the Rockruff line and Dubwool and Graveyard. This is Mudkip mixed with Tinkaton, with the hammer being a reference to Mega Swampert's arm. This is a fusion between Hisuian Goodra and Samurott. And this is a fusion between Decidueye and Corviknight. Very well done images. This is Emboar by Healoso 726 SP. This fun stylized Emboar here. This is In the Dungeon by Mark 331. This interesting image of an Emboar, I guess, as, like, I'm guessing a prison guard for this Umbreon and Honchkrow. Oh, interesting. This is Emboar by Bloxables. I guess this is the front sprite of the Emboar we saw earlier. This is the Mega Fire Pig Emboar by Waltonsaurus. This is fun, very stylized image of Emboar here, making a huge mess. And going crazy, it looks like. That's fun. This is Emboar by Ocaritna. This will be from 2013. This very well done painting of Emboar here. This is Fake Colossian Emboar by Santithur. So how they might imagine a regional form of Emboar would look in Kalos in Pokemon Legends EA. So it's a Fire Steel Pokemon and has a lot more steel elements. That's kind of fun. This is Team Lore, page 74 by Novern. So we did one of these comic pages a long while ago. But this is sort of just a random page anyway. Lore, Thriving Thorn, Rose of the West, Tolling Omen. I have come to know your many names, but none have I heard that capture what you did that day. Lore, Thief of the Dawn, the Rejoicer, the Star, Lore, Bearer of Lies, Betrayer, Murderer. Tell me when you left us to burn that day, was it worth it? This is a Haxorus, by the way, talking. This is Lore, a Roserade, and an Emboar here in the background. Kuso, Starfire doesn't just burn, it sterilizes. Nothing will grow there for centuries to come. What you did killed more than just my people and our home. It killed the land. How did you find me here, Kuso? I thought if I would have known. You thought I perished, that I burned in the fiery torment you left for my family. Lore, what is he talking about? Interesting. This is Emboar by Zawis54. So we saw the Pignite one yesterday. It's kind of fun to see the evolved form here. Very well done. This is Regional Emboar, Electro Emboar by the Cartoon Bomb. So a fun version where it's an electric type instead. That's very fun. This is Emboar by Giant Behemoth. There's this collection of AI Emboar images here. We'll go through them all very quickly. We got this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. This is Hilda by Pie Pixie. It's this fun image of I guess, Hilda the trainer with her Emboar. And the cool background effect they've added for this image. Yeah, very well done. This is Cultivation by Seito Kuwatsu. So this interesting art here. I guess of a trainer and his Emboar. I don't know who this is. Maybe it's one of the gym leaders or something. I got Sock and Throw here. Sort of fighting type Pokemon. Very well done. This is Team Lore. Lore page 66 by Novern. So we did this page in one of the previous videos. This is the page that I was referring to earlier. But we can do it again because this is supposed to be an Emboar. It has like a Tepig face for some reason. Anyway, Yuka stormed off to face this new threat because, while Lore didn't intend for any of this to happen, her trick had caused an unguarded section of the city to be breached. The ghost types around Asteria were more restless than most, constantly testing the city's defenses. They saw the brief opening and took it. Lore and us. Once we heard the commotion, fought alongside everyone else that day. With the powerful presence of the guild leaders, the ghosts were quickly dispersed, chased back into the woods. No lives were lost, but some were injured, and some homes were destroyed. So I got a bunch of Pokemon here, and Abomasnow, Swampert, Electivire, Dewott, Ghastly, Mischievous, a few, Sableye, Braviary, Dragapult, Gourgeist. Furious, Yuka called for Lore's arrest. Arrest her! Mawile as well. But she evaded capture. We fled with her, leaving Asteria behind. Yes. Very well done. This is Mega Emboar by Zachary Blah. So, it's a fun idea of a Mega Emboar. Considering it's using, I think, the default trainer image for Gen 5, I think. This is probably not more recent, as it would probably use the Legends ZA trainer designs. Mega Emboar, the concept, ideas of design, Wild Hog, Bayi, characteristics, bulky and rough, color theme, black. You can see this fun image, definitely more Wild Boar-like. Very well done. This is Colossian Emboar by RZ Gmon 200, another version, someone else's version of a Colossian Emboar. It's also a Fire Steel Pokemon. That's fun. Design, more beard. Looks to be more maybe voiced on Odin. That's fun. This is Emboar by Avisha. So this nice painting of an Emboar here, looking very serious. This is Mega Emboar by Shadrags. So their version of what a Mega Emboar might look like. Yeah, very well done. This is Emboar Regional by Elfallen GG. So a regional form of Emboar. They don't really specify the region. They're very fun. This is 500 Emboar by Siege Evans. This nice drawing of an Emboar here, pumping its hand in the air. Very well done. That seems to be the end of the page of results, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video in the series, I'll be talking about Oshawott. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Oshawott, the water starter of Gen 5. It's also the water starter of Pokémon Legends Arceus. Its previous PYC dates are July 11th, 1997, May 1st, 2000, February 20th, 2003, December 11th, 2005, October 1st, 2008, July 23rd, 2011, May 13th, 2014, March 3rd, 2017, December 23rd, 2019, and October 13th, 2022. As I mentioned in the Snivy and Tepig videos, one of the big reasons why I stopped playing the games and watching the anime was because of the Gen 5 starters. While they've grown on me over the last decade and a half, I wasn't the biggest fan of them initially. Oshawott is a weird Pokemon to me, because by all means, it should be my favorite, as it's the water starter and has enough blue to make me like it. From what little I've seen of it in the anime and read about it in the substitute videos, it seems to have a fun personality. Its official art, though, is really off-putting for some reason. My biggest issue with this Pokemon, though, is its evolutions, specifically its final evolution, Samurott. Neither form of Samurott makes sense to be the final form of Oshawott. Dewott also does very little to connect Oshawott and Samurott. While there are several starters before and after this generation that make big leaps from their second to third stages, this is by far the biggest. The Skull Chops, the shells on Oshawott's belly and Dewott's legs, that it builds up for 2 whole stages, just seem to randomly change into armor. It also doesn't help that the Skull Chops are very much weapons for Oshawott and Dewott, so it doesn't make much sense to make the final form more defensively built. I don't understand why it goes from bipedal to a quadruped. Interestingly, the only other starter, as of the filming of this, to go from a biped to a quadruped, the Fuecoco line, shares the same path as Oshawott's line, where the first 2 members are a biped and the final member is a quadruped. Although, unlike Oshawott's line, the Fuecoco line makes this translation much smoother. I'm glad Game Freak learned from this mistake. Oshawott is also the first water starter where blue isn't the primary color. The only other one, as of the filming of this, is Quaxley, which has significantly less blue. Anyway, I most know Oshawott from a few places. 1. Commercials for Pokemon Black and White, and Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond, which gave me my first impressions of this Pokemon. 2. Pokemon Cafe Remix, where it's one of my servers. 3. Pokemon Legends Arceus. While I haven't played the game yet, I know it's the water starter in that game and appears in the box art. 4. Thanks to the substitute videos, I know Oshawott as one of the Pokemon of Ash Ketchum in the Gen 5 and 8 eras of the anime. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Oshawott, the Sea Otter Pokemon, whose number is 0501. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water, ability is Torrent. Shell armor is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breedings, egg group field, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 13 pounds or 5.9 kilograms. Base experience yield is 62. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 and special attack. Shape is that. Purport is that. Pokédex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Oshawott is a water type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. It evolves into Dewott starting at level 17, which evolves into Samurott starting at level 36. In Hisui, it evolves into Dewott starting at level 17, which evolves into Hisuian Samurott starting at level 36. Along with Snivy and Tepig, Oshawott is one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of Unova available at the beginning of Pokemon Black, White, Black 2, and White 2. Oshawott is also one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of Hisui in Pokemon Legends Arceus, alongside Rowlet and Cyndaquil. Biology, Oshawott is a bipedal sea otter-like Pokemon. It has a spherical white head with small, triangular dark blue ears on the sides. Oshawott's eyes are dark, and its dark orange nose is shaped like a horizontal oval. Several freckles cover its cheeks, which may be premature whiskers, and 2 pointed teeth can be seen when it opens its mouth. The light blue fur on its body forms bubble shapes around its neck. Its arms are white and rounded, while its feet are dark blue with 3 toes each. It also possesses a rudder-like dark blue tail. It carries a pale yellow seashell called a Scalchop on its belly. This shell is made of the same material as its claws and is used for both battles and cracking hard berries. Oshawott wields the shell like a knife. It uses the Scalchop to block the moves of its enemies before slashing back at them in swift retaliation. Oshawott learned how maintain its Scalchop with riverbed stones by copying the humans it observes using whetstones. If the Scalchop is heavily damaged or lost, Oshawott can grow a new one from its navel. It has been recently seen living in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy. Evolution, so sometimes this happens when there's multiple paths here that it can take. In this case, it's a regional form of Samurott. So I will read them as I would normally do. Sometimes it will have 2 boxes, but in this case it showed that it has 1 box. And I've zoomed out because I have to be able to show the whole box. Evolution, Oshawott evolves into Dewott, which evolves into Samurott. In Hisui, it evolves into Dewott, which evolves into Hisuian Samurott. So, Oshawott, Dewott, Samurott, Hisuian Samurott. Oshawott using Razor Shell with a Scalchop. So sometimes this happens, where an image that belongs in the biology section is placed under the info box here, in like this section accidentally. Game data, Pokédex entries. In Gen 5, black. It fights using the Scalchop on its stomach. In response to an attack, it retaliates immediately by slashing. White. The Scalchop on its stomach is made from the same elements as claws. It detaches the Scalchop for use as a blade. Black 2 and White 2. The Scalchop on its stomach isn't just used for battle. It can be used to break open hard berries as well. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Black's entry. Omega Ruby is basically Black 2, White 2, and X's entry, but the double dash has been replaced by the long dash. Alpha Sapphire is Black and Y's entry. In Gen 8, we finally have a Pokédex entry this generation. I'll read this note here. It says, this Pokemon has no Pokédex entries in Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. Legends Arceus. This Pokemon from the Unova region uses the shell on its belly as a weapon to cut down its foes. Thus I have conferred upon the shell the name Scalchop. In Gen 9, Scarlet. It wields the Scalchop on its stomach like a knife, blocking the moves of its enemies before slashing back at them in swift retaliation. Violet. It said that Oshawott learned to maintain its Scalchop with riverbed stones by mimicking humans it saw using whetstones. Oshawott in the Blueberry Pokédex. You can see 3 of them here. One of them's holding up the Scalchop. That's fun. See, yeah, it's all fur texture. That's interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. In-game events are events, I guess, in certain games. In this case, it's in homes. Maybe it only exists in homes. Or similar, like, games. Yeah, I don't know what makes this different than in events, to be honest. But it's here, and I usually don't acknowledge it. Held items. So, I think for the first time in this series, we actually have it in a game. And it's also Legends Arceus, which is a unique thing. So, in Legends Arceus, there's 2 different categories, normal and alpha. So, alpha Pokemon are larger Pokemon with red eyes, and they're much more aggressive. And apparently, and as I've learned, last generation, at the end of last generation, they apparently come from weird time-space distortions created by Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia. Very interesting. Normal, Oranberry, 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn, 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 10% of the time, and grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. And that's something I say, because I haven't played this game, and I don't understand how it can be 110. I don't know. Maybe these are dropped items. Then why would it be called held items? I don't really understand this game. Stats, base stats, HP and attack 55, defense 45, special attack 63, and special defense and speed 45 for a total of 308. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Tackle, 5. Tail Whip, 7. Water Gun, 11. Soak, 13. Focus Energy, 17. Razor Shell, 19. Fury Cutter, 23. Water Pulse, 25. Aerial Ace, 29. Aqua Jet, 31. Encore, 35. Aqua Tail, 37. Retaliate, 41. Swords Dance, and 43. Hydro Pump. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 7. Protect, 11. Water Pulse, 18. Thief, 22. Chilling Water, 25. Facade, 27. Aerial Ace, 32. Swift, 34. Icy Wind, 43. Fling, 46. Avalanche, 47. Endure. 50. Rain Dance, 52. Snowscape, 55 Dig, 57 False Swipe, 65 Air Slash, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 103 Substitute, 105 X-Scissor, 110 Liquidation, 122 Encore, 123 Surf, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 145 Water Pledge, 171 Terra Blast, 181 Knockoff, 196 Flip Turn, and 208 Whirlpool. By breeding, this is the Mirror Herb. I will read the note. This Pokemon must hold a Mirror Herb to copy this move from another Pokemon. So it allows a move to be copied, and therefore it can then be transferred by a breeding to an Oshawott here. The Mirror Herb gives it Air Slash and Aqua Cutter. If the group has the same Pokemon, or in this case, the Mirror Herb, I will group them together. This group gives it Copycat. This group gives it Detect. This group gives it Knockoff. This group gives it Night Slash. The Mirror Herb gives it Sacred Sword, and this group gives it Screech. Side game data, got all this. Evolution data, so you can see this box is a lot more complicated than the evolution box was, and other previous evolution data boxes were. Oshawott, level 17 Dewott, so level 36 outside of Hisui, it becomes Samurott, and level 36 in Hisui, it becomes Hisuian Samurott. This is the Hisui symbol. Sprites here, so a little bit more simplified because the sprites' eyes seem to be a lot smaller. That's interesting. Yeah, but more or less the same. Colors are also a little bit darker. The shiny has sort of a yellow tint to the head. The blue is different. The skull chop is pink. Its nose also seems to be a different shade of pink. Its tail, feet, and ears are a different shade of blue. So it jumps up in this animation, but in this one, it instead holds up the skull chop, or throws it around, I guess. Yeah, interesting. In Gen 6, we get the models here. Pretty good adaptation. The colors, of course, are a lot lighter. These are a lot more pronounced, the ruffles, I guess. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, we finally get models in this game. Legends Arceus has different models than most other games. It's a unique kind of style here, but you can see how much better these models are than these. I mean, again, it's the quality of the models, not necessarily the models themselves. But although this one is fully modeled rather than textured. Yes. You can see the skull chop is also a lot lower. That's interesting. And a lot wider. Is that... I guess it kind of goes a little bit towards the sprites. They're a lot wider in the sprites. Homes, we get these models. Animation. Oshawott and Pokemon Horizons, the series. Ash's Oshawott is the big one. All this. Pokédex entries in Black and White, Episode 3 in Ash's Pokédex. Oshawott, the Sea Otter Pokemon. Oshawott attacks and defends using the skull chop that can be removed from its stomach. All this. Pokemon Evolutions. Oshawott and Pokemon Evolutions. Being held by this girl. There's a couple Herdier in the background. The manga. Oshawott and Pokemon Adventures, all in colors, very nice. This. In the TCG, other appearances, Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U. Oshawott appears as a Pokeball summon. It behaves similarly to Piplup in Brawl. Oshawott also appears as a trophy in both versions of the game. Oshawott trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Trophy information. As I mentioned in the Pignite video, I will be doing a female voice. Well, it was a smooth voice the last time. I've decided to do a silly female British voice. Trophy information in the North American version. Oshawott carries a little weapon on its stomach, known as a skull chop, which can be used to either defend or attack. Its surf move can knock opponents off the stage, but if you use a reflecting move at just the right moment, you can turn the tide against it. In the PAL version, Oshawott carries a little shell on its stomach known as a skull chop, which can either be used as a weapon or to defend against attacks. Its surf move can knock you right off the stage, but if you reflect it just at the right moment, that could really turn the tide back in your favor. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Oshawott returns as a Pokemon summoned from the Pokeball, retaining its behavior from the previous game. It also appears as a spirit. Poké Park 2 Wonders Beyond as the player. Oshawott appears as one of the player characters in Poké Park 2 Wonders Beyond. He's a self-proclaimed investigator for the Cove area. At first, he is suspicious of Pikachu and attempts to interrogate him until Piplup tells Oshawott that Pikachu is a friend. Oshawott later chases after Pikachu and Piplup after they enter the Wish Park, and narrowly escapes from Cofagrigus with Pikachu. Oshawott's boss and mentor, Samurott, then orders Oshawott to work together with Pikachu to investigate the Wish Park and anyone involved, and to rescue Piplup. His special skill is to swim across bodies of water. Oshawott in Poké Park 2 Wonders Beyond. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. Oshawott is also playable in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity and Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, the player may choose to be transformed into Oshawott or have the partner be one. Trivia, I read this first point in the Snivy video. Oshawott has the lowest base stat total of all Water-type first partner Pokemon. Oshawott's evolutionary line is the only Water-type first partner Pokemon evolutionary line that is not part of the Water 1A group. I read this fourth point and its sub-point in the Snivy video. Oshawott is the only first partner Pokemon in Legends Arceus to not have either of its evolution levels changed, as they were already 17 and 36, which the other two first partner Pokemon changed to in order to match. Oshawott and its evolutions are the only pre-Gen 8 Pokemon in Legends Arceus to not have been available in previous Gen 8 games. Oshawott and its evolutions were designed by Yusuke Omura. It was also the last Gen 5 first partner Pokemon to be created, with the staff noting that they always have some difficulty coming up with concepts for the Water-type first partner Pokemon. According to Ken Sugimori in an interview, Oshawott's Japanese name was originally Rakomaru. The name may be a combination of Rako, sea otter, and Maru, a common suffix in male Japanese names. Origin. So finally, I get to talk about this thing that I don't talk about, and that's this Bulba News article that talks about the origin, I guess, of it. Or there's news about it, I guess. Oshawott is based on a sea otter pup and samurai. Sea otters are known for using tools, including clamshells, with their forelimbs. The placement of Oshawott's skull chop is reminiscent of the way a sea otter looks when cracking open its prey against the tool on its stomach. The skull chop also holds similarities with Japanese war fans, which were often used by samurai for defensive purposes. Oshawott's evolutionary line as a whole is based on the lifespan of a samurai, from a child Oshawott to a young samurai Dewott to a military commander Samurott. Snivy, Tepig, and Oshawott's evolutionary lines are collectively based on Western, Chinese, and Japanese culture, respectively, to represent the diversity of the Unova region. Name origin: Oshawott may be a combination of ocean, shell, water, wash, and otter. Mizu Maru may be a combination of Mizu, water, or Mijuku, naive or immature, and Maru, round, a common suffix in male Japanese names. According to Ken Sugimori, suffixes such as Maru or Suke were considered for Oshawott's Japanese name to make it sound more typically Japanese. Miju may also refer to an otter named Mijbil, the subject of an autobiographical novel and movie called Ring of Bright Water. Now, the languages, see also references, external links to the first partner trios, and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on. Since we watched Oshawott's first scene in the anime in the Servine video, let's watch Oshawott's second scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 658, In the Shadow of Zekrom. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, has come to Unova, more specifically Professor Juniper's lab, where a new trainer, Trip, is choosing his starter Pokemon, and she's showing off each of them. She's already showed off a Tepig, and now she's gonna show off Oshawott.
Oshawott, a water type.
There's Oshawott.
Aw, aren't you the cutest?
Oshawott.
Finally.
Okay, that is Oshawott's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Oshawott. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DMR fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Oshawott. This is Oshawott in Super Smash Bros. By PQ1A. This is AI art. This is Oshawott happily riding with Sylveon, Wonderful Rid by Giovanni Zorro. This is AI art. Oshawott happily riding with Sylveon by Giovanni Zorro. Another AI. This is Vaporeon by Bread Smoothie. This nice image of Vaporeon. I guess wrapping its tail around Oshawott here. And we got a bunch of other water-type Pokemon. We got Piplup, Mantike, Chinchou, Sharpedo, Milotic, an unspecified fish Pokemon. Very well done. This is Oshawott TCG by Funstar Art. So this nice compilation of art of Oshawott and the TCG. This is Oshawott and his Rainbow Speedo Gemini AI by D-Master 322, so AI art. This is Oshawott at the Beach Gemini AI by D-Master 322, so two AI art images of Oshawott, so I got this one. And I got this one. Oshawott happily riding with Glaceon by Giovanni Zorro, so another AI art. This is Oshawott and Hilbert clothes by HGTBVC, so this fun image of an Oshawott here wearing, I guess that's the default male trainer's name is Hilbert in black and white. Interesting. Very well done. This is Oshawott Doodles by USV02. These fun, stylized images of Oshawott here. So Asha waving, probably say hello. This embarrassed one, Asha. This one chewing on the skull chop, nom nom. And Asha, I guess hungry. Very well done. This is Oshawott and Dewott by Juan Z143. So we got a few of these images of Oshawott and Dewott here. Very well done. There's no shadow. This version with no background. This one with no shadow and no background. Very well done. This is Oshawott Day 2025 by Bread Smoothie. So these fun images of Oshawott here. We got one sleeping, holding a plush of Vaporeon. We got a sad one, where it's like a broken heart motif is shown in the skull chop. Got an angry one, maybe protective of the skull chop. Got a happy one, holding the skull chop. And then we got, I guess that's also probably sleeping. I got one that's like interested. Yeah, very well done. This is Oshawott by LGS 2005. So this nice image of Oshawott here. Looks like this is probably maybe an official art of it. I don't know. This is Oshawott by LGS 2005. But same image, but cropped differently. This is Hilda Rainy Day Starters by Thalius AI. I did this one in the Tepig video, but I can do it again. So it's Hilda here with Tepig, Oshawott. Snivy, it's AI art. This is Oshawott by IGS 2005. So maybe this is an image from the anime. Oh, that's probably what it is. Yeah, like probably cut out image from the anime. This is Oshawott by LGS 2005. It's got this Oshawott poster thing, I guess. Has this name very stylized. Very cursive and stuff. We got Oshawott by LGS 2005. That other image again, but also cropped weird. This is Oshawott, LGS 2005. The same image, but flipped. This is Oshawott, LGS 2005. The same image again, but differently cropped. This is Oshawott, LGS 2005. The same image, but differently cropped. This is Oshawott by LGS 2005. We got another image. Looks like another screenshot that was been cut out, but a lot blurrier this time. This is Oshawott by IGS 2005. Another art here. It's not very high quality. This is Oshawott by LGS 2005. There's another cropped image, probably from the anime or something, of Oshawott here. And that seems to be the end of the page of results, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video, I'll be talking about Dewott. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Dewott, the evolution of Oshawott, who evolves at level 17. Dewott's previous PYC dates are July 12th, 1997, May 2nd, 2000, February 21st, 2003, December 12th, 2005, October 2nd, 2008, July 24th, 2011, May 14th, 2014, March 4th, 2017, December 24th, 2019, and October 14th, 2022. Dewott is my favorite of all 9, well 10, for now anyway, forms of the starters. I think because it's more blue than Oshawott. Its official art also seems to give it a lot more personality than just being cute, like Oshawott's art. I think it's a great evolution of Oshawott. That said, it does do very little to connect Oshawott to Samurott, with it mainly being the legs and having whiskers appear. I can't fault Dewott too much for this, as Samurott is simply just too different from Oshawott and Dewott. Like Servine, Serperior, Pignite, and Emboar, because I didn't play the Gen 5 games, I didn't learn about Dewott until later than Oshawott. I most know Dewott from 3 places. 1. The cover of Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, as the evolved form of the water starter in Pokemon Legends Arceus. 3. Thanks to the substitute videos, I know it as the starter of Blake from Pokemon Adventures. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Dewott, the disciplined Pokemon whose number is 0502. This is what it looks like. Its type is water, abilities Torrent, Shell Armor is its hidden ability. Gender ratios 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group field, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 54 pounds or 24.5 kilograms. Base experience yields 145. Leveling rate is medium slow. Flow, EV yield is 2 in special attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokédex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Dewott is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. It evolves from Oshawott starting at level 17 and evolves into Samurott starting at level 36. In Hisui, Dewott evolves from Oshawott starting at level 17 and evolves into Hisuian Samurott starting at level 36. Biology, Dewott is a bipedal otter-like Pokemon that is primarily light blue. It has small black ears, a pointed crest at the back of its head, a red nose, and long white whiskers forming tilted V shapes. 2 pointed teeth are visible in the upper jaw when its mouth is open. Its 4 limbs have 3 fingers on each black paw. Its feet and flat tail are black. Around its waist is a large, dark blue, fringed arrangement of fur with 2 scalchops on the thighs. Dewott using Razor Shell with its scalchops. Its teeth. Dewott is known to have a studious and stern nature. Dewott's scalchops are detachable, and Dewott regularly trains to use techniques with them. These techniques differ between individual Dewott. It maintains this technique through dedicated and repeated training. It always maintains its scalchops as well. Its flowing double scalchop technique can defeat even those who master the art of swordsmanship. Humans have modeled their swordplay by observing Dewott's movements on how it flows like water and wielding its 2 scalchops. When exposed to the harsh environment of Hisui, Dewott gains an additional dark type when it evolves into Hisuian Samurott. Evolution, Dewott evolves from Oshawott and evolves into Samurott. In Hisui, it evolves from Oshawott and evolves into Hisuian Samurott. Oshawott, Dewott, Samurott, Hisuian Samurott. Game data, Pokédex entries in Gen 5, black. Strict training is how it learns its flow double scalchop technique. White. Scalchop techniques differ from one Dewott to another. It never neglects maintaining its scalchops. Black 2 and White 2. As a result of strict training, each Dewott learns different forms for using the scalchops. In Gen 6, X is Black's entry. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby is Black and X's entry. And Alpha Sapphire is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, in Legends Arceus, its exquisite double scalchop technique is likely the result of daily training, and it can send even masters of the blade fleeing in defeat. In Gen 9, Scarlet, it's said that people modeled swordplay after the way Dewott's movements flow like water while it's wielding its 2 scalchops. Violet, Dewott has a studious and stern personality. It masters the use of its scalchops through dedicated, repeated training. Dewott in the Blueberry Pokédex. There are 3 Dewott, just like how there were 3 Oshawott yesterday, so I wonder if these are the evolved form of them. One is even holding one of its scalchops up, like one of the Oshawotts was doing with its single scalchop. That's very fun. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus. Normal. It has the Citrus Berry 25% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time. And grid items by level. Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP and attack 75, defense 60, special attack 83, and special defense and speed 60 for a total of 413. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll start at 18 here, so 18 Razor Shell, 21 Fury Cutter, 26 Water Pulse, 29 Aerial Ace, 34 Aqua Jet, 37 Encore, 42 Aqua Tail, 45 Retaliate, 50 Swords Dance, and 53 Hydro Pump. By TM we're skipping. By Breeding we're skipping. Nothing by Prior Evolution. Side game data, you got all this. Pokepark 2 wanders beyond the Pokepark pad entry. He trains himself to master water-type moves. He was captivated by Oshawott's talent and made him an apprentice. Evolution data, Oshawott, level 17, Dewott, level 36 outside of Hisui, Samurott, level 36 in Hisui, Hisuian Samurott. Sprites here, so a lot darker colors overall. Very interesting. And the shiny, I'm pretty familiar with this one. This kind of blue with the purple. Just like for Oshawott, the shells are pink. Black and white, it grabs only one shell, but in Black 2 and White 2, it grabs both shells. That's pretty cool. In Gen 6, you get the models. much taller now. Yeah, that's interesting. And it's a lot lighter colors as well. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the much better models in this game. Homes, you get these models. Animation, Dewott in Pokemon Horizons, the series. Got all this. Pokédex entries. So as you can see here, this one has Pokédex entries in 2 different series. So this is how they differentiate them, the 2 different boxes here. In Black and White, Episode 4, in Ash's Pokédex, Dewott, the disciplined Pokemon, and the evolved form of Oshawott. Through rigid training, Dewott uses the double Skull Chop technique to accomplish its fluid swordsmanship. Before I start the second one, I want to mention how I'm going to use the same voice since I don't know what Go's Rotom Phone's voice is. If I do find out what it is, I'll start using that voice. In Journeys, Episode 81, in Go's Rotom Phone, Dewott, the disciplined Pokemon, a water type, with its swordsmanship that flows like water. Dewott's skill at using 2 Skull Chops results from long and difficult training. In the manga, Dewott in Pokemon Adventures, the TCG, Trivia, I read this first point and its subpoint in the Servine video. I read the 2nd through 4th points in the Oshawott video. Origin, Dewott, is based on a sea otter and samurai. Its trait of fighting, with its 2 shells, may be based on Tessenjutsu, a type of martial arts involving the Japanese war fan. Dewott's evolutionary line as a whole is based on the lifespan of a samurai from a child, Oshawott, to a young samurai, Dewott, to a military commander, Samurott. Servine, Pignite, and Dewott's evolutionary lines are collectively based on Western, Chinese, and Japanese culture, respectively, to represent the diversity of the Unova region. Name origin, Dewott may be a combination of dew, water, and otter. May also involve duel, referring to the 2 Skull Chops it fights with, or duo, Italian for 2, referring to its place in its evolutionary line. Notably, Helen Dewott is the name of the author of The Last Samurai. Futacha Maru may be a combination of Futatsu, 2, Tachi, longsword, and Maru, round, common suffix in male Japanese names. Now the languages, he also references external links. Let's move on. Now let's watch Dewott's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 661, The Battle Club and Tepig's Choice. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companion Iris, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Accumula Town, more specifically the Battle Club, where Iris is explaining to Ash the Battle Club system. She's showing off a couple profiles of people and their Pokemon.
As well as the type of Pokemon they want to battle against.
Okay. That is Dewott's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Dewott. Hello and welcome to the post section of the video. Today, the question is, what do you love about Dewott? And Zachary Butter, 7,349, has responded. Thank you. They say that one time, Square video, where Oshawott is just dancing on screen for like 40 seconds. I don't know if this maybe was intended for yesterday's video, and they posted it in the wrong one. Let's move on. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Dewott. This is thanks to Matt by USV02, so these emotes. Matt here, I don't know if it's just person, or it's supposed to be Matt the Dewott, but we've got these 3 emotes here of this Dewott character with glasses, a hat, and some clothes, it looks like. So you got an excited one, confused or concerned one, and sleepy one. I guess you can get it in a few sizes. That's interesting. This is thanks to Leo the Dewott by USV02, so I got this cool Dewott image here. Very stylized, very fun. The skull chops kind of looking like swords with the swooping, that's fun. This is Dewott emotes by Hachi Makiyaki. So another set of Dewott emotes here. It's from 2025, I guess. Got angry, determined, laughing, annoyed and in love. Very well done. This is thanks to Sean 351 by USV02. So it's very stylized Dewott here. Got like a pearl on one of the skull shafts. That's interesting. This is Nicholas Attack by Flake Glaceon 4826. The stylized Dewott here. Very interesting. Has sword instead of skull shafts. That's interesting. This is thanks to Winte by USV02. So these stylized Dewatts here. Definitely a lot more light blue. Got this scarf. I think it's the Mystery Dungeon scarf. This pin, probably one of the pins from the game. Very interesting. This is new PFP by Bread Smoothie. So this, I guess, image of their new profile picture at the time, or maybe current one, I don't really know. So got this stylized Dewott here, and this one, and then we got this one that's more craft, or maybe finalized. This is probably the one that actually is being used. Very interesting. This is Sea Otter, Discipline, and Formidable by Sparkplug USA. We did this one in the Oshawott video, but we can do it again. So we've got Oshawott, Dewott, and Samurott here. We've got a conch shell, a clam shell, and a sand dollar. That's interesting. Very well done. This is Oshawott and Dewott by Juan Z 143. So we did this one yesterday, but we could do it again. It's this fun Oshawott and Dewott art. And the one without the shadows. The one without the background. And the one without the background and the shadows. Very well done. And Teke, taking a rest in a battle, axe after battle by Real Space Junk. So this more realistic, kind of gruesome scene here. Using a bunch of weapons and a battle. That's very interesting. It's like after the battle, of course. This is The Otter, the Bubblegum by Kenny Studio, IND. So got these models of an Oshawott and a Dewott. I don't know if it's CGI or clay models. They're very well done. So got Oshawott with the bubblegum over around its head. And we got the Dewott blowing a bubblegum bubble while inside a bubblegum bubble. That's interesting. This doesn't contain a Dewott, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video, we'll be talking about Samurott. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Samurott, the final evolution of Oshawott who evolves into Dewott who evolves at level 36. Samurott is also the first Water-type final evolution and third stage Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. If one considers Hisuian, Samurott, the 503rd Pokemon, is the first Water-dark and Dark Pokemon evolution, final evolution, and third stage Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. Regardless, it's also the first alternate and regional form of a Gen 5 Pokemon. Its previous PYT dates are July 13th, 1997, May 3rd, 2000, February 22nd, 2003, December 13th, 2005, October 3rd, 2008, July 25th, 2011, May 15th, 2014, March 5th, 2017, December 25th, 2019, and October 15th, 2022. If it hasn't become obvious at this point, Samurott is my least favorite of the 10 forms of Gen 5 starter Pokemon, as of the filming of this. It's not because it's a terrible design, both are well designed, they just happen to be the final evolution of Oshawott, which they absolutely shouldn't be. As I mentioned in the Oshawott video, it's too much of an extreme from its pre-evolutions. If Dewott had done more to bridge the gap, perhaps I wouldn't feel this way, but it didn't. It abandons the Scalchops, becomes a quadruped, and becomes more defensive than offensive. This Pokemon was clearly designed to be cool, not make sense with the rest of the line. I can't imagine the designers ever thought, if I was a player, and my Dewott was evolving, what would I want to see next? If they had done that, we would have gotten something better. It's not like they would have had to abandon the samurai element to make a better Dewott evolution. If they had just made the current design bipedal, that still would have been better. Sure, it still would not have been the most cohesive, but it would have been much more rewarding to see that instead of the current designs of Samurott. Speaking of which, Hisuian Samurott's design does a great job of adapting Samurott's design for both the dark type and the time it's in. Since I haven't played the Gen 5 games, Hisuian Samurott is how I most know Samurott, even though I haven't played Pokemon Legends Arceus either. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Samurott, the formidable Pokemon, whose number is 0503. This is Samurott. This is what it looks like. This is Hisuian Samurott. This is what it looks like. So this is what I do if there's two forms here. Got the bigger form, which is the central image, and the smaller one, which is the alternate form. Types here, so you can see the two different types of them. So for non-Hisuian Samurott, it's water. For Hisuian Samurott, it's water dark. So I said non-Hisuian Samurott instead of the Unnovan Samurott because Samurott exists outside of the Unova region. Abilities, Torrent, regardless of form. Shell Armor is non-Hisuian Samurott's hidden ability. Sharpness is Hisuian Samurott's hidden ability. So usually it's a change of an ability rather than a hidden ability, so this is very interesting. Although sometimes it has different hidden abilities. Gender ratio is 87.5% male or 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group field, hatch time 20 cycles. So for height and weight here, normally it would have two different heights for the two different forms, but I guess it's the same height regardless, so they put it in once. So in this particular case, I would say its height is 4'11" or 1.5 meters regardless. Its weight as non-Hisuian Samurott is 208.6 pounds or 94.6 kilograms. And as Hisuian Samurott, it's 128.3 pounds or 58.2 kilograms. Base experience yield is 238. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 3, so you can see that it's different depending on the form here. So for non-Hisuian Samurott, it's 3 in special attack, but for Hisuian Samurott, it's 3 in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokédex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Samurott is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. It evolves from Dewott starting at level 36. It is the final form of Oshawott in Hisui. Samurott has a dual-type water/dark regional form. It evolves from Dewott starting at level 36. It is the final form of Oshawott in the Hisui region. Biology, Samurott is a quadrupedal Pokemon resembling a river otter or sea lion. Its head, dorsal coat, and limbs are royal blue, and its underbelly is dull bluish-gray. It has pointed canine teeth and a red nose, and its eyes have white sclera and circular red irises. Long white whiskers resembling mustaches extend from its snout and lower jaw. Samurott possesses 3 black claws on each limb and a fin-like tail resembling a war fan. Samurott's head, limbs, and tail are adorned with cream-colored armor resembling seashells. The armor on its head resembles a spiked conch shell. This helmet-like armor is bulbous in the back and tapers into a spear-like horn in the front. Segmented armor resembling bracers covers each of Samurott's limbs. The 4 limbs bracers contain shell swords called scimitars. The 2 lower segments of these bracers serve as scabbards for these scimitars, and the upper segment and spike are the scimitars' blade and handle, respectively. So, Samurott using Razor Shell with its scimitar. In battle, Samurott can stand on its hind limbs and use its scimitars to fight. In the time it takes a foe to blink, Samurott can draw attack with and sheathe the scimitars attached to its front legs. It is said that Samurott can fell an opponent in one swing, and that it can silence foes with a glare or a howl. Samurott is a master of a sword-drawing art called Iai Jutsu. Samurott leads its group with strict leadership and will mercilessly thrash those who do not follow its rules with the group. Forms. This is a subsection that appears when there are alternate forms for a Pokemon. In this case, it's a regional form. So it has all this information about the regional form, how it differs from the main one, and it'll have a picture of it towards the bottom. Forms. Samurott has a regional form, Hisuian Samurott. Hisuian Samurott is a rare regional variant of Samurott native to the Hisui region. The color of its coat and the shape of its body are similar to its Unovan counterpart, but the texture of its whiskers as well as the texture and color of its shell armor are quite different. Its whiskers are wavy, as opposed to the straight whiskers of Unovan Samurott, and the lower set of whiskers are much longer. The shell armor covering its head and limbs are black with red accents. The shell on its head features 2 lateral spines, absent in Unovan Samurott, and the spiny anterior horn is crooked and wavy. Hisuian Samurott's bracers have sharper, more curved edges than those of Unovan Samurott, as do its scimitars, which have wavy blades. Hisuian Samurott has 1 less layer of shell armor on its hind limbs than Unovan Samurott. The armored portion of its tail is also longer and wavier than its Unovan counterpart. Another comparison of its Unovan counterpart is it lacks its chest marking. Its claws are red. Okay, it doesn't look like they've added the image to this section. I don't know why. Hisuian Samurott is said to have a cold and hard-hearted nature and is deft with its shell blades. Unlike its Unovan counterpart, which prefers to fight fair, Hisuian Samurott will do anything to win a battle, and prefers to use tricks, surprise attacks, and cheap shots. It remains still and silent until it sees an opponent. Then, in the blink of an eye, Hisuian Samurott draws its scimitars and thrusts them at its enemies. The attacks Hisuian Samurott unleashes are likened to the ceaseless crashing of waves, and can confuse and overwhelm opponents. The wounds inflicted by Hisuian Samurott are said to take many years to heal. Hisuian Samurott is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Ceaseless Edge. Evolution, Samurott evolves from Dewott and is the final form of Oshawott. In Hisui, Samurott has a regional form that evolves from Dewott and is the final form of Oshawott. So Oshawott, Dewott, non-Hisuian Samurott, and Hisuian Samurott. Hisuian Samurott using its scimitar. See that on this card art here. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokebark 2, Wonders Beyond. Samurott is the area keeper of the Cove area. He is Oshawott's superior and resides at Seasong Beach. Pokedex entries in Gen 5, Black. 1 swing of the sword incorporated in its armor can fell an opponent. A simple glare from one of them quiets everybody. White, part of the armor on its anterior legs becomes a giant sword. Its cry alone is enough to intimidate most enemies. Black 2 and White 2. In the time it takes for a foe to blink, it can draw and sheath the scimitars attached to its front legs. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Black's entry. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Black and Y's entry. In Gen 8, for Hisuian Samurott and Legends Arceus, Hard of Heart and Deft of Blade, this rare form of Samurott is a product of the Pokemon's evolution in the region of Hisui. Its turbulent blows crash into foes like ceaseless pounding waves. In Gen 9, Scarlet, a master of a sword-drawing art called Eijutsu. Samurott settles its battles with a single swing of either large sword sheathed in its 4-leg armor. Violet, Samurott leads its group strictly. Those who do not follow its rules receive a merciless thrashing. This is Samurott in the Blueberry Pokedex. You can see it. It looks like to be in the storm or something with the scimitar out. That's fun. Game locations. Side game locations. Okay, got Samurott and Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond. Got the actual locations now. In events. Held items for Hisuian Samurott and Legends Arceus. Normal, it has the Citrus Berry 35% of the time, Kingsley 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha, XP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats. When it has multiple forms that have different base stats, what I do is I compare them. But first, there's this note here in the Hisuian Samurott section. Due to the different way stats are calculated in Pokemon Legends Arceus, exact minimum and maximum stats are not shown in this table. HP 95. Hisuian Samurott has 90. Attack 100. This form has 108. Defense 85. This one has a defense of 80. Special attack 108. This one has 100. Special defense 70. This one has a special defense of 65. Speed 70. Speed of 85. They both have a total of 528. So for type effectiveness, if the alternate form has a different type, like it does in this case, we compare them. So non-Hisuian Samurott is damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Hisuian Samurott is damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, and dragon. So the ones that stay the same between the two are normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, and dragon, while fighting, bug, psychic, dark, and fairy are not shared between them. Non-Hisuian Samurott is weak to grass and electric for double, While Hisuian Samurott is weak to Fighting, Bug, Grass, Electric, and Fairy all for double, so it kept the Grass and Electric but added Fighting, Bug, and Fairy. Non-Hisuian Samurott is immune to nothing, while Hisuian Samurott is immune to Psychic. Non-Hisuian Samurott is resistant to Steel, Fire, Water, and Ice, all for half, while Hisuian Samurott is resistant to Ghost, Steel, Fire, Water, Ice, and Dark, all for half. So they all say the same, but it adds Ghost and Dark. Notes in the Hisuian Samurott box here. If Miracle Eye is used by an opponent or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. This condition is a move or an item. Those can also affect type effectiveness. Learn Step by leveling up. For Samurott, we'll do the Evo here and then go down to 36. So upon evolution, it gets Slash, 39 Encore, 46 Aqua Tail, 51 Retaliate, 58 Sword Stance, and 63 Hydro Pump. For Hisuian Samurott, we'll do this Evo here and then go down to 39. So upon evolution, it gets Ceaseless Edge, 39 Encore, 46 Aqua Tail, 51 Retaliate, 58 Sword Stance, and 63 Hydro Pump. By TM, we're skipping for Samurott. Hello and welcome to the substitute video today. Today we'll be talking about Stoutland-Pansage. This is what it looks like. Debuted in Triple Leaders Team Threats. Caught at Unova, gender male, ability Gluttony. Current location was Cilan. This Pokemon has not evolved. Voice actor is Pansage, is Chika Fujimura. English is Eli James from Black and White episode 5 to 141, and Unknown in Journeys, episode 139. Stoutland-Pansage was the first Pokemon acquired by Cilan. He was given to Cilan prior to the start of Pokemon the series, Black and White. Pansage also appeared in the games Cilan appears in. In animation, Pokemon the series. History, pre-series, Pansage was given to Cilan at a young age, when his brothers also received their first Pokemon. Years later, Cilan and his brothers became the Striaton gym leaders, with Pansage being used whenever Cilan was challenged. One of these challengers, as revealed in A Connoisseur's Revenge, was Burgundy, whom Pansage won against by defeating her Oshawott. Pokemon the series, Black and White, Unova, Pansage debuted in Triple Leaders Team Threats, where he showed him to Ash, who scanned him on his Pokédex before battling. Pansage was the third and final Pokemon Ash faced in his battle in the Striaton Gym, where he went up against Ash's Oshawott. However, Pansage dodged all of his moves with ease and hit Oshawott quite hard with Bullet Seed and Bite. After Oshawott finally hit in mid-air Pansage with Water Gun, Pansage started charging Solar Beam, which petrified Oshawott with fear. In Dreams by the Yard Full, Oshawott deflected the Solar Beam, and Pansage was soon defeated by Oshawott, earning Ash the Trio Badge, his first Unova League badge. At the end of the episode, Cilan takes Pansage with him while he travels with Ash and Iris, Pansage battling Ash's Oshawott. In The Bloom is on Axew. Cilan used Pansage in a battle against Iris's Axew to help Axew gain some battle experience, even though Pansage significantly lowered his own attack power, 20% lower according to Cilan. Axew was thrown off by his attacks. The battle ended when Axew used Dragon Rage, but he accidentally misfired it, which caused a massive explosion that took Pansage and everyone else by surprise. In a home for Dwebble, Pansage was used to help track down a group of Dwebble by using Dig. He was actually injured by the one Dwebble that he was trying to help. He was hit in the head by a small rock. Dwebble apologized, and a friendship was formed between the two Pokemon. He later fell ill because of the injury and was given an herbal remedy made by Iris. In the morning after Pansage recovered, he assisted Dwebble in getting its rock back. Pansage was very happy when Dwebble decided to travel with Cilan and himself so that their friendship could continue. When Cilan was challenged to a rematch by fellow Pokemon connoisseurs, Burgundy in A Connoisseur's Revenge, he chose Pansage to battle her Sawsbuck, which he defeated after confusing it with Dig and hitting it with strong Bullet Seed and Solar Beam attacks, not taking a single hit in the process, showing that Pansage was a better battler than Ash and Iris originally thought. Pansage's abilities as a swimmer were shown in A Fishing Connoisseur, in A Fishing competition, Cilan used him in a fishing competition to battle a wild Basculin both in and out of the water. He was able to subdue it with Solar Beam, and Cilan was able to capture it. However, it was later released. Later, Pansage was used to help stop Team Rocket from stealing the Pokemon that were captured by the fishing competition contestants. In movie time, Zorua in The Legend of the Pokemon Knight, Pansage appeared in Luke's movie alongside Cilan as the main antagonists of the film. Later, when Team Rocket had stolen Zorua, he switched roles and helped save Zorua when Cilan began to ad-lib his part, claiming to be a magician now freed by Team Rocket's evil influence. Pansage and Cilan participating in Luke's movie. In battle for the Underground, he was let out of his Pokeball by Snivy when she found him among those that Team Rocket had stolen from the Nimbasa City Pokemon Center to help everyone escape from Team Rocket's train. However, his Bullet Seed was not strong enough to break through the door. He later helped fight of Dr. Zager's helicopter, while the other Pokemon worked out an escape. In Lost at the Stamp Rally, Pansage teamed up with Tepig when his trainer Cilan and Ash battled subway bosses Ingo and Emmett. Battling their Electros and Chandelure, Pansage performed well, making use of the railings around the battlefield. He and his partner battled well, but were eventually defeated. In a call for brotherly love, Cilan used Pansage to battle with Chili's Pansear after they were challenged. During the battle, Pansage was revealed to know Rock Tomb, which he used to defeat the high-temp Pokemon. He also calmed Pansear down after it had a fight with its trainer, Pansage, Cilan, and the others later helped Chili and Pansear train and eventually learn his own most powerful attack, Solar Beam. Pansage teaching Pansear Solar Beam. In stopping the Rage of Legends, Part 1, Cilan called upon Pansage to hold off Tornadus, while Ash, Iris, and Lewis ran ahead to Landorus' shrine. However, Pansage was soon overcome by the legendary Pokemon, who had a type advantage and was returned to his Pokeball. Then, in the next episode, he helped rescue the members of the Forces of Nature from Team Rocket after they were captured, repeatedly using Solar Beam on Dr. Zager's helicopter until he was joined by Pikachu, Ash's Roggenrola, Iris's Exu, and Emolga, to cause the force field prisons trapping the trio to break. In Cilan Takes Flight, Cilan called upon Pansage to participate in Skyla's air battle simulation. Skyla then predicted that Pansage would not be able to beat her flying-type Pokemon. Pansage battled Skyla's Swoobat and proved her right by falling quickly to Swoobat's Air Cutter and Gust attacks without landing a single hit. Pansage was Cilan's chosen Pokemon for Ambiga Town's Club Splosion tournament. He battled Flora's Gothorita in the Club Splosion begins for the first round. After Solar Beam collided with Gothorita's Psyshock, Pansage was able to win the battle using Dig while covered by the smoke created by the collision. He later battled Steven Sock in a Club Splosion of excitement. Pansage was overwhelmed when Sock easily defended against his Bullet Seed with close combat and hit him hard. Pansage attempted to stop Sock's Karate Chop with Bite, but it only allowed Sock a better method of attack, slamming Pansage to the ground. After the brutal attack, Pansage was able to stand back, only to immediately be defeated by Low Sweep, knocking Cilan out of the tournament. In Piplup, Pansage at a meeting of the Times, when Cilan challenged Dawn in order to evaluate a Pokemon that had been raised by a coordinator, he chose Pansage to battle Dawn's Piplup. However, Pansage found it difficult to compete with Piplup's Pokemon contest techniques, having a Bullet Seed knocked back at him by Drill Peck and Rock Tomb destroyed by a Bubble Beam. Counter a shield. Eventually, Pansage launched a Solar Beam, which clashed with Piplup's Ice Beam, causing a firework-like explosion. Upon seeing this, Meloetta became overexcited and interrupted the battle. Jervis then called an official timeout. In jostling for the Junior Cup, Pansage was used in the first round of the Pokemon World Tournament Junior Cup against Shepherd's Galvantula and won the battle. Thus, Cilan advanced to the second round. In Unova's survival crisis, Pansage was sent out to battle the forces of nature and fired off attacks while riding on Ridley's Golurk. Pansage battling the forces of nature. In Secrets from Out of the Fog, Pansage was sent out to battle a Team Plasma Grunt's Liepard, using Bullet Seed to prevent it from attacking. However, his Bullet Seed collided with Barrett's Magnezone's Magnet Bomb, and the resulting explosion knocked out Ash's Pignite. Pansage eventually defeated Liepard. Decolore Islands. Cilan had entered Pansage in the Pokemon Sumo tournament on Cappacia Island in The Journalist from Another Region. In comparison to the other Pokemon entered, Pansage was considerably smaller. Cilan was aware of the weight disadvantage, but insisted that their tactic would make up for it. However, Pansage was quickly defeated by his first opponent, Hariyama, who knocked him clear out of the ring and into the arms of his trainer. In survival of the Striaton Gym, Pansage helped his trainer to gather fruit for lunch. When the gang encountered an Abomasnow, Pansage offered a piece of fruit to the Frostry Pokemon, only to be attacked instead. The Abomasnow was revealed to be owned by Marana, who had come to challenge Cilan. Pansage briefly reunited with Chili's Pansear and Cress's Panpour before confronting Marana and her Abomasnow with his trainer. When the battle started, Abomasnow's Snow Warning ability lay snow across their battlefield. Both Pokemon collided their Bullet Seed attacks with Abomasnow overpowering Pansage's, but not before Pansage dodged and struck Abomasnow with Dig, only to take a hit from Abomasnow's strength. Pansage's Solar Beam was then matched by Abomasnow's Blizzard. Pansage then managed to avoid Sheer Cold with Dig and strike his opponent with Bullet Seed from within the hole. Pansage readied a Rock Tube to finish the battle, but was frozen by Blizzard. As Abomasnow charged towards the frozen Pansage using Strength, Pansage charged a Solar Beam that broke through the ice and stopped Abomasnow's attack. Pansage finally knocked out his opponent with Rock Tomb. After the battle, Pansage graciously healed Abomasnow with herbs from his head. Gluttony activated. Johto in BSW-01. Cilan had Pansage battle a Quillfish he wanted to catch while fishing. After dodging a Hydro Pump, he was able to land 2 successful hits with Bullet Seed and Rock Tomb. Cilan orders a Solar Beam to finish it off, and Pansage begins charging energy from the sun while jumping toward Gyarados to attack at close range. Gyarados counters with a flamethrower and greatly injures the Grass Monkey Pokemon. Seeing Pansage hurt, Cilan calls off the battle and rushes to get him to a Pokemon Center. Pansage and Cilan. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, Cilan explains to Nurse Joy about the Gyarados and its flamethrower. Pansage is sent to the recovery room, and a nervously waiting Nurse Joy tells him that Pansage will be fine and just needs some rest. While resting, Cilan leaves him at the Pokemon Center while he goes to help bring Gyarados back to the lake. After Pansage fully recovered, Brock tells him that he will take him to Cilan. Upon arriving, Pansage sees his trainer trying to calm down the Gyarados, now on a rampage. After Brock sees that Gyarados is injured, Cilan has Pansage use Grass Whistle to put it to sleep so Brock can heal it with a potion. Pokemon the Series XY in XYS06, Pansage joined Clemens Chespin in battling a wild Electros. Pokemon Journeys the Series, Pansage appeared in a flashback in Thrash of the Titans. In Radio Lull the Mischievous Stars, it was revealed that Cilan and Pansage had become listeners of Team Rocket's new radio show. In Partners in Time, Pansage watched Ash's Masters 8 tournament against Leon. In Must Be Our Heroes and The Witch, Cilan briefly used Pansage to battle a hypnotized Brock and his Steelix. Personality and characteristics. Much like his trainer, Pansage is kind and cheerful to others. He was patient and gentle when battling the severely disadvantaged Exu in The Bloom is on Exu, as well as on the Wild Venipede in a Venipede Stampede. He had no problem with adjusting his own attack power on these Pokemon. He's also very forgiving in a home for Dwebble, as he held no grudge against Dwebble despite being injured by it and eventually made ill. However, he can also be very competitive, as seen in a Connoisseur's Revenge when he battled against Burgundy's Sawsbuck, as well as quick-tempered as seen in Emolga and the new Volt Switch, when he was suddenly attacked while taking a nap and knocked out Minccino without being given orders. Pansage has a close relationship with Chili's Pansear in a call for brotherly love, as the two happily greeted each other with a handshake. He also consoled Pansear after it and Chili had a fight, and was happy to train with it so Pansear could learn Solar Beam. This relationship was shown again in Survival of the Striaton Gym, while Cress's Panpour also revealed to share this close bond. Pansage was also gracious in Victory, as shown in the same episode, where he healed the Abomasnow that had been previously aggressive towards him. Pansage, Pansear, and Panpour. Pansage offering his leaves to Morana's Abomasnow. Moves used using Bite, using Vine Whip, Bullet Seed, Bite, and Solar Beam in Triple Leaders Team Threats. Dig in a home for Dwebble, Rock Tomb, a call for brotherly love, Grass Whistle, BWS-01, and Vine Whip in XYS-06. Artwork. Official artwork from Pokemon the Series, Black and White. Official artwork from Pokemon the Series, Black and White. Official artwork from Pokemon the Series, Black and White. Artwork from After the Story. These are probably people listening to Team Rocket's radio show, which is interesting. Artwork from after the story. This one is, I guess, giving Pansage a gift, I'm guessing? Gotcha. Silan's Pansage briefly appeared in Gotcha. In the games, in the core series games, Pansage is Silan's main Pokemon in every battle the player has with him. In his later battles, it is evolved into Simisage. Pokemon Black and White. Pansage, male, level 14, type Grass, ability Gluttony. Held item none, workup, normal status, Spine Whip, Grass physical, Lick, Ghost physical, and Fury Swipes normal physical. Mystery Egg, main article Secret Eggs, a Japanese event randomly distributed an egg that contained an in-game representation of Silan's Pansage, Ash's P-Dove, or Iris's Exu via Nintendo Wi-Fi connection. Like its anime series counterpart, this Pansage knows Bullet Seed, Bite, Solar Beam, and Dig. This event started on December 17th, 2010 and ended on January 11th, 2011. This egg was also distributed at participating American Toys R Us locations from April 27th to May 31st, 2011. Pokemon info, Pansage, male, dex number 0511, level 1, type Grass, original trainer, Hatchers, ID number, Hatchers, item none, ability Gluttony, trainer memo, Brave Nature, Pokemon event, egg obtained, place hatched, egg apparently hatched, battle moves, Grass, Bullet Seed, Dark Bite, Grass, Solar Beam, Ground Dig, ribbons, none. This Pokemon was available in the United States from April 27th to May 31st, 2011. The date this Pokemon was received is determined by the date on the DS when it was hatched by its original trainer. This may differ for every Pokemon. This Pokemon was distributed as an egg. The other date depends on when this Pokemon was hatched. The OT and ID number of this Pokemon was the same as its hatchers. This Pokemon can be shiny if hatched in a different game to the game it was received in. Can be obtained in Black and White. Hello, today we'll be talking about Patrat, the first normal-type Pokemon, first-stage Pokemon, and Pokemon that evolves introduced in Gen 5. Its previous BYC dates are July 14th, 1997, May 4th, 2000, February 23rd, 2003, December 14th, 2005, October 4th, 2008, July 26th, 2011, May 16th, 2014, March 6th, 2017, December 26th, 2019, and October 16th, 2022. I like Patrat's design and is quite unique, although it does seem to take elements from all four previous generations' early game 2-stage normal-type Pokemon. For Gen 1, it being based on a rodent shares this trait with Rattata. For Gen 2, it appears to be a Pokemon that looks out for things, much like Sentret. For Gen 3, Patrat has a mask much like Zigzagoon. For Gen 4, it has black feet like Bidoof. I must know Patrat from signs in the Detective Pikachu movie. These signs seem to be for some kind of city watch, which I think was a missed opportunity to use its evolution, Watchog, to make a pun. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Patrat, the scout Pokemon, whose number is 0504. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities Runaway or Keen Eye. Analytic is its ability. Gender ratio is 50% male and 50% female, so this is the first Pokemon this generation to have this. This gender ratio is 1-to-1. And normally I would say gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is egg group field, hatch time 15 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 25.6 pounds or 11.6 kilograms. Base experience yield is 51. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokédex color is brown and base friendship is 70. Patrat is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. It evolves into Watchog starting at level 20. Biology, Patrat is a rodent-like Pokemon that resembles a chipmunk. It is mostly brown with a tan stomach and face. It has a large pointed tooth that sticks out of its mouth. Patrat has a flat face and its cheeks are very round. Patrat has cheek pouches that it uses to store food. Its ears are small and pointed. Its head has a black band that covers the eyes, which have red irises with a yellow ring and black pupils. Its feet are small and straight. The tail is used for communication. Its tail is raised when it sees an enemy. Patrat is very conscious and wary regarding its surroundings and is always on guard. The Pokemon, the series Black and White episode Sawaddle and Berg in Pinwheel Forest depicts Patrat living in tunnels. Evolution, Patrat evolves into Watchog. Patrat, Watchog. Game data, Pokédex entries. In Gen 5, black. Using food stored in cheek pouches, they can keep watch for days. They use their tails to communicate with others. White. Extremely cautious. They take shifts to maintain a constant watch of their nest. They feel insecure without a lookout. Black 2 and White 2. Extremely cautious. One of them will always be on the lookout, but it won't notice a foe coming from behind. In Gen 6, X is Black's entry. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby is Black and X's entry, and Alpha Sapphire is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. Game locations. Side game locations. Stats, base stats, HP 45, attack 55, defense 39, special attack 35, special defense 39, speed 42, for a total of 255. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. Learn set, there's this note here that is unusual. We haven't really had this happen before, so Patrat was last available in Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon. Is unavailable in Gen 8 and 9. By leveling up for Gen 7, which is wild, 1 Tackle, 3 Leer, 6 Bite, 8 Bide, 11 Detect, 13 Sand Attack, 16 Crunch, 18 Hypnosis, 21 Super Fang, 23 After You, 26 Focus Energy, 28 Workup, 31 Hyper Fang, 33 Nasty Plot, 36 Mean Look, 38 Baton Pass, and 41 Slam. By TM 01 Workup, 6 Toxic, 10 Hidden Power, 11 Sunny Day, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 21 Frustration, 24 Thunderbolt, 27 Return, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 48 Round, 56 Fling, 75 Swords Dance, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, 88 Sleep Talk, 90 Substitute, and 100 Confide. By breeding, this group gives it Assurance. Chinchino gives it Bullet Seed in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. This group gives it Flail. This group gives it Foresight. This group gives it Iron Tail. Through chain breeding, that's what this little asterisk means. This group gives it Pursuit. This group gives it Revenge. This group gives it Screech. And Smeargle gives it Tearful Look in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. By tutoring in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, you can get After You, Aquatail, Covet, Endeavor, Gunk Shot, Helping Hand, Iron Tail, Laser Focus, Last Resort, Low Kick, Seed Bomb, Shockwave, Snore, Super Fang, and Zen Headbutt. By transfer from another generation, from 5 and 6 it gets Cut, Dig, and Retaliate, and from 6 it can get Secret Power. Side game data, you got all this. Pokepark 2 wanders beyond the Pokepark pad entry. They patrol the Cove area, but they mostly just wander around. They sometimes fail to observe what they are supposed to see. Got all this. Evolution data, Patrat, level 20 Watchog. Sprites in Gen 5. So, you've got these. They're probably slightly different colored and stuff. Shiny is this darker brown and this different tan color with blue and green, replacing red and orange respectively. In Gen 6 you get the models. Seems to be a lot taller and maybe a little bit thinner. Interesting. In Gen 7, not really much changes. Homes, you get these models. Animation. Patrat and Pokemon Horizons of the series, somehow, despite the fact that they're not in Gen 9. Got all this. In the manga, Patrat and Pokemon Adventures. This. The TCG. Trivia. I read this first point in the Growlithe video. Patrat has the lowest base stat total of all Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. Patrat appears in Pokemon Battle Chess BW version. It acts like a pawn piece in chess, but can also move 1 square horizontally. Patrat in Pokemon Battle Chess. Coincidentally, Patrat's name and etymology is the same in both the English and Czech versions. In the Czech language, Patrat is a verb that means to search or to scout. Origin, Patrat appears to be based on a prairie dog, chipmunk, or meerkat. The way it always look out for danger seems to be based on scouts and doing reconnaissance. Name origin, Patrat may be a combination of patrol and rat, as well as a play on pack rat. Minazumi may be a combination of me looking and Nazumi mouse. Languages, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Patrat's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 658, In the Shadow of Zekrom. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, as well as his mother, Delia Ketchum, and the Pokemon Professor Oak, have come to the Unova region, where they have met Professor Juniper, the local Pokemon professor. She's taking them in her car, and they are passing by a bunch of Pokemon. There's Patrat.
So?
And that is Patrat's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Patrat's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to Detective Pikachu, as I like to call it, Detective Patrat, as filling the frames with Patrat to the best of my ability. In the film, Patrat only appears in the city watch signs. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. After finding out that his father, Harry Goodman, has died in a car crash, he has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu, and they have gone on a little adventure with some Apom who took something called the Argas, which makes Pokemon go crazy. And he's trying to warn everyone, unaware that the Apom have returned back to normal. Also, they took his pants at one point.
A lot of good right now.
Looking back at his pants.
You know, I pictured you as a bit of a blue sky, but those are nice. Sleep on the couch. No.
Okay, so now we've got to a little later. It's been revealed that Detective Pikachu was Harry Goodman's police detective partner. He's convinced him that Harry isn't actually dead, and they're going back to the apartment to rest up for the night. And he's basically inviting him over to his house.
I'm not gonna sleep on the couch. Well, then you can sleep on the stove. Be a dear, would you, and get the door for me? What am I doing? I just invited someone to my apartment. I never do this. I'm not that kind of Pokemon.
And that's it. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Patrat. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're starting fan art, so instead of looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. For those of you new to this generation, you'll see that the typical note is on the side, and it's specifically referring to Haba After Dark here. It'll fade as we go here. This is Patrat by Haba After Dark. This is Fat Patrat. Let me get the backs right. That's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video, I'll be talking about Watchog. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Watchog, the only evolution of Patrat who evolves at level 20. Watchog is also the first normal type evolution, second stage Pokemon, and final evolution introduced in Gen 5. Its previous PYC dates are July 15th, 1997, May 15th, 2000, February 24th, 2003, December 15th, 2005, October 5th, 2008, July 27th, 2011, May 17th, 2014, March 7th, 2017, December 27th, 2019, and October 17th, 2022. I like Watchog's design, and that the designers gave it a safety vest-like pattern. Like Patrat, it shares similarities with its previous 4th-generation counterparts. For Gen 1, it shares being based on a rodent with Raticate. For Gen 2, like Patrat, it seems to take more inspiration from Sentret than Furret, although they are both long-bodied Pokemon with stripes. For Gen 3, the long arms and body are shared between Watchog and Linoon. For Gen 4, its hands are similar to Bibarel's in that they have 3 digits, and they aren't claws. I must know, Watchog is the vice principal of the school in Serene Village in Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. Thanks to the substitute videos, I've learned that it's a common enemy faced by notable Pokemon in the anime and manga. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Watchog, the lookout Pokemon whose number is 0505. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities Illuminate or Keen Eye, Analytic is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is a group field, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 3'7" or 1.1 meters, weight is 59.5 pounds or 27 kilograms, base experience yield is 147, leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 2, in attack, so there's this note here. 1 in black and white. 1 in black and white, interesting. Shape is that, preferred as that, Pokédex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Watchog is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. It evolves from Patrat starting at level 20. Biology. Watchog is an upright meerkat-like Pokemon with large cheeks and a single pointed incisor sticking out of its mouth. It is mainly reddish-brown with beige cheeks and neck. There is a yellow stripe on its chest and tail. Its hands, feet, and tail tip are white. Its red eyes have small black pupils and a yellow stripe. Black markings accentuate the eyes at their outer ends. Its tail is almost exclusively depicted standing up straight, although it can also be kept in a relaxed position. There are luminescent compounds in Watchog's body that allows its stripes and eyes to glow. It uses this ability to threaten predators. Its cheeks can hold a large amount of seeds, which it collects and spits out at its opponents. Watchog possesses night vision and can view its surroundings in darkness. Watchog, illuminating. Evolution, Watchog evolves from Patrat, so Patrat, Watchog. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Watchog is the vice principal at the Servine Village School. He cares highly about the school's reputation and is afraid of problems at the school. He considers the player and partner to be problem children. Pokédex entries in Gen 5, Black. When they see an enemy, their tails stand high, and they spit the seeds of berries stored in their cheek pouches. White, they make the patterns on their body shine in order to threaten predators. Keen eyesight lets them see in the dark. Black 2 and White 2. Using luminescent matter, it makes its eyes and body glow and stuns attacking opponents. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Black's entry. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Black and Y's entry. Game locations. Side game locations. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 85, defense 69, special attack 60, special defense 69, speed 77 for a total of 420. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rocks, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 20, so upon evolution it gets Confuse Ray. 22 Super Fang, 25 After You, 29 Focus Energy, 32 Psych Up, 36 Hyper Fang, 39 Nasty Plot, 43 Mean Look, 46 Baton Pass, and 50 Slam. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping. By tutoring, in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, it gets After You, Aqua Tail, Covet, Endeavor, Fire Punch, Focus Punch, Gunk Shot, Helping Hand, Ice Punch, Iron Tail, Knockoff, Lizard Focus, Last Resort, Low Kick, Seed Bomb, Shockwave, Signal, Beam, Snore, Stomping Tantrum, Super Fang, Thunder Punch, and Zen Headbutt. By Prior Evolution is nothing. By transfer from another generation, 5 and 6 it gets Cut, Dig, and Flash, 6 Power Up Punch, 5 and 6 Retaliate and Rock Smash, 6 Secret Power, and 5 and 6 Strength. Side game data, you got all this. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, in the Pokepark Bat entry. He's taking care of Patrat. He likes to see new things before anyone else. He can be a scatterbrain. Got all this. Evolution data, Patrat, level 20 Watchog. Sprites here, so very similar. Yeah, a little darker colors, probably all around. And for shiny, green replaces the yellow stripes. Same within the eyes. Orange replaces the red stripes in the eyes. It also seems to be a yellow, like, bottom of the foot rather than this gray color. That's interesting. Probably the same because of the body color. It's probably the same as the body color. Oh, yeah. It also changes. And the main body color also becomes this sort of purple color. Gen 6. Get the models. Pretty good adaptation to say, you know, it's lighter colors, of course. Yeah. In Gen 7, not really much changes. Homes, you get these models. Seems to fix the feet thing, I guess, yeah. By the time we get to the models, it doesn't differentiate the ankle colors. In animation, Watchog and Pokemon Horizons the series. Again, I don't know how it could exist in there, since it doesn't exist in the Paldea region. Got all this. Oh, yeah. Pokédex entries. I've already recorded this first one in the anime, so I'll let Ash's Pokédex read it.
Watchog, the lookout Pokémon, and the evolved form of Patrat. Watchog's body contains luminescent compounds which allow its eyes and stripes to glow.
In Black and White, episode 115, in Ash's Pokédex. Watchog, the lookout Pokémon. The markings on Watchog's body can glow to intimidate its foes. It has excellent vision, even in darkness. Got all this in the manga. Watchog in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, so we have our first manga Pokédex entry. So it has the manga, the chapter, and the entry. Usually the chapter is a code, but I guess it has a proper name in this case. The manga is Pokemon Adventures, chapter Battle at the Dream Yard. They make the patterns on their bodies shine in order to threaten predators. Keen eyesight lets them see in the dark. TCG. Trivia: in Pokemon Black and White, Watchog was the only Pokemon to have the same EV yield as its pre-evolution, and the only evolved Pokemon to only give a single EV, giving 1 EV in attack. Because its EV yield was 2 in attack in Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, Watchog is the only Pokemon to have its EV yield changed within a generation. Watchog is the only evolved Pokemon with a catch rate of 255. Despite its Pokédex entries from Black, Y, and Alpha Sapphire stating, Watchog spits the seeds of berries stored in their cheek pouches. Watchog couldn't learn Bullet Seed until Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. As of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, both Watchog's abilities have the same effect, however Watchog is unavailable in these games. Origin: Watchog's name suggests that it is based on a groundhog, although, like its pre-evolution, it also resembles a chipmunk, meerkat, or prairie dog. Its design is possibly based on a road worker with the body resembling a protective suit, and the yellow stripes forming a safety vest. Its penchant for moves that interrupt the standard flow of battle could allude to traffic guards, and their ability to override the rules of the road. Name origin: Watchog may be a combination of watch and groundhog, as well as a play on watchdog. Miru Hog may be a combination of Miru, to observe, and groundhog. Now the languages, references, external links, let's move on.
Since I watched Watchog's first scene in the anime in the Servine video, let's watch Watchog's second scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 671, A Night at the Necrene City Museum. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Iris and Cilan, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Necrene City, where they've gone to the museum, which is also the home of the Necrene City Gym, and through a bunch of shenanigans, the situation currently is that a Yamask is possessing Cilan and also controlling a Dragonite skeleton. And this is Lenora, the gym leader, and she's about to send out her Watchog.
Oh, Watchog!
I would say that is Watchog's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Watchog. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Watchog. This is Watchog in Super Smash Bros. By PQ1A, this weirdly stylized, almost Disneyfied version of Watchog. It's AI art. This is Watchog Dark/Grounds by Soul Meyer, I guess. An alternate version of Watchog here, where it's a dark ground type Pokemon. Very interesting. This image doesn't contain a Watchog, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video of the series, I'll be talking about Lillipup. As always, this is my proper outfit. You can see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Lillipup. Its previous PYC dates are July 16th, 1997, May 6th, 2000, February 25th, 2003, December 16th, 2005, October 6th, 2008, July 28th, 2011, May 18th, 2014, March 8th, 2017, December 28th, 2019, and October 18th, 2022. I'm surprised we're talking about Lillipup this early, as I remember its final evolution, Stoutland, as being a Gen 8 Pokemon. Maybe I just feel like it fits within the Galar region. As for its design, Lillipup is the base canine Pokemon, meaning it could be seen as a parallel to Growlithe, Snubbull, Houndour, Poochyena, or Riolu. Although, unlike all of those Pokemon, Lillipup is part of a 3-stage evolutionary line. Although, while all of those are fantastical to some degree, Lillipup is just a stylized puppy. Its entire line is basically just a stylized dog for some reason. Not that I mind too much. I think Lillipup is cute. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Lillipup, the puppy Pokemon, whose number is 0506. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities Vital Spirit or Pickup, Runaway is its inability, gender ratios 50-50, catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is egg group field, hatch time 15 cycles, height is 1 foot 4 or 0.4 meters, weight is 9 pounds or 4.1 kilograms, base experience yield is 55, leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 1 in attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokédex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Lillipup is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. It evolves into Herdier, starting at level 16, which evolves into Stoutland, starting at level 32. Biology, Lillipup is a light brown canine Pokemon. It has oval brown eyes, a red nose, and its face covered by an abundance of cream fur. This facial fur can be used for radar and provides Lillipup with information about its surroundings. It has large pointed ears with a tuft of fur near the base of each. Its fur puffs out above its paws, and its back has a spiky dark blue blaze. Each paw has 3 toes, and a blue paw pad that can be seen in Pokédex 3D Pro. It has a short, tufty tail. It is an intelligent, courageous Pokemon capable of judging its opponent's strength. Lillipup's intelligence and obedience makes it popular for beginners due to how easy it is to raise. It is also extremely popular with trainers living in apartments due to it never yelping. It uses its fur as a radar for checking the opponent's condition. While normally it is very brave, Lillipup is cautious to know when to flee from an opponent it cannot defeat. Due to it being smarter than the average child, Lillipup never forgets the love or abuse it receives while being raised. Evolution, Lillipup evolves into Herdier, which evolves into Stoutland, so Lillipup, Herdier, Stoutland. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity. Lillipup is a minor character in the game and a resident of Post Town, who is a good friend of Swadloon. Pokédex entries in Gen 5. Black. It faces strong opponents with great courage, but when at a disadvantage in a fight, this intelligent Pokemon flees. White. The long hair around its face provides an amazing radar that lets it sense subtle changes in its surroundings. Black 2 and White 2. Though it is a very brave Pokemon, it's also smart enough to check its foe's strength and avoid battle. In Gen 6, X is White's entry. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby is White and X's entry, and Alpha Sapphire is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. For the first time this generation, we have some in Gen 7. It looks like we also have some in Gen 8, Sword and Shields down there. But we'll get back to that. First, this note. This Pokemon has no Pokédex entries in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. That's true of every Pokemon after, I think, the first generation. So, the one thing about Gen 7 that makes it unique is that every entry is different. There are no repeats. It never repeats any from the past. Others may repeat it, but it never repeats any from the past. It was all new Pokédex entries. So in Sun, because it doesn't yelp, it is extremely popular with trainers who live in apartment buildings. Moon, the long fur surrounding its face, functions as radar, enabling it to probe the condition of its battle opponents. Ultra Sun, this Pokemon has excellent judgment. If it decides it can't defeat an opponent, it immediately turns tail and vamooses. Ultra Moon, this Pokemon is popular with beginners because it's intelligent, obedient to its trainer's commands, and easy to raise. In Gen 8, this Pokemon has no Pokédex entries in Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legends Arceus. For Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, that's going to be true starting in this generation, that there will never be another Pokemon in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, because they don't have any Pokemon after the 4th generation. Sword. This Pokemon is courageous, but also cautious. It uses the soft fur covering its face to collect information about its surroundings. Shield. This Pokemon is far brighter than the average child, and Lillipup won't forget the love it receives or any abuse it suffers. Lillipup in the Alola Pokédex, so this is the Gen 7 image. Sometimes there's two, one for Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. This one only has this image. You can see the pop pad. Game locations. Side game locations. Stats. Base stats. HP 45, attack 60, defense 45, special attack 25, special defense 45, speed 55 for a total of 275. Type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak 2 fighting for double, immune to ghost. Resistant to nothing. Notes if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Tackle and Leer for Workup, 8 Bite, 12. Retaliate, 17, Baby Doll Eyes, 20, Play Rough, 24, Crunch, 28, Takedown, 32, Helping Hand, 36, Reversal, 40, Roar, 44, Last Resort, and 48, Giga Impact. By TM/GR, TM09, Giga Impact, 14, Thunder Wave, 15, Dig, 21, Rest, 24, Snore, 25, Protect, 29, Charm, 31, Attract, 33, Rain Dance, 34, Sunny Day, 39, Facade, 41, Helping Hand, 48, Rock Tomb, 57, Payback, 66, Thunder Fang, 67, Ice Fang, 68, Fire Fang, 76 Round, 79 Retaliate, and 85 Snarl. For the TRs, TR 08 Thunderbolt, 20 Substitute, 21 Reversal, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 32 Crunch, 33 Shadow Ball, 35 Uproar, 42 Hyper Voice, 85 Work Up, 86 Wild Charge, 90 Play Rough, and 97 Psychic Fangs. Live reading, this group gives it After You, this group gives it Covet, this group gives it Howl, this group gives it Lick, this group gives it Mud Slap, and this group gives it Yawn. By tutoring, there's nothing. By transfer from another generation, from 5 to 7, it gets Aerial Ace, 6 and 7 Confide, 5 through 7, Double Team, Frustration, Hidden Power, Odor Sleuth, Pursuit, and Return, Frustration, Hidden Power, Odor Sleuth, Pursuit, and Return don't work anymore, 5 and 6, Rock Smash, 5 through 7, Sand Attack, 6, Secret Power that doesn't work anymore, 6 and 7, Shockwave, and 5 through 7, Swagger and Toxic. Side game data, you got Evolution data, Lillipup, level 16, Herdier, level 32, Stoutland. Sprites here, so pretty much the same. I mean, for a little bit more simplified for the DS screens. This is just lighter colors, basically, and green eyes and green back rather than the bluish black. In Gen 6, you get the models, kinda weird because it like oversimplifies the tuft of fur on its head. Kinda almost looks like it's been hit with a pie or something. Yeah, very interesting. A little bit better in the back, I guess. Gen 7, a little bit better because the eyes aren't as stretched out, I think. Homes, you get these models, which are much better to show off the tuft of fur. In animation, Lillipup in Pokemon the series, black and white. Got all this. Pokédex entries. I already recorded this one in the anime section, so let Ash's Pokédex read it.
Lillipup, the puppy Pokémon. The long hair covering Lillipup's face is an excellent radar, which senses conditions in the surrounding area.
In the manga, Lillipup, right, with a Herdier and a Stoutland. In Pokemon Adventures. The Pokédex entries. In the manga, Pokemon Adventures, chapter Defeating Stoutland. The long hair around its face provides an amazing radar that lets it sense subtle changes in its surroundings. Got all this. In the TCG. Trivia. I read this point in the Growlithe video. Origin. Lillipup is based on a Yorkshire Terrier. Name origin. Lillipup may be a combination of Lilliputian and pup. Your Terry may derive from Yorkshire Terrier. Now languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Lillipup's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 672, The Battle According to Lenora. In this episode, Ash Ketchum is at the Nectarine City Gym, and the gym leader, Lenora here, is prepping for her battle against Ash by introducing her Pokemon. She's already introduced Watchog. There's Lillipup. I would say that is Lillipup's first in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Lillipup. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Lillipup. This is Lillipup TCG by Funstar Art. This is this nice compilation of TCG images of Lillipup. This is Lillipup Back by Bloxables. It's a back sprite of Lillipup. This is Lillipup by Bloxables, a front sprite of Lillipup. Even though it looks like a Lillipup, according to the second image, it reveals that this is actually a Zorua, which is known to disguise itself into different Pokemon, so I can't count it as a Lillipup, and we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video of the series, I'll be talking about Herdier. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Herdier, the evolution of Lillipup who evolved at level 16. Herdier's previous PYC dates are July 17th, 1997, May 7th, 2000, July 26th, 2003, December 17th, 2005, October 7th, 2008, July 29th, 2011, May 19th, 2014, March 9th, 2017, December 29th, 2019, and October 19th, 2022. I'm surprised we're talking about Herdier this early, as I remember its evolution, Stoutland, as being a Gen 8 Pokemon. Maybe I just feel like it fits the Galar region. As for its design, Herdier is just a stylized dog. Its entire line is just a stylized dog for some reason. Not that I mind too much. I like Herdier's design. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll talk about Herdier, the loyal dog Pokemon, whose number is 0507. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities Intimidate or Sand Rush. Scrappy is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 120 or 24.9%, breeding's egg group field, hatch time 15 cycles, height is 2'11" or 0.9 meters, weight is 32.4 pounds or 14.7 kilograms. Base experience yield is 130, leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 2, and attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokédex color is gray, and base friendship is 70. Gray is an interesting choice. I guess is this supposed to be gray? Maybe the noses. I feel like brown would have been a much better choice. Or blue, or black, or whatever it's supposed to be. Herdier is a normal-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. It evolves from Lillipup, starting at level 16, and evolves to Stoutland, starting at level 32. Biology, Herdier is a light brown canine Pokemon with a short snout. Its face has long cream fur, which forms a mustache and a three-pointed crest. Its ears are large and perked, and it has a black nose. It has shaggy dark blue fur covering its body and a short tail. This hard, thick fur serves to protect Herdier from attacks. It has 4 short legs with 3-toed paws. Each paw has a dark blue paw pad that can be seen in Pokédex 3D Pro. Herdier is very loyal, smart, friendly, and it will help its trainer raise other Pokemon. However, it will not obey anyone who disrespects it. It has held trainers since long ago. Herdier has been theorized to have been the first Pokemon to have been partnered with humans based on what was discovered on the walls of caves. Its dense fur continues to grow endlessly. As Herdier's fur grows, it becomes more springily and impervious. Any claws or fang attempting to penetrate its fur would just bounce off. However, the fur makes Herdier difficult to train due to how much it costs to groom its dense fur. Evolution, Herdier evolves from Lillipup and evolves into Stoutland, so Lillipup, Herdier, Stoutland. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity. Herdier is a minor character of the game and a resident of Post Town. Pokédex entries in Gen 5, Black. It has black, cape-like fur that is very hard and decreases the amount of damage it receives. White. It loyally follows its trainer's orders. For ages, they have helped trainers raise Pokemon. Black 2 and White 2. This very loyal Pokemon helps trainers, and it also takes care of other Pokemon. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Black's entry. Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. And Alpha Sapphire is Black and Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun. Its dense black fur grows continuously. The high cost of keeping its hard fur properly groomed makes this a troublesome Pokemon to train. Moon. This Pokemon obeys its master's orders faithfully. However, it refuses to listen to anything said by a person it doesn't respect. Ultra Sun. The longer its black fur grows, the harder and more impervious it gets. Claws and fangs can't easily penetrate it. Ultra Moon. It has been living with people for so long that portrayals of it can be found on the walls of caves from long, long ago. In Gen 8 Sword, Herdier is a very smart and friendly Pokemon. So much so that there's a theory that Herdier was the first Pokemon to partner with people. Shield. The black fur that covers this Pokemon's body is dense and stringy. Even sharp fangs bounce right off. Herdier in the Lola Pokedex. Game locations. Side game locations. Stats, base stats, HP 65, attack 80, defense 65, special attack 35, special defense 65, speed 60 for a total of 370. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak 2 fighting for double, immune to ghost. Resistant to nothing. Notes if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll start at 19 here, so 19, Baby Doll Eyes, 24, Play Rough, 30, Crunch, 36, Takedown, 42, Helping Hand, 48, Reversal, 54, Roar, 60, Last Resort, and 66, Giga Impact. By TM/CR we're skipping. By Breeding we're skipping. By tutoring, there's nothing. By prior evolution, there's nothing. By transfer from another generation, 5 through 7 Aerial Ace, 6 and 7 Confide, 5 through 7, Double Team, Frustration, Hidden Power, Odor Sleuth, Pursuit, and Return. Frustration, Hidden Power, Odor Sleuth, Pursuit, and Return don't work anymore. 5 and 6, Rock Smash. 5 through 7, Sand Attack. 6, Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Shockwave. 5 and 6, Strength. And 5 through 7, Swagger and Toxic. Side game data, you got all this. Evolution data, Lillipup. Level 16, Herdier. Level 32, Stoutland. Sprites here, so a lot darker colors, especially this dark blue part. Okay, and the shiny is gray for that. And you got this sort of lighter colors like Lillipup's wear. Yeah, like leaning down for the spray, that's fun. In Gen 6, you get the models and the lighter colors. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. Gen 7, looks like the pupils change. I mean, although that all looks like they're small for this one. This are large for some reason. I don't know. Interesting. In homes, you get these models. Some more blue. That's interesting. Animation. Herdier in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. Got all this. Pokédex entries. I already recorded this first one for the anime section, so we'll let Ash's Pokédex read it.
Herdier, the loyal dog Pokémon, and the evolved form of Lillipup. Herdier's hard black fur softens its opponent's attacks like armor.
In Black and White, episode 111, in Ash's Pokédex. Herdier, the loyal dog Pokémon, and the evolved form of Lillipup. Always obedient and faithful to their trainers, Herdier have helped them raise other Pokemon since long ago. Pokemon Generations, Herdier and Pokemon Generations. Pokemon Evolutions, Herdier and Pokemon Evolutions. Got a couple of them. We saw this from the Oshawott video. In the manga, Herdier Middle in Pokemon Adventures. Saw this one in the Lillipup video. There's also a Stoutland in the background. Got all this, the TCG. Trivia, Herdier is Mana eBay's favorite Pokemon. Origin, Herdier is based on a Yorkshire Terrier with some characteristics of Scottish Terriers and Australian Silky Terriers. Name origin, Herdier and Herderie may be a combination of herding dog and terrier. Now the languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Herdier's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 673, Rematch at the Necrene Gym. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Iris and Cilan, as well as his faithful Pokemon, Pikachu and Iris's Exu, have come to the Necrene City Gym, as Ash wants a rematch with the gym leader, Lenora. She sent out her Pokemon to introduce who he'll be fighting. First was Watchog here. And then Herdier.
Watchog and... who's that Pokemon?
Herdier, the loyal dog Pokémon, and the evolved form of Lillipup. Herdier's hard black fur softens its opponent's attacks like armor.
I would say that is Herdier's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see what other people love Herdier. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Herdier. This is Herdier back by Bloxables, this back sprite of a Herdier. This is Sketch Art Pokédex number 506 through 508, Lillipup Family by Sunny Van 1. So you've got the line here, Lillipup, Herdier, Stoutland, very well done. This is Herdier PNG by Gaeta, so this nice kind of stylized Herdier image. Very well done. This is Herdier Stamp by Jaboys de Leo. So this nice image on a stamp here. Yeah, very interesting. This is 570 Herdier Shadow by Pink Denke. What they imagine that would have looked like if it existed in the games that have Shadow Pokemon. Very interesting. This is Gunther Reference by Peep Dream. It's this fusion between Herdier and a Hariyama. Very interesting here. Kind of looks like it has wings. Yeah, sort of more anthropomorphic dog. Like, that's interesting. Very well done. This is Shadows for Hire, CH1. 104 by True Scorn. So we did this comic in the Weavile video. So this is another page of that, I guess. So we've got this Zoroark saying, yeah, you could say that. I was helping a local shop move some product across town. He paid a pretty penny for it, too. Yeah, I guess that's one of the shopkeepers, an APOM. Shakes it around, yeah. I got Herdier here. That's great to hear. You've been doing so well lately, Charity. How was your day? Ah, it was great, too. I made it around the block 3 times without bumping into anything. Well, except for the big pot on the second round. But I think Mrs. Bontai moved in the way on purpose. Interesting. This is number 0507 Herdier by Aaron Tiger Tier. This AI art of a more realistic Herdier. It's just a dog. It's just a terrier. I mean, it's not even like I can't even really say it's. Yeah, that's okay. Doesn't have any of the fantastical elements at all. What? Herdier 2025 by Gaeta. So we got this fun stylized Herdier here. Kind of looking almost like a different cartoon kind of style. That's fun. This is 0507 Herdier by Dual Cosmog. This nice Herdier image here. Yeah, very well done. This is Battle Cuts Top 6 2025 by Gaeta. So we've got 6 Pokemon here. Herdier, Midday Lycanroc, Charizard, Tyranitar, Armarouge, and Goodra. Very interesting. This is Shadows for Hire, CH1, 105. That sounds like something the old buzzard would do. Hey, you seem kind of stressed, kiddo. Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. Why? Charity, I may be a blind old mutt, but you of all people know my nose still works fine, and I can smell when you're upset. Now what's going on? Shadows for Hire, CH1, 107 by True Scorn. We got this image here. It seems like the last couple are just confirming that this is the last page of the comic. Hey, you also smell like Panjam. Did the client like the perfume you made? Shoot, I was too rushed washing off earlier, so she disguised herself as a Panjam earlier. Oh, yeah. They were really excited about it and accidentally spilled some on me. Haha. Thanks again for your help with getting it just right. Your nose is really impressive. Anyway, good night. Oh, you're welcome. Good night, lass. Interesting. This is Memory Lane by Bashful Sunfall. It's got a couple of these images of a Growlithe and a Herdier here, kind of playing around. Yeah, very well done. This image doesn't contain a Herdier, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video, I'll be talking about Stoutland. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello and welcome to the substitute video for today. We are back on the Stoutland-Pansage page because in Pokemon Adventures, Cilan evolves his Pansage into a Simisage, so that's what we're gonna read today. We'll read all of this subsection. Pokemon Adventures, Simisage first appeared as a Pansage to assist Cilan and his brothers in the kitchen by using its leaves to make delicious tea for customers. Simisage as Pansage first appeared and welcomed to Striaton City with its trainer at the Striaton Gym, where it uses the leaves on its head to prepare tea for Black, Charon, and Bianca. As a Pansage, later it was used in the gym battle against Black, Charon, and Bianca alongside Cilan's brothers' Pokemon. They proved powerful against Black's Tep, Bianca's Oshawott, and Charon's Snivy with their type advantages, although it managed to defeat Bianca's Oshawott and break its Skull Chop. Tep managed to revive its fallen teammates with some healing leaves that were previously knocked off of Pansage's head. With Chili's Pansear defeated, the challengers won the match when the time limit ends, due to them having 3 Pokemon able to battle, while the gym leaders only had 2. In the Shadow Triad, Pansage was used to battle the Shadow Triad at the P2 laboratory. Although it, Pansear, and Pampor were at a disadvantage against their opponents, their trainers gave them a boost of power by evolving them with their respective evolution stones. Pansage evolves into Simisage, but is still unable to defeat its opponent despite becoming stronger. Eventually, they're saved by Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion, who attacked both groups to rescue Keldeo, which the Shadow Triad had captured. Cilan, Simisage in Pokemon Adventures. That's it. I won't be streaming tonight, as I checked and I can't get a Slowpoke. You'll see me tomorrow. Bye. To the stream here. Give me a second. I need to get the chat ready. Are you going? Are you working? Alright. I gotta go back and go back in. What's happening? Is it not appearing for you? What's happening? Let's see. If I can figure out what's going on. It should, yeah, it's up. It looks like it's up. Kind of. I mean, it seems it's totally loading. What are you loading? What? What? There we go. I'd like to choose it. Why can't I select it? This is annoying. Sorry about this. I'd like to go into the... What the heck is happening? An error occurred. Oh my god, what is happening? Okay. It should be working. Why can't you see me? I'm so confused. Oh no, you can't see me. Okay. Just trying to make this work, man. Okay. Green time reduction live. No. Can you go to my channel and select it? How it's happening? My channel. Yes, it can be selected on desktop, right? Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Why I can't do it on my iPad. Let's go back here. Okay. Yeah. Oh, there we go. I can select it. There, now I can look at chat. Okay. Occasionally, when I have time. But anyway, yeah, we're starting with the... with this. The game first, of course. Checking the Mirage spot and doing the lottery. And then I'll get as far as I can editing the 6 videos. Fortunately, I can't do all of them. I can't even upload any of them while I'm doing this. But anyway, so, yeah, so I'll do this, edit as much of these 6 videos as I can. I can't do everything because I don't have all the pieces, and like, there's things I need to redo properly. But yeah. That's what we're gonna do. A few applications that I don't need anymore. We'll see about music later, but for now, yeah. Okay. I think we're good. I should have cleaned that up earlier, sorry. Yeah, we'll do the float and all that. Turn off all the things that make noises. Anyway. I've been talking a lot for the last few days to try to catch up. So sorry if my voice is basically dead. Yeah. Cave? Is this the cave? Let's find out. I don't have it ready. Again, I'm so bad at doing these things, these impromptu live streams. You'd think I just know at this point, but... Okay, so we need a couple of these, because... A couple tabs, okay. Oh gosh, stupid computer being so slow. So we won't actually do it if it is the right cave. Mirage. Caves. Duplicate. We're gonna go to also probably Stoutland, right? We're gonna probably do the redo. We'll do the redos as well. Yeah. Excuse me. So this one is open field. No. It has stairs of some kind? It's field with stairs. Field with stairs, south of Route 131. Okay. This is it! Oh my god, we did it! Oh my god, we did it! We did it! Finally! Okay, I can't actually do it though, but we finally did it. I'm gonna save here. Fortunately, hopefully doing the lottery didn't. But I will do this tomorrow. We're finally gonna get a Slowpoke. We're finally gonna be able to move on. Jesus Christ, we're gonna finally be able to move on. So excited. Yee, I'm so excited. Okay. This is done now. So tomorrow, hypothetically, I should be able to do that. Should be able to same spot. We'll do that tomorrow night, I guess. Hopefully, I think I can get the other one. So we'll also try to start Pansear today as well. But anyway, for now though, I'm just gonna power that off. Take us like 3 weeks, but we finally, or like what, 4 weeks or whatever, like a whole month, but we finally got it. Jesus. Yeah, pretty much all of Gen 5 at this point. Just I'm trying to. Come on. There we go. That's done. That's done. Okay, so then we turn off the DR viewer, so that goes away. Then we'll head to. Well, first things first, I'll get Little Dylan going, and then we'll head to. Well, I'll head to here for. Well, let's see. How does this work again? How do I do this again? Let's see. We'll see the behind the scenes stuff for a second. Okay. And then I get this camera working. Little Dylan. Blah. Okay. Then I guess I was supposed to hide it, wasn't I? I forgot I have that now, don't I? Yeah. Oops. Anyway, this is the thing. We're at Stoutland first. We'll go through each of them. I probably won't do the anime section during the streams. I don't think I have any of them done. I might have a couple of them done. Different ones are at different lengths. You can see this one's not. I mean, a lot of them aren't really that far done. And in fact, I don't think Pansear's even. I don't think I've even started Pansear yet. But anyway, has that worked? Am I looking at the thing now? I want to make sure that I'm showing off the right thing. Okay, good. Pokédex. I should not have volume on my iPad. Okay. Let's do this. Actually, I should probably check to see if you can actually hear it. Entries. I've already recorded this one for the anime section, so we'll let Ashes. Okay, good. Okay, you can hear it. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, let's do this. No, I need to. Okay. Pokédex entries. I've already recorded this one for the anime section, so we'll let Ash's Pokédex read. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Crap. And I haven't done the anime, so I was supposed to go back to the anime and do that first. Well, I'm gonna have to, like, I guess I could do the anime, but you can't see it. I don't know. Can you see it? I've never been clear on that, whether or not you can actually see it. If I turn off the audio, will that be okay? Will that be safe? Show it off? I mean, it's a minute and 39 seconds, so hopefully this doesn't get copyright struck. But I'm gonna turn off the audio, image 2. Then I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna turn off the audio for now. And then just, you'll see it, but you won't hear it. I can turn that back on, okay. Oh, wrong one. This one, okay. Right, sorry, I gotta make that work. Hopefully this doesn't get copyright struck. Okay. I guess I could. You can hear it all the way until the anime actually starts, right? Duh. This one, I think. I think that's right. Yes, that's the right one. Okay. Then there's 2. Then go down. Okay. No, it's fine. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 696. Reunion battles in Nimbasa City. Oh yeah, sorry for all the burping and stuff you'll hear. No, what? That's not right. Sorry. Oh yeah, I checked the thing. Right. Reunion. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 696. So I have a little bit more energy than the last stream I did, live stream I did. Particularly the editing live stream. Because I actually took a nap. Because there was a storm earlier, and there might be a storm later, so we may have to stop this a little early. But anyway, we're just gonna get as far as we can. Reunion battles in battles in Nimbasa. Reunion battles in Nimbasa. Okay, we need some music, don't we? Fine, I'll grab some hopefully copyright-free music. Unlike the last one that claimed to be copyright-free music. Okay, I have to check. Can you actually copyright? Can you... If I did AI music, would that count? I don't know. Maybe that's not a good idea. Okay, copyright-free music. Let's just do... We'll do like the long ones, like the 12-hour ones, or like a playlist, copyright-free emotional music, copyright-free music, 2024. This is a secondary one, right? Or can you hear? Okay, how does this work again? How have I set this up? I set the second one to the 3, and then no guarantee any of this music's gonna be good, but I'll try it. Whoops, wrong button. Yeah, no, what? Okay, YouTube music, okay. But hopefully it's all copyright free. Unlike the last time. I do not believe that this is copyright. This is all gonna be copyright free. We'll see though. If this gets, you know, copyright struck or whatever, be aware of that, I guess. Okay. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Iris and Cilan, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Iris's... Uh-oh, do I have the Axu yet? Oh, right, I have to turn on the thing already. I might need to do the thing already. Okay, we have to turn you back on to... Okay, that's not what I wanted to see. Image 2. Yeah, we might have to... I don't think I have the Axu on this one. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna bring in the Axu. Okay, bring it up. Go to Gen 5 images. Go down to Axu. Okay, bring you back. Okay. Okay, now I can. Now you guys can see again. Image 2. Okay, there we go. Anyway, this Axu has... Whoops, sorry. This Axu... There we go. Save that. We don't need that. Axu... I'll just throw it down here, I guess. This Axu... Okay. So wait, there's Silan. Iris and Cilan, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Iris's Axu. Oh, I guess I messed that up somehow. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, Iris and In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Iris and Cilan, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, and Iris's... Okay, that's weird, but okay. Sue have ended. It's really loud. Give me a second. I need to like turn that down. Absurdly loud for no reason. It's not even at the top volume. Jesus, okay. I guess probably not even that bad for you guys. Okay. There we go. Okay. Have entered a battle tournament in Nimbasa Town. Currently, Ash is battling Burgundy, a Pokemon connoisseur. Connoisseur? Pokemon. Excuse me. Connoisseurs. Who is Cilan's rival. Very interesting that gave rivals to everyone this generation, all three of them this generation. Who is, Cilan. What's really doing? Cilan's who's Cilan. Yeah, I'm not quite used to the name yet. Who's Cilan. I'll get used to it. It's fine. I mean, I'm pretty much used to it now. I wasn't really used to it at that point. Who's Cilan's rival. She is sending out her Stoutland. Okay, well, hold on. That's where I gotta turn your audio off. For that. And then we turn off the audio for that. I think that's the right one. Just make sure. Nope, I turned off the wrong one. Gosh darn it. This is okay. One is the one. Okay. There we go. Now your audio's off. Hopefully I don't get copyright struck from just the images. Okay. All that. Alright, I'm not gonna let you guys come back yet, even though we're done with the anime, but I do need this part I'm highlighting here. And that's gonna have the anime actual stuff, so actual anime stuff. Oh, I never actually cut it, sorry. Yeah. I wasn't actually supposed to do, okay. Whatever, we'll just not worry about that right now. We'll deal with that later. Okay, put that there, and then these all should need to move over. This is gonna get weird. Oh good, we get to do double time, but you can't hear a single thing because it's too risky. Okay, so I'll turn them. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? This doesn't change anything. I mean, this doesn't actually change. Okay. Get rid of that because I messed up. That audio. Don't turn that up. Okay. This is not easy to do with a microphone. Like this. didn't. Okay, wasn't enough. Okay. Or I guess, wait, hold on. If we turn that volume, that one on. Sorry, we go until. Sorry, I'm messing everything up. Okay, nope, that wasn't enough. Okay, keep going. It should be really here. Okay, anything between those 2 points in the anime section. Okay. 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 That done. Okay, now I can turn the audio back on. Give me a second. Okay. Okay, so the audio back on. It's this one. And then I need more, okay, I need more water. It was quite hot in here. I took a shower before this. Yeah. Fix my microphone as well, because it's of course gotten off. Ever since I got this new microphone, man. It's been all messed up. Anyway. So, it occasionally messes up. Anyway. Okay, so then we do here, and we're back to editing. Excuse me, bring that there. Pokemon Blue. Okay. Stoutland with Charon in the Pokemon Black version 2 and Pokemon White version 2 animated. Oh, sorry, we did that already. Okay, this is here, then we move this one over to here, because we still. And then I keep just moving it over until we need it again. Pokemon. Oh, nope. You got a picture. Dang. Pokemon. Okay. Can't guarantee there won't be any swearing. You know how this is, or whatever. All that, you know. This isn't. Pokemon Masters or images. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Images, they're not. There's one. Oh gosh, I just realized. Yeah. There's gonna be a shot. I don't know. Maybe I'll turn off the screen before I show off the anime section for, I forget which one it is, but there's one of them. I made a trailer, Stoutland-Purrloin, or Liepard, that has an inappropriate image. And in the Pokemon Masters animated trailer. Okay. In the manga, Stoutland in Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG. Okay. Trivia time. Okay. No trivia points. We immediately jump over to Origin. Okay. See, I mean, it shouldn't take too long. None of these should take too long, even if they do look very much like they, like there's a lot. It's just trivia. Origin. Mostly it's because of the fan art. Stoutland seems to be based on a. Oh gosh, not this again. Trivia. Origin. This one, I like messed up like 100 times. Like this whole thing. The Newfoundlands, the Stoutland seems to be based on a combination of a Shih Tzu? I'm assuming that's Shih Tzu. That's what it actually is. Shih Tzu, isn't it? Or maybe that's a different breed. I don't know. What's a Shih Tzu? Is it Shih Tzu? How do you say this? I'll say I say Shih Tzu in this just to be safe.
Shih Tzu.
Stoutland. Oh boy, fun. Stoutland seems to be based on a combination of a Shih Tzu and a Maltese, with some characteristics of Stoutland. I don't know how I messed that up, but sure. Stoutland seems to be based on a combination of a Shih Tzu and a Maltese, with some characteristics from Yorkshire. Yorkshire. Yeah, the fucking... I could not say Yorkshire for the life of me. Stoutland... Sorry. I'm swearing. Or half swearing, or whatever that was. Anyway. Stoutland seems to be based... I might need to switch shirts here in a second. It's so hot in here, man. Hot and humid. I don't know if I can do... On a suit. Eventually I'll have to put on the suit, though, for later. I mean... Maybe I should just replace my pants at least. Okay, that's probably fair. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta replace my pants. Let me list a little bit cooler. I have the long pants on that I normally do from filming. So give me a second here. Be right back. Sorry about that noise. I forgot to turn off my microphone. Whoops. Okay. That was my air conditioner, that main humming or whatever that you probably heard. Feels a little better now. Stoutland seems to be based on a combination of a Shih Tzu and a Maltese, with some characteristics from Yorkshire. I was so tired. By the end of this, I'm gonna be really exhausted. Yeah. Stoutland seems to be based on a combination of a Shih Tzu and a Maltese, with some characteristics from Yorkshire Terriers and Scottish Terriers. Its talent for rescuing humans in the mountains and sea also makes it... That's not. We have 13 minutes. Did I do all this today? I did. Stoutland seems to be based on a combination of a Shih Tzu and a Maltese, with some characteristics from Yorkshire Terriers and Scottish Terriers. Its talent for rescuing humans in the mountains and sea also makes it... Okay, so that's... I'm not going to be able to do this. I'm just going to skip all this for a while. Its talent for rescuing... I call it Newfoundlands for a while. But humans... yeah, so I basically filmed all of this. And I know I said, like, in all these videos that, oh, I was working on it. I've literally been just doing this all day. Maybe yesterday I started some of these, but for the most part, in other words, it's been the last couple of days. The mountains and sea also make it appear similar to St. Bernard's and Newfoundland or whatever. Name origin, Stoutland may be a combination of stout, bulky, in reference to its fat fatigue. No, in reference to its fat figure, and Newfoundland, breed of large working dogs. Isn't it Newfoundland? I think it's Newfoundland. It's talent for rescuing humans. Yeah, there we go. Stoutland seems to be based on a combination of a Shih Tzu and a Maltese, with some characteristics from Yorkshire Terriers and Scottish Terriers. Music change. Some of that might be AI, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I might have switched to AI music. We'll see. It's talent for... I could do that. I have, like, tab. Oh, no, it can't because I turned that window off. I could just be playing AI music. That would be the easiest way to make sure that none of this is copyright struck. Maybe I should just open up my AI music sections, which is what I mean by computer-generated music, by the way. If that wasn't very clear, I use AI music programs. I don't like it, and I don't advocate it, but you know, I have the music, so we can listen to some of my favorites, some of our favorites, and not favorites, some of the ones that did not do well, did not pass the test. Yeah, that's probably safer than trying to hope that these songs aren't copyright struck, because I know these won't be. If they are, they should not be. Someone else, I need to sue somebody, but these are all, I mean, I don't think audio is gonna come after me for doing this. I don't know how ethical, again, I don't know how ethical any of this is. Probably not very ethical at all, but anyway, I don't know how well this is gonna work, all things considered. I could just put a play, I guess I could do, could I maybe set up just listening to the ones that we did, that I have finished, the ones that did end up in the actual videos? I don't know. But we'll see. This hopefully will work if it's just the one web page. So, okay, so we'll see if this works. So, Fires of the Heart. This is the one where I have to turn that way down. I don't know how to turn it down though. Okay, there we go. Not at top volume, maybe like down there. There we go. Is that working? Well, I don't need 3DS audio anymore. Yeah, it seems to be working. Okay. Good. Okay. Its talent for rescuing humans in the mountains and sea also make it appear similar to St. Bernard's and Newfoundland's. Yep. Oh, Newfoundland's. Anyway. Newfoundland. Yeah, a lot of these are going to be short songs. Like, all these are going to be short songs. They're all like 20 seconds long. When we get to the other one, if we get through all these, we'll go to the other program. Suno, and it'll be a lot longer. Name origin, Stoutland may be a combination of stout, bulky in reference to its fat figure, and Newfoundland, breed of large working dog, or Scotland in reference to it being based on a Scottish Terrier. Moreland. So a lot of these songs have to get cut, I think, a little bit early. So you're hearing what the extended version slightly. I think it's like, what, like 30 seconds turned to like 20 seconds, basically. Yeah. Mooland may be a combination of Mukuino, shaggy dog, Moochie. What? Oh, Dylan. Silly Dylan doesn't know how to speak. Doesn't know how to speak Japanese. Shaggy dog. Moochie. No, Moo. Moochie plump. And Newfoundland or Scotland. Oh, the one we're currently listening to. I think is this the one I use for Arceus? I think it might be, or either that one, either it is, or this one of the ones I considered doing for Arceus. Okay. It's so good. Okay. Sorry, it'll be a little bit better. Okay. Another. Okay, we're almost done with this, and then we'll move on to the next one. I think we should be able to get them done in 12 hours. I think we'll be fine. And the languages, related articles, external links. I guess I should, or 11 hours. I should set an alarm. I'll set an alarm. I mean, I don't know. Is there any point? Because 5 and 6, there might be a storm. 5 a.m. So that's in like 6 hours, or about 5, a little more than 5 hours. So we'll see if that interrupts the stream. But for now, I will set it up with the assumption that we're going for 11 hours, which would be 10 in the morning. Or like 10:15. Where are we at? We're like 10:15, right? We're like, I'm just gonna say, if we're not done by 10 a.m., or 9 a.m. If we're still going, if the storm doesn't, like, interrupt. Like, it might just be, like, far away. The city, like, several miles away instead of just on top of me. If it's not on top of me, I'll just keep going. But if not, you know, I'll obviously stop the stream. I care more about my safety than getting these videos done, obviously. Storms have really interrupted a lot of this process, getting these done, which sucks. So let's move on. And also just, I was not very, good about doing Victini as fast as possible. Like, that was, I feel bad about that. Yeah, if I had done it, if I'd focused more on it, we wouldn't be here. See, look how much of the video. How long is it again? It's 10 minutes of this video is raw footage for the fan art, which will probably end up being like 2 minutes long or whatever, 2-3 minutes long. It's ridiculous. Because so many of these images, I think, throughout this whole thing, I was not given a good luck when it came to these images. No, I was not. Sorry, my audio is weird. Oh, sorry, you guys have been on the image too. Oh, sorry. I'll fix my microphone and then I'll let you guys free from the... Sorry. Yeah, so... Yeah, so...
Now let's watch Stoutland's first.
So, yeah. It's not been great. Yeah, I was not given good luck when it came to the fan art sections this week. Excuse me.
Now let's watch Stoutland's first scene in the anime. Now.
Excuse me. Okay. Did all this. Blah, blah, blah. I'm probably gonna have to cut down the anime for some of these videos, but we'll get there when we get there. So, one of the big reasons I won't be able to do this is because I don't have the Purrloin Detective Pikachu ready yet. I haven't, like, filmed any of it. Another reason is because of Pansear itself. I don't have all that footage recorded yet. We'll edit what I have, or what I feel comfortable editing, I guess, at this point. But yeah, it's not great. I'm going to do a lot of that tomorrow on my own.
Now let's watch.
But so hopefully it'll get out by tomorrow, especially with this stream doing this now.
Now let's watch Stoutland's first scene in the anime.
Oh, I guess I decided to redo that. Okay. That's a little better, I guess. Oh my god, my keyboard. Okay. So it gives me 2, so this must have been the other Arceus. Feels very final boss-like. I didn't ask for it to do that, it just did that on its own. All I do is, like, prompt it, like, this is the Pokemon song, and that's it. Oh, I thought in this scene, I thought I hadn't turned off my, dehumidifier, but I had. There was just something else making a noise.
Okay.
Off of my refrigerator or something.
Now let's see
or something, I don't know. Some, like, pipes or whatever, I don't know.
Now let's see
Anyway. So we won't also do the community post section. I mean, I could probably have the community post part, but I like to do that at the very end.
Now let's see why other people love Stoutland.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, no, that's right. We have wait, for this one particular one, we do actually have a post, a YouTube post, I guess. I miss when they were called community posts. But anyway. And I feel kind of bad that I didn't realize that for an entire generation. That it had changed. It was no longer called the community tab anymore. Anyway. But yeah, this is the only one that actually has one this week. A 1, a 2, a 3. Oh, yeah. Okay, sometimes I do silly things. Part of me forgets that you're gonna... Oh my god, I just realized. Oh no, later. Oh no. Later, and I can't... Of course I should have seen this coming. Later I say, in one of the clips, I think it's the Pansage clip, or the Simisage clip. The same clip, but One of those two clips. Or maybe it was in the Liepard video. So, like, a lot of these I had to be, like... So I had to wait a while for some of these. But I think at one point I do say, nobody's gonna see any of this. It doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna hear any of this. Yeah, that'll be fun. Oh, be butting my words. Okay. We'll see. We'll see if we get to that. Hopefully, I mean, we should hopefully get to it. Oh, boy. Hopefully I don't say anything that gets me canceled. Whee! It's midnight, so I gotta do the social media stuff. Just try not to get canceled tonight. Okay, a second. Back into the image 2 void you go. Green tie tweet, because today's Simisage, I guess. I said Simisage, so I will try to say Simi if it's, I think it's Simi, not Simisage. I don't know if it really matters, that the difference might be inconsequential, but to me it matters, so. To me it matters. So, yeah. YouTube, Green Type Productions, Pokemon Year Cycle video description. Okay, I just need to copy the phrase Pokemon Year Cycle. Okay. Pokemon Year Cycle. PYC 0514 hashtag. Kind of sucks because I was really hoping to get this done, all of this done tonight, or to yesterday, whatever. On July 15th, because today, well, because that was the halfway point. Because 513 is the halfway point for now. Probably not going to end up being the halfway point, but it is for now the halfway point between the first half and the second half, of this project. So that's kind of amazing. Somehow, does that make sense? I think that makes sense, right? Because 500, shouldn't it be like 507? Like, or 25, yeah, 12 and a half, right? So, yeah, that would be 13 because you add 1 and 26 and then, yeah. Anyway, I know how averages work. Anyway, so that's Pansear, Simisage. So weird. Simisage. Gotta find the GIF, a good GIF for Simisage. There aren't a ton, seems, that actually relate to the Pokemon I'm talking about. Okay, that's getting completely off topic. Gosh, I don't know. Okay. I guess we can do the one where you rub his head or whatever, pet his head, and he jumps up all happy. Okay, go with that one. I realized what I just said. Oh well. Anyway. Okay, we do that. That's up low, so then we keep going. Hopefully we can get at least some of it done today. I mean, if we can do it tonight, that'd be awesome. The goal is to get it done. I mean, I'd love to get it done by noon, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm afraid. Excuse me. Hello and welcome to the community post, hello and... Right, because I'm used to saying the community post section of the video. Okay. Hello and welcome to the post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Stoutland? Number 1, Drizzle. So Drizzle, I need to bring that back. So then I have to give me a second here. Put you guys back into the void again, the image 2 void. I probably should have grabbed it while you guys were in the image 2 void. Oh, my computer, why are you being like this? Okay. Okay, then... Go to the clips. 8 images. I now have all of the members of the Gen 8 starters, because I needed that for various videos. Early Gen 5 videos. Anyway. Well, okay, now we can bring you back. Come on. There we go. Turn you back. Bring you back. Drizzile fan has responded. That's not right. I gotta put it where it belongs. Make sure that that's good. That's not covering anything up. I think that's probably fine. Drizzile fan has responded. They say, it's kind of just a normal big dog, real Gen 1 energy in a good way. A lot stronger than you expect too for an early route pure normal type. And it's great in speed. And it's sped. I get excited. I cannot talk right now, Jesus. I've lost my voice. Even with some rest, my voice is gone. Oh gosh. Still 76 degrees in here. It's awful. And it's great in speed. Drizzile fan has responded. They say, it's kind of just a normal big dog, real Gen 1 energy in a good way. A lot stronger than you expect too for an early route pure normal type. And it's great in speed. And it's Drizzile fan has responded. They say, it's kind of just a normal big dog, real Gen 1 energy in a good way. A lot stronger than you expect too for an early route pure normal type. And it's great in speed runs. But what I'm most looking forward to is actually getting sleep again. Oh man. Thank you for your... I have not been sleeping very... Oh, sorry. I've not been sleeping very well lately because of this. Trying to catch up. Oh, my horror. I need to stop talking. Thank you for your response. Let's move on. I need like tea or something, right? Come on. Stupid computer. Okay. Okay, once we're done with this general editing, I'll go back to the redo for Stoutland. I guess I could do that now, but we'll wait. Now, there's some stuff in the actual, like, I have to film on my couch section that we can't do, so we'll wait for that. So I have to do that after the stream.
Now let's look at fan art.
I do hope we get to the Pansear by if a storm does start. Excuse me. Man, I wish I could play my actual playlist. But no, copyright strikes. Yeah. Copyright system, stupid copyright. Like, we're just trying to listen to songs, man, in the background, but now I'm here listening to AI music, like...
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next video, we'll be talking about Purrloin. No. The
next official video of the series.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art.
I better have Purrloin. I'd be very angry at myself if I... Also be... Yeah, I better have Purrloin, yeah. Okay.
In the next official video in the series, I'll be talking about Purrloin. In the next official video in the series...
Wait a minute, I just did it, didn't I? Sorry, I got ahead of myself, sorry, we're not there yet.
Now let's look at fan art.
Okay, yeah, we're not supposed to be there yet, sorry. Oops. I haven't done the fan art section yet. My bad. It's half the video, good lord. All this has to be reduced. 1, 2, I'm forgetting anything else? Yes, I am. Oh, well. We'll do that next. Hello. This is this one through this one. Yeah, all of this has to be done. I struggle to talk about the part where I think I checked. Yeah, where I check Pokemon Cafe Remix just to make sure I had the right outfit. I may have taken that. I may have paused the video to do that, but we'll see. Hello. Right names of these outfits, because these outfits have names. Hello and welcome. Okay, so now I need to grab the arch disclaimer. Hello. Yeah. Not that that's hugely important. Spoiler, I mean, that's alright, I don't know. Yeah, no credits to any of those people that I'm not featuring. Sorry. Okay. Let's do this. Hello and sorry, so change this. Okay. Welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we're setting fan art, so instead, we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Stoutland. Okay. This is such a sad story. Kind of. I mean, I didn't actually watch the thing, but... Yeah. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we're setting fan art, so instead, we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that... Sorry. This is Old Stoutland and Litten by Happy... Alright, Wimpod, give me a second. You guys are gonna have to go on. Into the void again. The Gen 2 void. Enjoy the music. While I grab Wimpod. Forget which generation Wimpod's in. And hope that I have the image. Pod's not this gen. Okay, I don't know where Wimpod is. It's a little annoying. Not very long, though. Okay. I can't believe we actually got the right one. Oh, I'm so excited. Have to be very careful, though. Not to get a Cofagrigus or a Tynamo. It'll be pretty easy. A Slowpoke, yeah. Okay, I'm so excited. Okay, sorry. That's tomorrow. Tomorrow's Dylan to be excited about. Okay, we don't need the Mirage Cave anymore, I don't think, right? Because we have, I mean, I'll keep the, I don't know. I'll keep that one, I guess. I don't need the general Mirage Caves thing anymore. To Wimpod. Gen 7. Oh, I don't know if I have this one or not. Excuse me. I might have this one. I mean, I know what it looks like. But... Oh, I didn't have that one. Okay. So I had to add it. Okay. Oops, you're not supposed to see any of this. My bad. Oh god, everything's going to crap. Sorry, I forgot to add the image first. Okay. Liepard, sorry, what? I'm so tired. Oh, there we go. Okay, now we can... Liepard. So this nice fan art, or this nice Liepard. This nice painting of Stoutland and Lytton here. It's a reference to the anime. This is... Yes, fine family one. I like this series. I can't wait for the new season. That's coming, right? I think this... Is it this? It's coming up in the next couple of months, right? I think, right? I don't think it's next year. I think it's painting of Stoutland and Lytton here. It's a reference to the anime. It's in a couple of months, right? I think so. This is Spy and Family and Pokemon by Harlequin Waffles. Oh yeah. So that's the thing. This is gonna be one of the ones that are in the no kids one, because if you know what a Harlequin is, or well, a certain what Harlequin can describe in some cases. I'm not gonna risk children. I don't want to like risk kids like looking up what that means and being horrified. So we're just gonna put so we've got this fun image here. We've talked about it in a few of the other videos, but we can talk about it again. So this is a reference to Spy. This is Spy and Family and Pokemon by Harlequin Waffles. So we've got this fun image here. We've talked about it. So we've got this. So we've got this fun. Dying of heat. How loud would my fan be? I'm gonna see how loud my fan is. Give me a second. I'm gonna plug in my fan and hopefully I'm gonna see if it's too loud for the camera to do on stream. To use it, whatever to use it. Excuse me. Good lord. Okay, so I'm back. It's on. I don't know if you can hear it, but hopefully you can't. I have the iPad on my left now. You can't see that though, because I'm not ready to continue editing, but testing to see how loud it ends up being. This might take a bit of time. Okay, so I'm back. I don't know if you can hear it, but hopefully you can. I have the iPad on my left now. See, I've turned off the thing just to see if hear the difference on my iPad. I can, the playback. See. Oh no. I've turned off the thing just to see if hear the difference on my iPad. I can. I mean, it's very insignificant. Hopefully you guys can live with it. 'Cause I'm way too hot for this. Yeah, I think you guys, I'm gonna have you guys live with it. 'Cause I'm way too hot for this. Hope the music will cover it. Oh. I can't. It's not as loud as the, air conditioner is. Okay. There we go. Okay. So, let's continue. Turn off this image. Okay. Fun image here. Okay. Forger. We've talked about it in a few of the other videos, but we can talk about it again. So this is a reference to Spy and Family. So we can start with the middle one. This is Anya. She has psychic powers and is a cute little girl of the family. So then she's got the Cleffa because of her pointed head things. Then we've got Esper for the psychic powers, and then this is supposed to be sort of a fusion between a Stoutland and the family dog, Bon. It's just Bon. Or Bond. It's Bond, right? I think it might be Bond even, but whatever. I don't know what I called it, but I'm just gonna go with whatever I called it. Bon. Might be Bond. I said it wrong. Or Bond. Bond. Okay. I explained this much better the last time. So yeah, it's fun. Then we got the. Excuse me. Fun. Then we got the dad. Fun. Then too many cuts. And then we got the dad of the family, a spy, called Twilight. Yes. Or Midnight. No, Twilight. Midnight's the other one. This one's Twilight. But he goes by. But he goes by Your Fort. I did! I called him Yor by accident. That one's Your Forger. Oh my god. What is he called? What is his actual name again? Forger. I thought I'd accidentally done that. It's... Oh, for the life of me, I'm not gonna remember. She's Your Forger, obviously. Oh god, what was his name again? Oops! Brain fart moment. But he goes by Your... God, what is his name again? Lloyd. His name is Lloyd. Oops, Daisy. I accidentally called him Yor. Okay, my bad. Lloyd. Oops, the Daisy. It's been, I was so tired at that point. Your Forger. Like, and geez, Your Forger. Like, oh no, poor Dylan. Okay, I should have checked. I should have done it again. I knew that I was... Oh, did I mess that up? I should have just done it again. So, he's... Inteleon. He's got Inteleon, sort of that kind of spy persona, and a Ditto, because he can disguise himself into looking like a bunch of different people. Then we've got the actual woman whose actual name is Yor. Yor... Completely not even realize. Oh, that's so embarrassing. Yor Forger. The mother, known as the Thorn Princess. The mother of the family, also known as the Thorn Princess. So that's why we have her. Okay. Oh, my arms. Okay. Really nice when I get to sleep again. The mother of the family, also known as the Thorn Princess. So that's right. It is the Thorn Princess, I think. Right? Let me look that up. Make sure I'm not being an idiot. Save that real quick. Yor Forger. Thorn Princess, yeah. It might just be Thorn Princess, not the Thorn Princess, but whatever. Her with a Weavile and a shiny. Could not for the life of me remember the word Rose Raid. Rose Raid. Took me a second. Yeah. Her with a Weavile. Rose Raid. Okay. Yeah, very well. Okay. Very well done. Okay. Oh, and Anya's. Oh, yeah. Oh, and is it the love ball? I think it's the love ball, right? I'm pretty sure it's not like some sort of custom ball or anything. I think it's the love ball. Yeah, no, it's the love ball. Okay. Is it supposed to be anyway? Anya. Anya's holding the love ball. That's cute. Very well. Just go ahead. Yeah, she loves everybody. She wants to, yeah, this is very fun. Yeah, she wants love, I guess. The family and all that, yeah. I don't know. Weird. Okay. And then got this. Oh yeah, this one, little Dratini Martini. No. This is Pokemon Against Cancer by Blaze TBW. So I'm guessing these were done for like charity for some sort of cancer thing. Very interesting. So we've got. I'm assuming. I'm like, I don't know. We've got Furret. So we got Furret, Arbok, a Squish, and a Furret, Arbok. Why? hate this sometimes. Not. Okay. Not two being squished. Shiny, Eevee, BM, or BM's the other one. LGM. BM, or is this the other one? It's BM? The big one? BM! It's me doing the impression. Wild. It's so stupid. How it sounds in the anime. BM's the big one. BM! This one's the other one. Elgium. Elgium? Oh. Elgium. I assume it's Elgium, I don't know. LGM, I don't know. I'll have to find out. Not two being squished. Shiny, Eevee. I don't even be Shiny Haxorus. Elgium, Haxorus. I think it's Haxorus, right? That's not the middle one, right? Yes, that might be a Shiny Haxorus, actually. I don't know. I'm not gonna look it up though. I don't care that much. Stoutland. I'm way behind as it is. Okay. Stoutland. Martini. Being like the stick, yeah. Dratini, or... Yeah, Huh. Sorry, I'm like... Dratini. I think I'm like a... Martini. Dratini. And like a... Excuse me. I ate before. Like, I ate before my shower, which was before the stream, right before the stream, so I'm a little burpy. Martini glass, kind of looking like the stick with the cherry and stuff. Yeah, very funny. Zora. Zorua. Martini glass, kind of looking like the stick with the cherry and stuff. Yeah, very funny. Zora. Frost. Could not remember Jirachi for the life of me either. I was getting tired at this point. Fan art was one of the last things I did. Well, no, because fan art. Let's see. No, well, not fan art. I mean, it's the last thing I do for each of these videos, but at this point, I don't think I was even that tired yet. We have, like, it's gonna get so bad once we get to actually, like, Pansear and, like, Simisage. It's gonna get real bad as we keep going. Frostlass and Jirachi. Jirachi. Okay. Very well done. Hey. Very well done. This is... So, you know, prepare for hopefully this being... all of these being uploaded tomorrow, or today, I guess. This weekend, probably, just to be safe. Let's say this weekend. That's the goal. The goal is to get caught up this weekend. This is Stoutland by Olivia's Mark, so it's just the official image of, I guess, the customer version of Stoutland from Pokemon Cafe Remix. Yeah. This is sketch art. Okay. This is sketch art Pokédex number 506 through 508, Lillipup family by Sunny Ven 1. So we did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. So this is Lillipup. Star. Jesus Christ. Immediately messes it up. Lillipup. Star. So I'll have to do the music at a different point. I'm sure that's. Herdier. I mean, we could do the music, I guess. You can see what program I now currently use. Maybe I'll see if it's safe to show on YouTube. This is sketch art Pokédex number 506 through 508. Lillipup. Typically use. You'll probably notice that if you've listened to my music. I don't typically use audio or Suno anymore. Family by Sunny Ven 1. So we did this one yesterday, but we could do it again. So this is Lillipup. Herdier and Stoutland. Very well done. This is Stoutland Family download by Kagome. These nice models of the family. So we've got the Lillipup, Herdier, and Stoutland. Yeah, very well done. Oh, yeah. This is Stoutland. Maybe a few farts along the way. This is Stoutland Family download by Kagome. These nice models of the family. So we've got the Lillipup, Herdier, and Stoutland. Yeah, very well done. This is Stoutland Smile by Sloth Power. I bet you there's a program that would let me listen to like 20 seconds of each song or whatever, you know. Copyright-free amount of the songs in my playlist. Just to enjoy the music without getting copyright. So this very. There isn't. Someone should make it. So this very stylized, very cute Stoutland here. Very well done. This is. Oh gosh, I had to go through this whole thing again. Oh, I wish they had never found Bloxables. So, this very stylized, very cute Stoutland here. Very well done. They've just uploaded the back sprite, or a frame of the back sprite in Gen 5 for these Pokemon. It is a nightmare to have to say it every time. This is excuse me. This is Shiny Stoutland back by Bloxables. So this is a sprite from the Gen 5 backs, or this is. Okay. This is Shiny Stoutland back by Bloxables. This is a back. It's a. This is a frame. Yeah, there's a frame from the back. This is shiny. What just happened? Okay. This is a frame from the Gen 5 back sprite of Shiny Stoutland. There we go. Okay, we gotta check each other. Oh yeah, hopefully it doesn't give a copyright strike me during that impression. I have a feeling it's gonna be this one. Yeah, okay. This is I don't think that's gonna get me covered. That's not a very good impression of the song. Anyway. Sorry. This is a frame from the Gen 5 backsprite of Shiny Stoutland. This is My Pokemon Teams in Different Regions, Part 1 by Dre Pear. So, we're gonna talk about the Unova one, the 5th image. This is Terrakion. Okay. Oh. This is your team, Samurott, Stoutland, Liepard, Emolga, Haxorus, and Terrakion. Very well done. I guess. I probably shouldn't do that for this. Very well done. No. Very well done. This is probably just an app. I probably use. Right, doesn't read on the slide. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. This is your team, Samurott, Stoutland, Liepard, Emolga, Haxorus, and Terrakion. This is Stoutland stamped by J. Boyce D. Liu. I said that this right. Fun little stamp here with Stoutland. This is Stoutland. Oh my god, yeah, this one. This one took way too long to do. This is probably most of the video. This is Stoutland stamped by J. Boyce D. Liu. This fun little stamp here with Stoutland. I'm gonna save. I don't know. Probably should be saving every minute, huh? What time are we at left? Still got 4 minutes left. Good lord. This is Stoutland, Piplup, and Executor. No, that's not what it says. Sorry. Piplup. This is Stoutland, Piplup. This is Stoutland. Piplup and Executor by Ek. I don't know why I pronounce X as Ek, but and Mega Crystal and Swiftail. So there's a screen and Swiftail. What the heck? And Swift I don't know why I add the and Mega Swift. I was like Mega Crystal Swiftail. Swiftail. So there's a screenshot of Pokemon Cafe Remix. We got Stoutland with the pink. So I wanted to specify exactly which one they were. Mix. We got Stoutland with the pink scarf. A Piplup with the blue scarf and hat. Or I guess with a pink uniform. Okay. Stoutland with the pink uniform. Piplup with the blue. Two pinks. Actually, I can tell you what exact shade it is. Yes. They're all named after Pokemon. Give me a second. And they have to finish a level. So he did put it in, though. I have to finish a level real quick. No, I don't. I don't have to finish a level real quick. He thought he was in the middle of a level when he stopped to continue editing, but... Okay, no, we're not doing that right now. We can do that next time. Exactly which... Okay, so it's the Lucario blue and the Jigglypuff pink outfits. Got it. I'm not leaving you in this. I'm not leaving you in this. I need to get a haircut. Lucario blue and Jigglypuff. I didn't realize how bad it was. I need to get a haircut. I think I'll do that maybe in time for Halloween. Whatever. Maybe next month. Okay, so it's a couple weeks here, maybe. It's Stoutland in the... Okay. Swiftail, so there's a screenshot of Pokemon Cafe Remix. It's Stoutland in the Jigglypuff pink uniform, Piplup in the Lucario blue uniform, and Executor in the Lucario blue uniform. There's Haley in the background. She's the human that runs the cafe. Very well. It's Stoutland in the Jigglypuff pink uniform, Piplup in the Lucario blue uniform, and Executor in the Lucario blue uniform. There's Haley in the background. She's the human that... Very well done. And I think that yesterday was the National Relaxation Day. I was like thinking how ironic that was. I mean, I did take some time to relax, I guess. I took a nap. I took 2 naps, I think. One in the morning when I ran into the wall of exhaustion, and then later when the storm happened. So you know, or whatever. It's nice screenshotting. Yeah. Okay. Very well done. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I can't really say that when it's just a screenshot. Very well done to the artists who made this game. Screenshot, I guess. I don't know, whatever. That's not Kyle. Anyway. It's Stoutland in the Jigglypuff pink uniform, Piplup in the Lucario blue uniform, and an Executor in the Lucario blue uniform. There's Haley in the background. She's the human that... This is Stoutland by Danny My Brother. This very simplified kind of poster of Stoutland here. Very well done. It's weird because it doesn't have the normal text, the normal Japanese text that it normally does. Yeah. This is DD Gen 2 Stoutland by Tamarin Frog, so their version of Stoutland, kind of the art style of the time, using just the colors you'd probably find on a Game Boy Color. Very well done. Probably just ignore regular Game Boy, right? Well, this is Stoutland. The same image again from the other guy. From the other one. Other user. Deviant, if you will. This is DD Gen 2 Stoutland by Tamarin Frog, so their version of Stoutland, kind of the art style of the time, using just the colors you'd probably find on a Game Boy Color. Very well done. This is Stoutland by Master Mark Olivis. Again, just the Stoutland image from Pokemon Cafe Remix. This is Stoutland. Yeah, I didn't quite understand the concept. This is Stoutland by Master Mark Olivis. Again, just the Stoutland image from Pokemon Cafe Remix. This is Stoutland 1, Pokemon 3, Physics. No, Physiques. Sorry, excuse me. Stoutland. Physiques? This is Stoutland by Master Mark Olivis. Again, just the Stoutland image from Pokemon Cafe Remix. Stoutland 1, Pokemon 3, Physiques by GD Great. So Stoutland number 508. So you got, I guess, the different, like this one's like skinny, this one's all fat and big, skinny and tall. Yeah. Stoutland 1, Pokemon 3, Physiques by GD Great. So Stoutland number 508. So you got, I guess. Stoutland 1, Pokemon 3, Physiques by GD Great. So Stoutland number 508. So you got, I guess, skinny and tall, fat and big, and small and kind of poodle-like and cute. Yeah, very well done. I say yeah a lot. You never see that in the videos. I do say yeah a lot in these. Very well done. Yeah, let's cut it down to that part. This is... I don't really like the stamps. They were a thing from the past that you could do on DeviantArt, and they just have not aged well because of how big monitors are now, and like, even back then they probably weren't even that good of an idea. Yeah. This is Stoutland Stamp by J. Boys de Leu. So another fun stamp of Stoutland. This is such a weird image. Like this one borderlines on like I'm gonna do it, but like it's very like sexual in nature. Like I can tell. Like it's really weird, man. This is Rory by guess I said Rory. Rory? This is Rory by Arno. So, I think I say Roy later. This is Rory by so I'll just take that before let's take by Gizarno, so this anthropomorphic Stoutland character. It's got overalls and hat and I cannot remember the phrase plaid shirt for the life of me. Flannel shirt, sorry. Was it flannel? Wait, flannel versus plaid. Oh gosh, no, I'm not. It's not a flannel shirt, is it? Oh, it is a flannel shirt. Never mind. Never mind. Moving on. Flannel shirt. It's got a Galarian Zigzagoon. That's interesting. Okay, so I don't actually say it. I'm gonna redo that one. I hate that I have to redo that one, but I have to because I said its name wrong. This one makes me so uncomfortable, man. Like, why did you make it so sexual? Like, this could have just been a fine character. Like, the background makes it seem like it's a fine character, but this front image, like, it's such weird. Why? So weird. Yeah. This is Shepard. I think I have to do that on my own, though. Yeah, I can't do that here. This is Shepherd Pokemon by Boris Nikolai. So, you've got this Stoutland sleeping next to a couple. Next to a couple. Next. The next two again. Okay. Wooloo and Mareep. This is a Shepherd Pokemon by Boris Nikolai. So, you've got this Stoutland sleeping next to a Wooloo and a Mareep. These are from 20. These are from 2019. Very well done. This is. Gotta do this again. This is Stoutland Back by Bloxables. So, this is a frame from the Gen 5 sprite of Stoutland. You were less tired this one movie. I wouldn't have made these mistakes. Of Stoutland. Stoutland. This is Stoutland Back by Bloxables. So, this is a frame from the Gen 5 sprite of This is Stoutland Back by Bloxables. So, this is a frame from getting close to the max sprite of Stoutland. Oh yeah, this stuff. Oh thank God, that was land. Okay, we're almost done. And one can do the redo for Stoutland's Bulbapedia second. This doesn't contain a Stoutland, so we'll move on. Yeah. Okay, I'm supposed to see that. Right, it doesn't actually show it up on here, right? No. Okay, good. Okay. Bring these back. Save that. After doing all that, editing. So that turned from 10 minutes to 5 minutes. So it halved the time. Lovely.
In the next official video in the series, I'll be talking about Purrloin.
Purrloin, we're almost there. Oops. Right. Almost at Purrloin. Okay.
Purrloin. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow.
Okay. Cool. That's done. So we go all the way back. Blah 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 blah. Past all of this. Once we hit Liepard, I think we won't be doing this part where we add the dates. Because I have to wait to get that done. To get that one uploaded, I think. That's how I'd like to do it anyway. So I can save the thing. And then I can add it to the other ones. Yeah, it's gonna be a nightmare. Need to fix my microphone again. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I had to redo one of these dates. Oops. I messed up. I'm not perfect. Obviously, as I edit, you know, a video that's like 7 days behind. Or like 6 days behind. Anyway. Oh yeah, biography is what I called this. Like an idiot. Anyway, it's filming time! Whee! Stoutland filming time! Okay. Ah, my microphone. Okay. Turn off the fan. Temporarily for this. To do it. Okay. Wow, it is wildly different. Okay. Then I gotta start recording. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I like to make sure that my thing, and also I gotta take these off. Okay, and I gotta make sure that my camera is there. Okay. Biology. Get pausing. Go to the next one. What did I mess up here? Okay, something when I zoomed back in. Oh yeah, I just forgot a sentence. Right. Okay. Stoutland enjoys spending time with humans and can warm up to them in just 3 days. I don't know if you could hear the motorcycle, but I'll do that again, just in case you could. Stoutland enjoys spending time with humans and can warm up to them in just 3 days. I should probably take my water. Drink some of the water. That's probably not going to be enough. Okay. Oh, I should say Simisage, but whatever. We could do Simisage. Yeah, the title is supposed to be Simisage, but whatever. Just those two. I'd prefer if it was just those two. I had to explain a bunch of stuff. We're still not done explaining things. Oh yeah. I have one. That's gonna be... Okay, I need to grab. Stoutland should work fine for this.
Stoutland!
Stoutland! I like to You know, I'm trying to mimic it, of course. So I have to hear it in my voice to be able to mimic it. It'll let me know with a loud bark. Sorry, I hadn't filmed that, sorry. It'll let me know with a loud bark. Hopefully I filmed the other part. Okay. That's where we came back in. I don't think there was anything after that. Wasn't anything after that. So, I have to now put you guys in the image 2 mode, into this mode, while I get this all prepped and into the video. This is some music while we're waiting. This is part 3, got it. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, crap. I just remembered I have to also grab the screenshot, don't I? For the Pokédex. Oh, I do this every time. I swear I do this. I forget to do this every time. I guess you can join me for that. Okay, give me a second. What I really don't like about this generation is how a lot of the Pokemon are in the second half of the alphabet. It really bothers me, because I have to go through a bunch of clips that I haven't. Probably should move over a bunch of clips to my external drives, but I don't think I have time when I'm so far behind. Once I get caught up and have a little bit of time, I'll do that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I like to make sure that my thing, and also I gotta take these off. Oh wait, you guys can see again. Sorry, I can give you guys the ability to see again. Okay, and I gotta make sure that my camera is there. Okay. Biology. Biology. Of course. Okay. Stoutland enjoys, but Stoutland enjoys spending time with humans and can warm up to them in just 3 days. Okay. Oops. Too far. Okay. Do this. This one down. Oh boy. Ah. Ugh. I don't know if you could hear the motorcycle, but I'll do that again just in case you could. Oh. Oh, you couldn't hear the motorcycle, so. Stoutland enjoys spending time with humans and can warm up to them in just 3 days. Yeah. I should probably. It'll let me. What was that? What? It'll let me know with a loud bark. Okay, I guess that's the impression I chose. Okay. Oh, ugh. Okay. It'll let me know with a loud bark. Okay. Okay, one more piece of Stoutland. And it is one of those unfortunate cases in which, because I have a community post section, or whatever, YouTube post section, yet I still need the background, so I gotta do that. So that means you guys get to be in image 2 mode. So it's me. Okay, so then media. Go. So I've added it to the video, but I'm still not going to show you because I need to go to the place I go. Mubert or whatever. However it's pronounced. See, generate track. I don't think there's anything here that would, no, it doesn't look like there's anything that would get me, like, I don't know, well, I need to upload the image first, though. So it's an image to music generator. Usually I'll take it, sometimes I won't. If I want, then I'll go to audio and Suno. Let them do their thing. So, it is Stoutland. Continue. So we want it to be a 20-second track. That's what I like about this, is you can actually do 20 seconds as well. Although it fades if you've ever listened to the whole, excuse me, of a end screen before. But anyway. So, now I got that selected. Okay. And I'll pause that. Should bring you guys back. So this is Moobert. It's gonna verify. Yeah. Go. Just generating the track now. Because I have one for Emboar, one where I had to be continued, which I never used for one of the videos. Mega Gallade and Obama Snow. Okay. Interesting. Don't really know. It's more of a...
Moobert.
Yeah, that happens. I don't know if you can hear that, but... The Moobert. I don't know if you can actually hear the music, but... yeah, I don't know. Not my favorite. I'm gonna use Audio and Suno, I guess. Give me a second to make sure that none of those are... Neither of those are bad. Unsafe, so... Yeah, it's more of an... That was more like background. I could hear it like being in that environment rather than... that actually being what we're doing. So... This... I have green type version. That doesn't like give me my email. That'll show my email. Or that's the big thing. Can you see my email? No? Okay, so you can... Okay, so let's bring those back. I'm not pro, so just so you know. Yeah. Okay, so what we do is we put in Stoutland song for this one. Mark that's an instrumental. Create. And then... I put in Stoutland song here. Wait, are you still guys? Are you guys still in? No, I brought you back. Okay, good. My brain, sorry. I'm looking at the stream. So yeah, instrumental. We put it as instrumental. We create it, and then we go back to Suno because it's probably started. Okay, pretty good. You can hear it, good. I need water. A dog with a guitar. Still loading. Which is wild that you can let's do it while it's still loading. Yeah. Still going. It's a very long song. Isn't it wild what AI can do these days? Oh man. Ugh. Sounds like we're getting to the end. Are we done? No, we're still going. We're going on an emotional journey that'll take 10 minutes probably. Good lord. This is over 3 minutes long. It's almost 4 minutes long. It doesn't sound like it's anywhere near done. Okay, what happened? I guess it broke. I don't know. Okay. Kick me out. I got 4 minutes, I guess. Okay. Ooh, it's gonna be debatable between these two. Of course, we have also audio to see what it can do. Capture. I mean, I fell in love with that. I mean, it's a good song. I like the songs that I like. Even if I don't publish them or don't use them or whatever. That's another good one. Huh? It's just nothing. Okay. I don't like it actually. Guitar and fiddle folk. Excuse me. I believe Purrloin is another one that we have to use or one of these also is another one that I have to use the music for. Because of inappropriate, whatever, something or other. I was pretty close to the end of Purrloin too, right? I don't know how far I got. To the rest. I know as we go, it'll be less and less of the video will be actually done. Simisage and Pansear have to be completely done from start to finish. That'll be fun. How long are we doing this? We know this for like 2 hours? Something like that? Somewhere thereabouts. Okay. No, let's keep this going. If there were people here, I'd let them choose which music they'd want. But, you know, I'm not big enough for that yet, so maybe one day. Maybe one day. I gotta make it big in like Hollywood or something and have like a YouTube channel like Dan Povenmire. I'll have millions of views. Anyway, okay, that was Sunos. Let's see what audio can do. Interesting. Not exactly sure I would go with pop rock for Stoutland, but it's a fun song, but I don't know if it's necessarily Stoutland, you know, as much as the other two were. Sorry. It's a little better. I don't know. No, I think the country song works a lot better for this. First 20 seconds of a country song. Excuse me. Okay, no. Okay. So, Suno, you win. I'll publish it. Actually, I need to make sure that you guys don't see any stuff that you're not supposed to see. Yes, we're gonna publish it. Not that I get any rights from it, it's just like you can look at it if you go to the link and that'll provide in the description. Anyway. Now we're gonna go download it as an MP3 audio. Download anyway. I don't care if you steal the rights. You don't care if you have this music or not. I'm sure I can copyright this music anyway. Not that I want to. I don't really care. Anyone can use this music if they want to. I really don't care. It would almost be funny if people started using the music. Like, you know, that's what I was known for. Anyway. Let's see, it's a Stoutland song. Okay, we downloaded it. We're gonna put you in Pokemon. I'll wait for it to reform. Alright. AI music. Okay, images and music. Year 2, because we're splitting it up into 2 years, and it's on the 2nd year of this project already. Come back now. Whoops, wrong one. No, okay, that's just the president. It's just the memorial here. Oh wait, you can't come back. Sorry, I forgot. Sorry, I haven't added it to the image to the video yet, or the files yet. Okay, so Pokemon, music, year 2. Stoutland song. Okay, now that I've added it, I can actually bring you back. Okay. Then we do the Stoutland song. Then we add it there. Let's do it for the first 20 seconds. Done. Okay, so now I gotta put you back into the other mode again because we're switching to the next project, and this will take some time, so we might as well enjoy some music while we're doing this because yeah, because not uploaded, what is the word? So 1 project done, 5 to go, well 6 to go I guess, but I uploaded I guess all of the stuff to my OneDrive, so now I gotta re-download it again. That was just to make sure that my computer had enough space, I guess, to stream or whatever, you know. Make sure that I don't have anything I didn't really need bogging down my computer while I streamed. Actually, while we're waiting, I'm gonna go grab some water here, so be right back. Okay, I'm back. While I was gone, or while you guys were in the bathroom break mode, I downloaded these guys. These are the I need these. These guys are BYCs. I haven't actually done this part yet. And a timeline, the main footage stuff. Okay, yeah. So we gotta do that now.
Hello.
Okay. It's gonna be true, I think, for all of them moving forward, right? I think so.
Hello. Today I'll be talking about Purrloin. Hello. Today I'll be talking about...
Okay. So in this video, I compare all of the cats, basically. All the big 4 cats, I guess, of the last 5 generations. Yes, much like I did with the dogs in the Lillipup video. We'll be doing it with Liepard as well, and and these guys' evolution. It's a bit of a stretch for ugly, but I'll make it work.
Purrloin, the first pure Dark-type Pokemon and Dark-type base Pokemon introduced in Gen 5.
I forgot to add Hisuian Samurott. Crap. Okay, you guys are gonna have to go into dark mode in a second. I did bring you guys back, right? Yeah, you guys are back. Okay. I'm behind on the video. Behind on the video. Okay, good. Okay. Burps.
If one... The first pure Dark-type Pokemon and Dark-type base Pokemon... If one doesn't count Hisuian Samurott as the 503rd Pokemon, it's also the Purrloin. If one doesn't count Hisuian Samurott as the 503rd Pokemon...
Turn that down a little bit. Excuse me.
If one doesn't count Hisuian...
Back in the... Okay. Oops. I added the image. I brought it and added it. And I got... Wait. Oh, this is right. Okay.
Hisuian Samurott is the 503rd Pokemon. It's all...
These two... Oh, well, I haven't done the other thing. I don't think I can do it yet, though. I haven't done the Purrloin or the Pansage evolution thing. Maybe I can. I'll see if I can do it or not. I think I probably could.
Purrloin.
Oh no, but that would involve me doing the other recording, so I'll have to wait to do that later. Okay. After the stream. Okay. The little thing where it like turns around or whatever, the kind of like the thing that usually is here, and like it does like it evolves, like it goes from the one Pokemon to the other. Yeah.
Purrloin is also the first... Purrloin is... Purrloin is also the first Dark-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5.
Mm-hmm.
Its previous PBYC dates are...
good enough. As long as I'm looking at the camera, more or less. I don't like not looking at the camera. We saw a lot of that in the Victini video, though. That was because I was behind. I probably should be okay with it now, but like that one, I was like 2 weeks behind. This is I'm only like a week, almost a week behind on, you know, or you know, like only less than a week behind on. So it's a little different. It's a little different. Yeah. Where we go? So dates. Which one is it again? Probably in the second half of the alphabet. Oshawott. I don't think it's Oshawott. Right, I thought didn't we do another one after that? I don't think it's Oshawott. Unless it is, unless the next change is actually Liepard. I guess it could be. So I don't see what else it would be. It must be then. Okay. I'll try Oshawott. Hopefully I'm not being an idiot.
July. July 19th, 1997.
Okay. So this is how I do it, by the way, in case you're wondering. I just take like one of them and then I change the date at the end. It's been 8 days. Okay. May 9th. I always do it when there's a new one. New month, I guess. Oh, yeah. Or in some cases, even a new year, as it will be soon. 2020 is coming. The end of 2019. Yeah, as you can see.
May.
Okay.
May 9th, 2000.
Mm-hmm. I think? Yeah.
February. February 28th, 2003. December. December 19th, 2005.
Okay. Excuse me.
October 9th, 2000.
Nope.
Sorry. October 9th, 2008.
Okay. 20... that'd be the 31st, I guess? Yeah, that makes sense.
July?
Yeah, because the next one's gonna be the one that changes the dates.
July 31st, 2011. May 20th.
May 21st, yep.
May 21st, 2014. March 11th, 2017. 31st.
It's 31st, right? Sorry, my brain. I had a brain fart for a second there. Okay.
December 31st, 2019. And October 21st, 2022. Purrloin is the first feline Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. Meaning it can be seen as a parallel to Meowth, Skitty, or Skitty,
I didn't go with like the big cats like Shinx goes. It just didn't feel right. These were much more domestic cat-like. Well, these two are anyway. Skitty and Glameow.
Meaning it can be seen as a parallel to
Meowth.
Meowth.
I don't know, I'll just throw them whenever I can. Alright.
Skitty, or Glameow. Or Glameow. Or Glameow.
Yeah. Good. Alright. Let me put you over here so you're with the rest of them. Okay.
Glameow. It even seems.
Sorry, I had stuff in my eye.
It even seems to share similarities with these Pokemon.
Okay, and we cut these, I think, for now. Come back to them later.
For Meowth.
Meowth is first.
For Meowth. Purrloins. Purrloin. Purrloin's Purrloin.
Oh, sorry. Gosh, we're at 67% on my iPad already. Oh. Excuse me.
Purrloin's appearance as a quadruped, but Purrloin's appearance as a quadruped, but actually being a biped seems to be based on the original lore of Meowth.
Oof, no. No.
But actually being a biped seems to be based on the original lore of Meowth.
No. Okay, I need to check some stuff. Make sure. I'm gonna check Celtics next. See if it's okay to bring that back. Show off that to you guys. I think so. So long. Yeah, I think we're fine showing off Celtics. I don't think there's anything problematic there. Okay. Okay, here's the script. Parallel. Oh, I did this already. Recorded all that already. Okay, But eventually... No. Purrloin's appearance as a quadruped, but actually being a biped, seems to reference the original. Most notably in the anime, which had it being a quadruped. I would need to show off that. I don't know how to, like, find... Like, I don't think there are images just on here, right? I mean... Meowth. That's gonna be tricky because it doesn't really ever start off as a quadruped in the actual, sprites. So it's kind of a biped kind of thing. It's just in the anime that's a quadruped. See, like, the sprites are all biped. This supposed to be the closest to being a quadruped, but not really. Ever a quadruped. I actually don't know if there ever really were properly just... I mean, I don't know how many Meowth exist outside of the main Meowth, I guess. After, like, Gen 1 or 2. See, this is gonna get tricky to find, like, a quadruped Meowth. That's new. I might have to look it up on Google, which means, yeah, you were definitely not showing that off. Okay, give me a second. Quadruped Meowth. Which is, yeah, the anime mostly is the one that shows it more than anything else. Right? Did they abandon that? I should probably look it up. Yeah, okay, so I'm not wrong. Okay. So it's mostly an anime thing. So I gotta find, like, a good image. And I could find it. I mean... Excuse me. In progress, Pokemon evolutions. That would be an interesting one to take from. Yeah, that is a pretty good image, I think. Shows it off pretty well. Add that to the thing. Just put it here, I guess. Okay. Then I have to go to bibliography, and then I have to go to, what is it, my bib or something? My bib, yeah. That's how I do my citations in the videos. I'm going to credit the art, credit the in progress Pokemon. I'm not stealing it outright. That would be wrong. I guess you can see all my... I don't think it really matters at this point. Yeah, take away all the things I don't need anymore. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Welcome back to the land of the living. Okay. I guess it doesn't really have a proper title, does it? Anyway. So is it from 17? Okay, let's see. Is it from March 4th, 17? Yeah. It's today's date. I don't ever keep that part in. This is a long title. Yep. This is the title they've chosen. Okay, in progress Pokemon. Okay, we'll grab that. Second, also I need to put you guys back. Sorry, I didn't even bring the image in, so. Get back to the void you go. Okay. I really need a secondary one for, like, covering up things rather than being a bathroom break. Like a curtain animation. Some people have one of those, right? That's like a thing, isn't it? You can, like, add animations, like curtains and stuff. I think. I'll figure out how to do that later. But anyway, when I have the time. When will I ever have the time? Anyway, find it. Is Purrloin one of the shuffle ones? I can't remember. I'm gonna say yes. I think it is. So I'll just bring that in as well. Since I have to add the shuffle image once we do it. A second here. Oh yeah. I can do that now, can't I? Right. Now that we're actually doing that stuff, the reviews and stuff. Okay. Just have to find where the other one is. Should pay more attention to what I named it. I mean, I didn't name it anything. I just did whatever the default image name was. Wasn't like an eye or something? There was an eye in there somewhere. There's an eye in there somewhere. Okay. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Past the P's, past the R's, and the S's, and the S's. Oh, there it is. It was Tumblr. God darn it. Gosh darn it. Okay. Okay, now I can bring you guys back. Okay.
But actually, being a biped seems to be based...
Oh wait, I did all that work just for nothing, because I had to redo it anyway. Oh right, all that was to... I mean, not for nothing. It's something that we have now, but... Right. It's not really necessary, because of... the fact that I have to refilm all that. Although, I guess we more need it in this. Excuse me. Once we get into this section. So it's maybe not a complete waste.
But actually...
Okay, but we need to add the redo, though.
Notably in the anime...
No, this is... Purrloin and Meowth. I put in the image. Here. Make it bigger, of course. What were obvious. Then we go ahead and go to the image source. Then I go pass, and then I go back to this again. Don't need that anymore. It's a lot, and I get rid of the access as well as this, so you don't actually know what day I did it. It's a long one.
Notably in the anime, which had it being a quadruped.
I think we can get rid of this.
But eventually it was just depicted as a biped.
Yeah, I don't know how to like display that for other Meowth that aren't the big one.
But eventually it was just depicted as a biped.
Just trust me, bro, I guess. Hello? Okay, we don't need this for a while, so.
It is also notably in the anime, which had it being a quadruped, but eventually it was just depicted as a biped. It is also based on the kitten of a wild cat like
Hello
Meowth.
and welcome. This is true. This is true. Do I want? I'm not gonna put in Liepard.
It is also based on the kitten of a wild cat like
Hello
Meowth.
and welcome. Liepard, sorry. I keep calling it Liepard. There's probably gonna be a few instances in which I call it Liepard throughout this. I probably already called it Liepard in the stream, but yeah. I know it's Liepard. Makes more sense for it to be Liepard. I'm just so used to saying Liepard. That's not how I say leopard.
Like
what?
May specifically reference Team Rocket's Meowth.
This is another instance in which I'm going to need to grab the image. So, give me a second. Actually, I guess you guys can come with me on this journey, because... Right. For at least until we find the image, because... Okay. Meowth. Team Rocket, there we go. Yeah, there he is. And it looks exactly like every other Meowth. You'd never even know. It does not even really matter, but... It's the principle of it, you know? It's the principle of it. And now I gotta put you guys in. That count as a Gen 1 Poké image? I don't know. Well, count as a. That's just a generic image. Now that I have to do that. Okay. Okay.
May specifically reference
Okay, now I can bring you guys back.
Team Rocket's Meowth.
Not the whole image. We're not gonna have that the whole time. Actually, wait, no, that stays. But yeah, we're gonna have to. From the anime.
May also.
Yeah, I think I forgot to.
May also specifically reference Team Rocket's Meowth from the anime with its mischievous nature.
Yeah, mischievous Meowth.
Specifically reference Team Rocket's Meowth.
Yeah. Yeah, he's very mischievous. You know, the whole stealing, trying to steal Pikachu and all that.
May specifically reference Team Rocket's Meowth. May also.
Oh, whoops. Whoops.
Anime with its mischievous nature.
Oh no, we're gonna keep you, yeah.
For Skitty.
It's Skitty's turn. Got it. This is all about the color scheme being reversed.
For Skitty, the fantastical elements of its color pattern seem to be the opposite of Skitty's.
Was it opposite? Reversed. I can't remember what term I used. Okay, we're not that done. Okay, we're not done yet. I do have to bring these. Okay, we're gonna bring these back up. I do this to myself every time, but One day I'll learn, but I know that day is not today.
For Skitty,
this will be the last one, I think. Last move up or whatever, right? Okay. Skitty's next. Yeah, just copy it. Good. See the pink and the blue and yeah. Okay. Purple, yeah.
Or the reverse.
Yeah.
The fantastic Skitty. The fantastic elements of its color scheme seem to be the reverse of Skitty's.
Yes. I think.
For Glammy.
I'm gonna go to Glammeow, right? Oh, I'm gonna need to bring shiny Glammeow. That's right. Yeah, that's gonna be part of this.
For Glammeow.
Glammeow. No, Purrloin stays. Skitty goes. It's Glammeow's turn. Them being basically in the same pose. Yeah, very similar posing, very sleek, very designed. This might be where we have to start part 2, right? Because I think let me check. For Skitties, for Glammeow, at least in the official art. Okay, I think that's actually probably where we start. At least in. Or when did we stop?
For Glammeow.
I did say at least in the official art. Okay. Okay.
At least in the official art.
They're just in the same pose. Like, it's wild. Like, it's literally the same pose. Like, they probably took the exact same image. It's wild how similar those posings are. Like, what? Even this. Oh gosh, what?
Its body seems to be a sleeker version of Glammeow's.
Oh, I did manage to get through. Okay. It turns off at some point. Yeah. So I did actually manage to do that. Pretty well. Why did I cut that? Oh, gosh. Okay. Okay.
Version of Glammeow's. At least in its official art, its body seems like a sleeker version of Glammeow's.
Ah, the inconsistent lighting.
With the two...
I, of course, don't have enough time to go back and, like, do that with consistent lighting. Yeah.
With the two even sharing the same pose.
Oh, it's because of... You can't make that different, right? Because that doesn't got in the way. Move that down, though. Okay. Is it an anyway situation? Can we move on?
The pink
Oh yeah, the pink eyelids, or whatever eye markings. I call them eyelids. I don't know if they're supposed to be eyelids. I don't know how it blinks. I don't know how it blinks, so.
The pink eyelids may also reference Glameows.
I assume they're eyelids. They could be markings. They're definitely pink though. They're not violet or whatever the heck the Vulvapedia article calls them. I didn't also check any of the eye colors. Well, that one doesn't have I mean, yeah, I guess you don't really see. None of the others really have eye colors. These are the only two that really have eye colors.
Purrloin.
Oh, I guess this one then actually. This must be an accident. I must have accidentally had, or maybe it was an instrumental that didn't turn into an actual instrumental.
Purrloin also shares a similar color to Shiny Glameow. Meow.
Okay, it's subtle enough. Excuse me. Let's bring in Shiny Glameow. 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 The question is, which Shiny Glameow shall I choose? The sprites or the models? Probably just gonna choose the models, honestly. Whatever the newest model is. Yeah, I'll just take the official art model. Okay. Holmes model. Okay. Yeah. Even though arguably everyone else would be way better. This is not a very good example of it. Like, these are way better than pretty much even the models. Like, this is one of the worst colorizations. Anyway, whatever. We'll go with it. Anyway, back to the void with you. This one goes to 4. Never thought I'd have to save an image to Gen 4 again. Oh well. Okay, back from the void. Actually, no, you're not back from the void, sorry. Temporarily back from the void. Yeah, no, sorry. Go to the Gen 4 images. Go to homes. The home section. Grab Glameow. I should also probably do. I'll do Purrloin later. Purrloin's in a similar boat.
Purrloin also shares a similar color to Shiny Glameow.
Okay. Bring you back from the void. I added it. Sorry, I keep forgetting to bring you guys back to the void before I add the images. To the timeline, I mean. Once I'm done with the intro, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
However, unlike those three,
we're almost done with the intro. So we gotta bring all 3 of these guys back. To the end. To the end. So all these guys are normal types, if you recall. If you can recall.
However, unlike those 3,
so it was wild to have a cat that was a different type. That wasn't like a specialty big cat, you know, like Shinx and all that.
Purrloin.
Well, there might be also like a combination of a couple different animals, you know, which is probably the reason why I didn't do it. Because it's not like one specific. Because they're not really any real specific cats, but you know, these are identifiably like 3 different cats. It's not like a tiger mixed in with like a lion or anything. You know what I mean?
Purrloin is a dark type. Anyway.
Is this the Krogog one or the Toxicroak one? Oh my gosh, I think it is.
Anyway, I most know Purrloin from... Oh, wait. Anyway.
Oh yeah, this is probably the Shuffle one.
Purrloin is a dark type. Anyway. I most know Purrloin from Detective Pikachu.
Oh yeah! We'll have to have that image later. Yeah. No, that's wrong. The Detective Pikachu movie.
No. I must know.
But yeah, we'll add the logo, but I have to add the actual image of it later. Maybe I'll just do the whole video. No,
I must know Purrloin from the Detective Pikachu movie.
Yeah, I'll just do a picture of it later. Okay. Okay.
Purrloin from the...
Okay. I gotta bring you... Excuse me. Again, I added it to the timeline. Sorry.
Detective Pikachu movie.
Okay.
I also know Purrloin from Pokemon Shuffle. Pokemon Shuffle.
We'll add the... I guess we can add the image now, couldn't we? Let's go to Purrloin. We need to go to Purrloins anyway, so... Let's go quick grab the... So we're on Stoutland. Hopefully. Otherwise, I mean, if I did make any other mistakes, I'll just do it on my own. Yeah. So Purrloin. Okay. Okay, the shuffle image. Gotta take that one. I was about to make a horrible mistake. Save. It's not a Gen 4 image, but a Gen 5 image. Okay. You can come back. No, you can't come back. Never mind. But I have to actually add it to the program first. Camtasia. 5. Shuffle. My second shuffle image. Yeah, get used to shuffle being much more in this because that's pretty much all I can have. Like it's gonna be that, like the spin-offs and stuff like that, so. Okay, there we go. Okay. Shuffle. It's just its head.
Pokemon Shuffle.
Okay, yeah. Bleh, bleh, bleh. Bleh, bleh, bleh. I think we're done.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Okay. 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 I will go to the end. Go through all of this. towards the very end of it. We were just like, yeah, right there. We're just at a few more seconds left of it. I have like a time-based system, which I could be using if I wanted to, but I don't want to be here for 12 hours if I can help it, so I'm just sort of using this as a just do everything at once, one at a time kind of system. Actually, we would go back here, wouldn't we? Because, right, we'll have to push it to the right. Yeah. Yes. Anyway. Okay. I will set this up, and then I will go to the bathroom. So, BRB for realsies. Go. Let's continue. Excuse me. gosh, it's 64% humidity in here. Yeesh. It's humid. Okay. Purrloin is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 281. Oh, Morgrim, right. Probably should grab that while I was on the break. Oh well. Okay. Purrloin shares its category with Morgrim. They are both known as the devious Pokemon, or Purrloin shares its category with... Actually, yeah. So we'll be adding the image anyway. Might as well take out that gap. Okay, sorry. Focus. Back to the void you go. It is the middle one, okay. I have impotence. I didn't have its evolution. I was thinking that was what this was. Would it be better if I used the big... No, big camera would involve me having to do multiple things. Not doing that. Okay. You're 8. Okay. Don't get too funky, Dylan. Sorry, I'm jamming out to the beat. But well, you can see that. Or no, well, now you can see it. Well, now the song's over. But yeah, I got distracted. I need to actually finish this. So why would that be there? It's there. I don't remember if I did this on purpose or accidentally. It's kind of funny though. Purrloin appears to be based on Morgrim. They are both known as the devious Pokemon. Okay. Origin: Purrloin appears to be based on a tuxedo cat. Its fur pattern, behavior, and feline influence suggests that it may also be based on a female thief. This part, where I couldn't say cat burglar to save my life. Commonly known as a cat burglar. Commonly known as a cat burglar. Common burglar. Like, what? Commonly known as a cat burglar. I was gonna check the weather before I came back. Sorry, I should probably check that real quick. Keep an eye on things, you know, see if they've changed. To be earlier, later. Still saying... Let me reload the weather here. Ooh, they're saying there's possible up to 315. Ooh. So maybe this will be much shorter than I thought. We'll see. We'll see. Here we go. Namor. Again, it might not even affect my area. We'll see. If I hear the thunderstorm, then I'll stop. Otherwise, yeah, obviously, no. Name origin, Purrloin. Wait, what? Lure. Name or... Oh, I did that right, sorry. Oh, my brain. Maybe a little sleep when I would mind a little sleep. Yeah. Name origin, Purrloin. Maybe a combination of purr, the sound a cat makes, and purloin, to steal. Yeah. Choro Neko. Name origin, Purrloin. Maybe a combination of purr, the sound a cat makes, and purloin, to steal. Yeah, it's Taxacroak, because Croagunk doesn't have a claw. Yeah. Choro Neko. Maybe a combination of Choro Makasu, to pilfer, and Neko, cat. And languages, external links, let's move on. Oh yeah. That's done, that was done with the Bulbapedia section. So now we move on to the rest. Have I done the anime section? I don't think I have. No, if I have done that, I definitely haven't done the anime section. So that'll be fun to have to mute. Okay. Figure out how to mute that. Well, we know how to mute it, but... Yeah. Since we... At least I don't think I got any comics this time. Comic book pages this time. At least I have that, I think. Since we watched Purrloin's first scene in the anime in the Servine video, let's watch Yes. Let's watch Purrloin's second scene in the anime. Yes. It appears in the, yeah. It appears in the silhouettes, by the way. That's true of, like, all of the Servine, like, all of those Pokemon that aren't Zekrom and the other one, Reshiram. Okay. Wait a minute. I just messed up. I just realized that too. I forgot about that whole, like, pushing it to the little right thing. Oh yeah. Whoops! That changes things here, so then this goes down here like this, and then these around here. Oh, these two can be pushed all the way down. Yes, okay, good. And then this one can go even down further. Okay, and this one? No. Oh, yes! Okay, good. Okay. I believe this is the one that I chose for Talk Like a Girl, maybe? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Where did I don't know where we're going. I'm just gonna go 7 minutes. See where we are. Okay, no. Should have been paying attention. Hello. Okay, that's too far. It's 8.5 minutes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, don't pause. What? Hello and hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokémon the movie Black, Victini, and Reshiram. In this... Oh, right. I have to add Reshiram. Not Victini, though. It's a very cute moment between Purrloin and Liepard. Like, oh, such a cute little image. I did this like 4 times, by the way, because I kept like showing off the frame of the player, of the Blu-ray player program. Like it like you can, if you just moved up, it like showed the top of it, and I was like, oh, and you got all these other Pokemon and whatever, and then I kept like, you know, hitting the top or whatever. And that was annoying. In this film, anyway, today we are watching Pokémon the movie Black, Victini, and Reshiram. That's probably the same thing. Yeah. Okay. Image 2, right? Because I gotta actually add Reshiram. We have Zekrom, but we need Reshiram. I don't know why I have Zekrom. For some reason I have it. I don't know. Must exist for some reason. Anyway, so that's 5. We're on 5. I know what generation we're in. Reshiram! Reshiram! Okay. Reshiram! In this film, we're towards the beginning, the narrators explain. Sorry. In this film. In this film, we're towards the beginning, the narrator's explaining the world of Pokemon. And I think that's where we start. So this is where I think I have to turn off the audio for you. Was this the one that is the... No, that's the audio. This is the one that has the Camtasia. Okay. None of these apps or whatever are sponsored. I'm not sponsored or any of that stuff. That's why I take it out. Okay, I can bring this back, I think. It's probably safe. And that... And that is Purrloin, second scene in the anime. Let's move on. Jeez. Alright, I don't know why. Get the rest of it. Okay. Now let's watch Purrloin's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Oh, so they don't have that ready yet. So So that's gonna be set aside for tomorrow or for today, I guess. So at some point today, I don't even know when. It'll get done. It'll get done.
Now let's see why other people love Servine. No. Now let's see why.
Servine, what?
Now let's see why other love. Now let's see.
Now let's see why other people love.
Now let's see why other people love Purrloin.
Yeah. So if you're wondering why that happens, like that, like sort of frustrated, like eye closed, you know, thing, that's because I have to do it like 4 or 5 times. Like I have to do it multiple times. Excuse me. And I did it again. I just realized I did it again. But I moved it right instead of, or left instead of right. Great. Good going, Dylan. Good going. Okay, do that, and then we go back. About 9 minutes, right? So, somewhere around that, right? Okay. This is gonna get tricky. Nope. Just gonna have to highlight each of them. Okay. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. Then these are down one more. And all of this can be, all these can be moved down. Same with all this. Okay. We're getting there. Okay. Whatever. 14 minutes. Gotta skip those community posts as well. Look at the 15 minutes.
Now let's look at fan art.
Okay.
Thanks.
No. I go this way. Oh, why did I not? Oh, because this is the weird one. So for this one, I accidentally skipped this image for some reason. So that's a thing. I have to add that in later. I must have accidentally pressed it twice or something, the arrow. But yeah, that was the thing that happened. It was very weird. Storm? Yeah. I don't think the storms are here yet. Okay. Really good. 15 minutes, 15:30 or something. Alright, close enough. 15:20, close enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Help! I should have added it immediately, huh? So much shop images I'm not actually doing. So this one's obviously the one we're stopping at. So anything below that we're not doing. Sorry, I don't know if any of those inappropriate. I never really checked. I also didn't check to see if the other one was inappropriate. I might have to redo the intro of, Liepard because I didn't notice until I actually got into the video that I need to blur an image. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we're set in fan art, so instead of looking at DeviantArt fan art. Those of you aren't familiar. Those of you aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Liepard. Nope. What we do... Right. Liepard. Those of you aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we... Those of you aren't familiar with the series, what we... Okay. What we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Purrloin. This is just the official image, right? I'm like 90% sure this is just the official image. Yeah, this is just the official image. Okay. This is... This is 0509 Purrloin by Bloxables. I'm pretty sure this is just the official art of Purrloin. I don't think I need to specify that. You guys get that. That's what I'm talking about. The official art of Purrloin. Nope, that's not. What are we doing? I'm sorry, I'm tired. Purrloin. We're only on 2. This is... the art. No, this is 0509 Purrloin by Bloxables. I'm pretty sure this is just the official art. This is Purrloin by 333 by 333. This is Purrloin by by 333 AAA, 333 AAA, 333 AAA. It's got this AI image of Purrloin here. Got a couple of them, looks like. Got this one as well. This is... Oh, this is one of them. I don't know, part of it might have been the background. This is one that I had to add the thing to. I'll have to add the end screen once I do the community post. Because I want to make sure, because you can still do it. I probably should let you guys know now. As long as I am still editing these videos, you can still put your own opinions. So if anyone's watching this or comes in and they read it and then you're gonna watch that, you guys can put your opinions until I have completed the video. So this is Purrloin and Sneasel by Sugar Sylvie on the YouTube posts, I mean. So we got this nice image of a Purrloin and a Snivy here. A Snivy. Man literally says Sneasel, and he calls it a Snivy. It's very fun. Oh my god, I have to take the Sneasel off. This is Purrloin and Sneasel. Take the Sneasel from here. And Sneasel by Sugar Sylvie, so we got this nice image of a Purrloin and a just shameful. Honestly, just, there's no words other than shameful. This is Purrloin and Sneasel by maybe here. Here. Very fun. Very well done. Very well done. I like the background. Okay. This is... I think there was like an unusual amount of time. Very well done. Well, maybe I had like an alarm that went off or something. But yeah, it took a while to finish this second. This is Purrloin, Sleeping Vector by Diana Maria. No. Oh, because I couldn't say Diana Maria. Good lord. This is Purrloin, Sleeping Vector by Diana Maria. No. By Diana Maria. By Maria? This is Purrloin, Sleeping Vector. Oh, I'm so sorry. By Diana Maria 14. It's this nice sleeping Purrloin here. Very well done. This is Purrloin TCG by Funstar Art, so a nice compilation of TCG art of Purrloin here. This is Purrloin. Wait, when do I have to go back? So I wasn't actually paying attention to when I have to throw it in. One, two, three, four. Okay, not until we get okay, after the 3D model one, right? The weird animation. Going back by Bloxables. So this is the... This is Purrloin back by Bloxables. So this is the... This is Purrloin back by Bloxables. This is a frame of the back sprite of Purrloin in Gen 5. This is Purrloin. This is a frame of the back sprite of Purrloin in Gen 5. This is Purrloin Bloxables. This is the front sprite of... No, this is a frame This is a frame. This is Purrloin, Bloxable. Just forgot to say bye, but it doesn't really matter. They're still on. They steal art. I'm not gonna post it as if it's their own. I don't care. This is a frame from the front sprite of Gen 5. Sure. You get the idea. Cat named Purrloin by Jamal Mama. So it looks like this image. I didn't quite know what this was. Cat named Purrloin. So checked. Which might mean I have to blur the top temporarily. I just realized. Just for you guys. Just like this top half. I don't want you seeing my desktop. By Jamal. Just in case. Mama. This is a frame from the front sprite of Gen 5. Cat named Purrloin by Jamal Mama. So looks like this image. Looks like this image, like redrawn. I don't know if this is looking from a book, maybe? Wasn't enough time. What is this from? What am I looking at? Yeah, it doesn't specify. Okay, it didn't actually matter. It seems to be from like a book. Cat named I don't know. It seems to be from like a book or something. I'm not really sure where this is from. This is very interesting. Oh, this is another one where I need to blur. Sorry. I don't know if I do, though. I might be in the same situation. So is this supposed to be? I guess it's supposed to be a Purrloin. Yeah. This is very clearly AI, right? No. No, it's real. I think. I don't know. It's too crazy. I think it might be real. It's hard to know with all these little details. There's like elements or... Okay. This is it's too crazy to be AI. It seems to be from like a book or something. This is the last one? This is the last one, isn't it? No, wait, we have one more, the animation. Something? I'm not really sure where this is from. This is very interesting. Curious to know how I skipped it. This is Opal by Dish Disheart. I don't need that anymore. So it's this. So yeah, my brain was a bit broken. Still is. So it's this anthropomorphic Purrloin. Oh, Dylan. He's so crazy. So it's this anthropomorphic. I'm not changing that. You get to have my silly. I can barely talk. Purrloin here. Very interesting. It's got like a shield or something. So if you're ever wondering why it sounds like that, it's because it's after I burp. Very, very interesting. Yeah. Excuse me. Anyway, Purrloin here. Very interesting. It's got like a shield or something. Very, very interesting. This is Purrloin, reworked animation, Pokemon X and Y by X/Y. This is Purrloin, reworked animation, Pokemon X and Y by X. It's important to be accurate. This X/Y by Emeroni Stone, so I guess a different version of the animation, I guess because it's like actually sitting down now. Interesting. Got the back one as well. Very interesting. How did I skip? No, it just randomly skips ahead. I don't know why. Like, what? How? Why did you do that? I don't know, man. But here's where we put in the other one. So here we go. Go to here. Go to here. Add this. And this is just this, so explain. This one I might also have to blur for a bit. Okay. How much more time we have left to this one? So we've got 57, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. We're getting there, we're getting there. Okay. It's a slow process. I need to fix my microphone again. But we get it done. Be much easier if it were just the one image, or the one video, or whatever. Yeah, for just the one, also for the one image in that section, but yeah, one video would be much easier. But I'm so far behind. It's ridiculous. This kind of sucks. I always thought of how much it sucked that we had to do 2 Detective Pikachus this close together. One with Patrat and one with Purrloin. Like, that was just so unfortunate. Especially since Purrloin is probably one of the few Gen 5 Pokemon to actually appear. I think it's like one of, what, 2? With the other one being like Braviary or something? Or maybe... Do we have like Rufflet? I can't remember if Rufflet appears in the movie. But either way. Yeah, we didn't have a lot of Gen 5 representation. Much more than Gen 4 for whatever reason. Like, that's just evil. Literally, Torterra's the only one you get. And I couldn't even do it because of the stupid, like, giant Torterras or whatever. I hated that so much. Anyway. Okay. I don't remember exactly where we were, sorry. I'm just gonna have to go through these. Okay. No, too far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is... X/Y by Emeroni Stone, so I guess a different version of the animation, I guess because it's like actually sitting down now. Interesting. Got the back one as well. Very interesting. This is Pokemon Lions Adopts Open by Dragon Dakia. So we're only gonna read. We're only so. We're only gonna look at this first. We're only gonna look at this first image because it's the only one with the Purrloin. So we got One is a bolt hand? Well, actually, I think yeah, it's not bolt hand, it's the Emperor. It's the baby. Purrloin, so we got, these are all the babies. Except for Zigzagoon. Well, no, yeah, one is a, they're all lying. Bolt hand? Your eyes, children! Avoid your eyes! Revert your eyes, children! I got too cocky! Should blur the top of the image. Like I was doing. Got too cocky. Don't get cocky, kids. Well, it's probably way too bad anyway. Quality is probably god awful. See any of that? Like... Maybe look at that later. But anyway, I'll just have to look at that later. Anyway, we gotta get going here. Nobody's here anyway, but like, I do need to make sure the VOD doesn't have that. Because that's a bunch of personal stuff, and you're not supposed to know any of that. You're not supposed to see any of that kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that gets me in trouble. So, anyway. Anyway. Yamper, Litten, sorry. We got these. I'm keeping that just in case I need it again. We're only gonna look at this first image because it's the only one with the Purrloin, so we got. We got these Pokemon. The only one with the Purrloins. We got these Pokemon that are like Disney lions from the Lion King. Lions from the Lion. We got these Pokemon that are like Disney. That are like Disney lions from the Lion King. So I've got Yamper as the lion, Litten, Galarian, Zigzagoon, Purrloin. Ooh, this is more epic. Yes, very well done. Very well done. Get rid of that, I think. Keep that, doesn't care. I can delete it for now. I gotta fix my microphone. It's annoying. We're almost done with Purrloin, that's good. So it's looking like we'll at least get through 2 of them today. This is Purrloin. by Aocom. So I got this nice painting of a Purrloin here. Very well done. Let's see how, if we can... Let's see how the weather holds. Oh, this is the reason why I have to do it. Possibly bloody background was not enough. It's the damn and kill this guy. This is Art Fight 2025 by Yugata by Nashu. So you've got this interesting art of two anthropomorphic Pokemon, Tepig and Purrloin. It's Tepig, not Pignite, right? I'm fairly certain that's Tepig and not Pignite. Because Pignite would be different. Pignite would be more of a... I mean, it's kind of hard to tell when there's so similar. When they're so stylized, right? Versus Tepig. Oh, it actually might be Pignite. Hold on. Well, no, it's a... Well, they've stylized it to the point of... Even Emboar, I mean, like, what... It's missing some of its elements. No way it's an Emboar, right? Technically, it's closest. I mean, I don't know. It's missing the yellow part if it's supposed to be Tepig. But Pignite has a pure black thing down there, so I think I'm just gonna go with Tepig. That makes the most sense to me, anyway. Here, this one maybe is from Team Rocket, and it's fun. And the Tepig said. And it's fun. And the Tepig says, I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Indy. And Indy, I guess, says, damn. Yep. Yeah. Oh, this one. I don't want to do this one. I hated this one. Not only because there's multiple Pokemon here, but also I didn't do this. I didn't realize what was going on in this image. This is super... Tepig says, I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Indy. And Indy, I guess, says, damn. Right, there's a Purrloin and a Liepard. Because Liepard would be different. Yeah, because Purrloin is... Well, actually, hold on. No, it's more of a stripe. It's be a lot darker yellow. And also be whiskers. Well, I don't know. The other one's supposed to also have whiskers. No, not really. They'll sort of roll the tufts on the side. This is Supernova, Joey Miles' Family by Accidental Strix. So I've got Supernova Timeline, Zoe and Miles' Family by Just plus. By HSC Duo. So, you know what? I'm just gonna redo this one. I know it's such a stupid reason to do it, but I really hated this one. I really wanted to redo this one. Yeah, it's kind of a silly reason to do it, but like, I could definitely do better for sure. This is not my favorite take of this, so we're just gonna let this go. This is Supernova, Joey Miles' Family by Accidental Strix. I know it's a lot, but... So I've got Supernova Timeline, Zoe and Miles' Family by HSC Duo. So we've got... I'm assuming since Miles, so we got this Meowth here, eyelash markings, whiskers, and we've got this Purrloin, or it's a Liepard still, kind of. This is a stylized Liepard here.
Did we call it a Liepard?
Yeah, stylized Meowth as well.
That's supposed to be a Purrloin, right?
They're all stylized. You got the stylized Pokemon. That sounded really to me. So then we have this. Oh, it does. Okay, sorry. Miles, he/him, Meowth, modest nature, dad cat. So then Zoe, she, her, Purrloin, jolly nature, mama cat, Felicia's adopted sister. So scarred ear is drooped. Very long tail and ears. Everstone collar. The kittens are all the same age and have a mix of their parents' traits. It's got Darwin, they, them. Purrloin, naughty nature, first hatched. Sawyer, he, him. Purrloin, relaxed nature, second hatched. Mitzi, she, her. Purrloin, timid nature, third hatched. Runt. So, devil tail, eyelash markings, whiskers, very long tail, smallest. Felicia, she, her. Zora, lonely nature, Zora's adopted sister. Hair tuft, ponytail. Jade, she, her. Mischievous, quirky nature, Felicia's soul sister, former. Got 2 puffs. Swoop Bang goes to the right. 3 orbs with pink glitter. Sparkles. Glows. Interesting. Okay, yeah, this works out. Okay. That have to be the last big image that I had to redo. Great. I have to redo this last, like, really big image. This last one. How long is it? It's a good 2 minutes of explanation I have to redo. But hopefully it'll be a lot faster. I can do it a lot, more efficiently. And this would require me to pay, so I'm not doing that, so we're gonna move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video, I'll be talking about... Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. In the next official video... I'll be talking about Liepard. As always, this isn't my proper... As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and see me tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll be talking about Liepard.
We're heading to Liepard next. I'll check on the weather before we move on. Actually, during the blind area, I guess. What do you want to call it? The void area.
About Liepard.
Okay. So then, to the void with you. That's the wrong button. To the void. To the void with you. There you go. Okay, I gotta open up the Liepard one. And while we do that, I'll check the weather, see what's going on with that. It says now 6 a.m. is when we're doing storms. That's when the storm starts. Okay. It's been very weird about storms today. Last couple of days. It's very stormy. Hopefully we can get this done. It kind of sucks, because, yeah, weather has been a big part of why it's taken so long to do these. I wish that wasn't the case, but it's true. But it is, so... Okay, Liepard's almost ready. It's currently loading at the moment. Yes. Can you hear me? Why can't I hear myself? Did I put it to where I can't hear myself? No? Did it turn down my audio again? There we go. There we go. Hopefully... Okay, well, let's try... Okay, there we go. I can hear myself again, so... Hopefully you can hear me better. It was a little louder. Excuse me. Oh, it's ready. Okay, let's do this. So, oh no, we're not ready. Sorry, sorry. It's ready, but you're not ready. Sorry, I forgot I have to add its PYC as well, which is a lot longer, because while I was filming, a truck came, a garbage truck next door arrived to pick up their trash. So that's the thing we have to sit through. I mean, thankfully it is a double. We can like double up, or we could do like, what have I called it? I called it a double. Gosh, what did I call it? It was a double editing or whatever, where I two layer editing, I guess is what you can call it. Multi-layer editing or whatever, where you edit one and then go to the other one. Excuse me, we did that earlier when we did the anime section for, I think, or when we did, yeah, when we did the cannot for the life of me remember what it's called. Stoutland, when we did the Stoutland part of the video, or part of the stream. Stoutland video. Anyway. Stoutland back in there. PYC is Liepard. Okay, here we go. This could take a bit of time. So why don't we put on some music?
Hey there.
I want to take a video how to add custom animations to OBS while we're waiting. It looks like there's something to do with Premiere. Add animations to your stream. Okay, there's an actual OBS version of this. Okay. It's been replaced with this. Okay, this guy hasn't replaced with that. Okay. Ah, there's text. Ugh. I just want to know how to do like a curtain effect, I guess. Curtain effect in OBS. Yeah, red curtain transition. Ugh, do I have to do it myself? Ugh. That sounds... Ugh. That means I have to... Ugh. Are there actually built-in transitions? Comes with a bunch of transitions between switching... What? Why haven't I known that before? How do I find them? I mean, oh, it is a oh, it does show trans. I guess there's a few transitions I could do, but it's not really what I want so much as like the curtain coming between the two, you know? Curtain reveal. I don't know. But like, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of want to hide the stuff with the curtain, you know? Yeah. But instead we're forced to use this thing, because I don't know. Because I'm not ready for it yet. Yeah. Because I'll figure I'll probably put on like a different... I'll figure something out. Come up with something. Some way of doing that. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm hiding things. Perhaps behind a curtain. Instead of having you believe that I'm on bathroom break. Or instead of using the bathroom break one. Anyway. So yes, it's Liepard time. So I've completed 2 videos. It has been, what, 4 hours? 4 hours, we completed 2 videos, so at this rate, we'll complete all 6 videos in 12 hours. We won't make it. Wait a minute. That's not ideal. Okay, it's ready. Kind of. Okay, here we go. I won't add any of the assets until it's fully loaded, so that'll take some time, I think. So yeah, that'll take a bit of time. Okay.
Hello. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Liepard.
Yay! Step 1, we completed. Wait, I don't think I said the only evolution.
The first...
It's fine. It's fine, right? You guys don't care, right?
Hello. The first pure dark evolution introduced in Gen 5. If one doesn't count Hisuian Samurott as Pokémon... No.
I forgot to add the...
If one...
Oh, the lighting. Okay, yeah, because I did this, like, right in the morning, so obviously the sun's coming up and doing
The first pure dark evolution introduced in Gen 5.
Like all the clouds and stuff.
If one...
Okay. Well, I can't add it anyway at the moment, right? So I can add it later.
If one doesn't count Hisuian Samurott as the 503rd Pokémon... Liepard is also the first Dark-type evolution. Liepard is also the first Dark-type evolution.
Introduced in Gen 5.
No. Liepard is also the first Dark-type evolution introduced in Gen 5.
There you go. Oh well. It's kind of looking at the screen, I guess. I don't know why my eyes do that. It's really weird. It's not to settle on. I don't think the actual viewers will notice.
Being the evolution. Being the evolution of Purrloin, who evolves at level 20.
Okay.
It's previous BYC dates are July July 20th, 1997. May May 10th, 2000.
Excuse me.
March March 1st, 2003.
think it was in the middle of this when the truck arrived.
Hello. Today we'll be talking about
Okay, Liepard. Liepard. I know the name of the Pokemon.
Liepard.
I don't like it. I don't like it being right next to the
First pure dark evolution introduced in Gen 5. If one doesn't count...
Okay, now I gotta put you guys into the void. I got some water as well. Okay. Okay.
Hisuian...
Okay, we can...
If one doesn't count Hisuian, Samurott is the 503rd Pokemon.
Oh good, I got its number right.
Liepard is also the first Dark-type evolution introduced in Gen 5. Being the evolution of... Its previous BYC dates are July...
So this is the last Oshawott. Last time I used the Oshawott template. Because Liepard will be the next one to get the template. It's bittersweet, you know? Yeah, a little bittersweet, but it's fine.
July 20th, 1997. May... July 20th.
This whole 9 days, good lord. Not 30th, 20th. I can't see with the microphone in the way.
July 20th, 1997. May 10th.
May 10th, so we have a 0.
May 10th, 2000. March...
March 1st. Of course. March 1st, of course.
March 1st, 2003. March 1st, 2003.
Yeah, that's much better.
December 20th. December 20th, 2005. December... December 20th, 2005. October 10th, October... October 10th, 2008. 1st, 2011. August 1st, 20.
August 1st, that makes sense.
No. May 20.
So I try to speed it up. Try to get through it before the truck made its noises.
May 22nd, 2014. March 12th. March 12th, 2017.
Yep.
January. January 1st, 2020.
Aww. It's a whole new year. January 1st, 2020.
And October 22nd, 2022.
So I managed to get through it.
Oh. Fucking bastards.
Swearing time.
That's gonna be fun to hear. Here on the video. Or when I have to do editing.
Yay, the swearing.
That light can stay on. Else I'm fucked.
Oh, foreshadowing, my good man. So, one of the big reasons why I couldn't record the Pansear was because the light died. So, it's a rechargeable light. I use the light on my camera. I'm not sure how helpful it would have been in this case since I had so much light before, but it's the reason why I don't look so faded or look so dark, which is... And so, actually, so that's why a few videos ago, some of those videos were so dark, is because I didn't have a light on. I didn't have the light at the moment, like it was broken, so I had to buy a new one, so that's why it looks so dark, and I just didn't feel like I had time to hold on to it until, you know, I didn't want to wait until I got my new light. Like, I'm so far behind, right? Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Liepard, the cruel... You can hear him in the background while we... I just realized I didn't do the Purrloin radio. Okay, you know what? Let's take this opportunity. We'll stop here for a bit. I have to go back to the Purrloin video. Whoops. Whoops! Give me a second. I completely forgot that I definitely messed up a few things in the Purrloin video, so I gotta go back and do that for the Bulbapedia section. Okay. Put on music again, I guess. Electric Spark, so whichever one was the electric Pokemon that I had to give to I'd have an end screen with. This looks like this is the one I used. So it must have been the baby or something. Oh, I messed up its catch rate. That was the one of them. Like I said, the actual number, but I forgot to say the percentage. So that's one of them. So I guess I can bring you guys back into the fold. Okay. Yes. Okay. Welcome back. Okay. Let's do this. So 11. Got to do that. Got to go here. Got to go here, and to go like this. Gotta go down a little bit more. But it doesn't matter, right? Because check it out, make sure that and now let's just play it safe. Okay. Turn off my thing, take off my glasses, my fan, and take off my glasses. Okay. 1, 2, okay. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Okay. That might be the only mistake, I don't know. Probably not. I probably said Liepard a few times. I think that's probably one of the mistakes. I think I have to redo the... No, evolution data was fine. I actually said Liepard. Evolution data, Purrloin, level 20, Liepard. I must have messed that up in the other one, Liepard's video. Okay. And this is where we come back in, I think. Yeah. So it was just that one mistake. Wow. Okay. Wild. Why is it not stopping? Stop the recording. It's not stopping. It's not. The recording isn't stopping. Oh, gosh. Okay, weird. Hopefully it didn't completely break. Give me a second, I gotta grab it now. Okay, so it got corrupted, and I gotta do it again. Okay. Okay, yeah, okay. Try that again. Catch it, sorry. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Stop the recording. Ow. I don't know why it's taking forever to stop. It's still recording? It's still recording. I don't know why it's... I mean, we can't do the radios right now. We gotta wait for that. I don't know, whatever. Sir. Stop the recording. Stop the recording. See, I'm trying to stop the recording. Whatever. I guess we can't do those for now. Yeah, let's just head back to Liepard. I don't know. Maybe I'll keep recording all of this. I don't know. Ah. 4 hours, huh? Okay. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Liepard, the cruel Pokemon whose number is 0510. This is what it looks like. Its type is Dark, abilities Limber or Unburden, Prankster is its inability. Gender issues 50-50, catchphrase 90 or 20.1%, breeding is a group field, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 3'7" or 1.1 meter, weight is 82.7 pounds or 37.5 kilograms, base experience yield is 156, leveling rate is medium fast, Steve yields is 2, speed, shape is that, footprint is that, base color is purple, and base friendship is 70.
He's debating.
Liepard is a dark-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 5. Evolves from Purrloin, starting at level 20. Biology, Liepard is a slender purple feline Pokemon speckled with yellow rosette. Its fur powdering is considered attractive to many trainers. It has a pink mask marking over its eyes, a pink nose, and small yellow markings over its green eyes. It has 2 pairs of long yellow whiskers and a tough yellow underside. Its lower legs are yellow, and each small paw has a pale pink pad that can be seen in Pokédex 3D Pro. It has a long, curving tail with a sickle-like shape toward the tip. Liepard has well-developed muscles that allow it to run silently and strike opponents from behind. It has been known to vanish and reappear without warning. It is known to be rather moody and vicious. In Galar, it competes with Thievul for territory. Evolution, Liepard evolves from Purrloin, so Purrloin, Liepard. Game data, Pokédex entries. In Gen 5, Black. These Pokemon vanish and appear unexpectedly. Many trainers are drawn to their beautiful form and fur. White, stealthily, it sneaks up on its target, striking from behind before its victim has a chance to react. Black 2 and White 2, their beautiful form comes from the muscles they have developed. They run silently in the night. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is White's entry. Oh yeah! Omega Ruby is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is
So the
White and Black.
talking about how,
You know, he called the garbage person, the sanitation officer, a man, and so that was like him being like, oh, I shouldn't say that because that's wrong or whatever. Because, women can be sanitation officers as well. But it was like, yeah, it was... And then this is him, like, saying that, like, oh, no one's gonna hear this. Century. In Gen 8, Sword, don't be fooled by its gorgeous fur and elegant figure. It's a moody and vicious Pokemon. Shield, the stealthy Pokemon sneaks up behind prey without making any sound at all. Competes with Thievul for territory.
Oh, yeah. And him, like, talking about, like, the hypothetical, like, how you'd see this, in, like, some sort of compilation of video of stuff, like, outtakes. Yeah. Locations, side game locations, and events. Held items and events. It has the Dark Gem 100% of the time.
Stats, base stats, HP 64,
Oh,
attack
this is
88,
embarrassing.
8,
Okay.
defense 50,
What happened?
special attack 88, special defense 50,
4 o'clock.
speed 106 for a
What
total
happened
of
to the star
446.
actually
Type effect and miss, damage normally by normal,
don't
flying,
have
poison, ground,
plans.
rock, steel, fire, water, grass,
I'm
electric,
not
ice,
planned
and
for
dragon.
that.
Weak to fighting, bug, and fairy for double.
And things
Immune to
get
psychic,
delayed,
resistant
and I get
to
a
ghost
nap.
and dark for half. Notes if
That's
Miracle
the
Eye is
reality
used by an
of
opponent,
it.
that's
Things
what
get
happens
delayed,
when
and I
the
get a
target
nap.
the
Things
effectiveness
got delayed,
of
and he
psychic
got a
type
nap.
moves is 1, so go from
Because the
0 to
storm
1.
happened.
Learn set by leveling up. We'll go down to 23
Get through
here,
this.
so 23
That'll be
assurance,
sweet.
28 home claws, 34.
How close are we to the getting there, right? Well, sounds like he's gonna come back before. I don't know. Liepard Part 2. Okay, we'll see. Oh, so much of the fan art.
Sucker Punch, 40 Nasty Plot, 46 Night Slash, and 52 Play Rough. By TM/TR we're skipping. By breeding we're skipping. By tutoring in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, it gets Burning Jealousy, Lash Out, and Skitter Smack. Nothing by Briar Revolution. By transfer for another generation from 5 through 7, it can get Aerial Ace, Assist, and Captivate. Assist and Captivate don't work anymore. 6 and 7, it gets Confide. 5 and 6, Cut. 5 through 7, Dream Eater, Echoed Voice, Embargo, Faint Attack, Frustration, Hidden Power, and Knockoff, Embargo, Faint Attack, Frustration, and Hidden Power don't work anymore. 7, Laser Focus. 5 through 7, Psych Up, Pursuit and Return. Pursuit and Return don't work anymore. 5 and 6, Rock Smash. 5 through 7, Roleplay. 6, Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. And 5 through 7, Snatch, Spite, Swagger, and
Wow, he
Toxic.
can switch
Snatch
damage
doesn't
very
work anymore.
fast.
Side game data, you
One
got
is
all
better
this.
than many.
New Pokemon
falling
Snap in the
asleep.
Pokédex entry. Liepard dashes through the jungle with Snivy grace without making a
Oh,
sound,
Vic is
but it's
amazing.
but it's a fickle Pokemon and
I
usually
normally am. I'm not
spends
passing out right now.
more of its time just bluffing around. Evolution data, Purrloin,
getting
level
tired.
20 Liepard. Sprites here, so probably a lot more simplified for the DS screen, but it's got
This is the sprite section.
more or less all of the details. Shiny is
Scroll up.
red and purple color. Interesting, not unlike the shiny of Delcatty. Also, it seems to have this cream-colored body, like version, and
poor
Delcatty in Gen 6. Get the models.
So fast.
Very interesting. Makes the scythe thing a lot
So
bigger.
fast.
That's
Going
interesting.
So fast.
Otherwise,
Fast,
pretty good
so
adaptation.
Smile, man.
Gen 7, not really much changes.
It is the same company. It's always been the same
Gen 8,
company.
you get the
Oh yeah, so this is Dylan talking about how he realized that, so for whatever reason, we, like, the same company here, like, does the recycling next door, like, multiple times in one day. In this particular case, they take the trash out twice in, like, an hour. It's ridiculous. Like, you'll see that when we do the Simisage/Pansage one, because I accidentally put Pansage and Simisage together. But, yeah, it's absolutely absurd. How, like, maybe it's, like, different ways of coming in, like, they needed to go in forwards and backwards, but it's ridiculous. Like, it's just an apartment building, I think. Maybe with some medical assistance, but, like, it does not need trash taken out twice in an hour.
Much
or even
better
twice in a day, I don't think.
models.
What the frick?
To slim down the
You don't need to get it 2
Scythe
times a day.
tail
That's
thing.
bullshit.
Homes.
You mean
Oh yeah, I thought they were, like, double dipping. Like, two different companies were coming in and taking out the trash, but in reality, that's not the case.
These
thinking that they had
models.
2 different companies.
Animation,
Yeah.
Liepard, and Pokemon
all
series,
this
black and white.
advantage of it. It always is. It's always has
Pokédex
been.
entries
What's
in
called
black
vice
and white
management
episode.
of the company. I don't know how, like, internationally, I don't know how, like, well known that is. That's just a Minnesota thing, I don't know.
105 in Ash's Pokédex. Wait a minute.
Or where are we? Wait, why did this one stop again? This is dangerous. I just stopped for some reason for this. I don't remember what it was.
Pokeball.
Oh,
Liepard.
I needed to find out what it sounded like. Right, duh. Okay, here we go. Now we're back to here. Okay. So this is 2 minutes ago.
Liepard, the cruel Pokemon, and the evolved form of Purrloin. Well known for its beauty, Liepard uses the element of surprise when battling opponents, attacking before they can react. Liepard, the cruel Pokemon, and the evolved form of Purrloin. Well known for its beauty, Liepard uses the element of surprise when battling opponents, attacking before they can react. Black Black 2 and White 2 animated trailer, Liepard in the animated series. The
Nope.
Black 2 and White 2 animated trailer.
That's going on the list of redos.
This one has a lot more redos than the other one.
Also, I think I said Liepard anyway, right?
Liepard in the animated
Yeah,
series.
I did. Did I say Liepard in this one? I don't see, I need to pay attention to that kind of stuff.
Liepard.
Yes, I called it Liepard. Gosh darn it. It's Liepard.
Excuse me. Liepard in the animated series. The Samurott and the Scolipede. Scolipede? I don't know what it is anymore. Pokemon Generations, Liepard and Pokemon Generations.
Let's redo that as well.
Pokemon Masters animated trailer. Liepard, right? In the
Nope.
Pokemon Masters animated trailer with a lowland Persian.
Yeah.
In the manga. Liepard in Pokemon Adventures.
No, I might as well just do all that again.
TCG.
And let me guess.
Did Liepard. I messed this up. Trivia, Liepard is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 446. Liepard shares this category with... Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Okay,
1, 2, 3, okay.
Okay, we're gonna just redo all of that, I think. So we'll say... PV2 and White 2 animated trailer to
first trivia point. I read the second.
Because this is such a long run, right?
I read the second point. I read the second point in the I read the second point in the Arcuna. Nope. I read. I read the second point in the Articuno video, Origin. Please don't mess this up. Origin, Liepard. Nope. Immediately. Liepard. Liepard. So you got to see leopards, though. That reminded him how to pronounce it. Hopefully does it throughout the whole rest. Also, I need to fix my microphone. Annoying. Liepard has traits of household cats. No, household cats. Liepard has traits. Liepard has traits of house cats. Oh crap! I'm sorry. I forgot. I haven't been paying attention to this. Sorry. Liepard in the animated series. The Samurott and the Scolopede. I don't know what it is anymore. Pokemon Generations, Liepard and Pokemon Generations. Pokemon Masters animated trailer, Liepard right in the Pokemon Masters animated trailer with a lowland Persian. In the manga, Liepard in Pokemon Adventures, TCG. Trivia, Liepard is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 446. Liepard shares its category with... Oh, hold on. One, two, three, I read the second point in the Articuno video, Origin. Liepard has traits of house cats. Okay, now we're back to... Liepard has traits of house cats and leopards. It can also draw inspiration... Liepard has traits of house cats and leopards. It could also draw... Oh yeah, I forgot I still have this going, don't I? This... Like it moves it backwards, right? Because I don't actually need... I can do that in this mode because I don't have the anime, because I don't have 2 layers for the anime. It could also draw inspiration from spotted wildcats like the leopard cat, Oshawott, and Serval. May also be based on a savanna cat, a hybrid between a domestic cat and a Serval. It also slightly resembles a black leopard because of its dark coloration and the fact that it has spots which can be seen if examined closely. Its fur pattern around its eyes, behavior, and feline influence suggests that it may also be based on a female thief commonly known as a cat burglar. See, I did it much better there. It could also draw inspiration from spotted wildcat. Okay, this is where we're gonna come back in. Origin. Liepard has traits of house cats and leopards. It could also draw inspiration from spotted wildcats like the leopard cat, Oshawott, and Serval. May also be based on a savanna cat, a hybrid between a domestic cat and a Serval. It also slightly... Okay, now we can go back. 1 minute as we... Okay, there we go.
And October 22nd, 2022. And October 22nd, 2022. Much like Purrloin, Liepard can be seen as... Much like Purrloin...
Okay.
Much like Purrloin...
Okay.
Much like... Purrloin.
No, wait, I'm not ready yet.
Liepard can be seen.
That said, I could probably bring in the image.
Liepard can be seen as
Liepard.
Liepard can be
Nope.
seen as a parallel to its Gen 1, 3, and 4 counterparts.
Well,
Liepard can be seen as Liepard.
I know this would all be sort of part of the same umbrella, wouldn't it?
Liepard can be seen as a parallel to its Gen 1.
3 I get to keep. But yeah, these get to be redone. Yeah, it's a redo. Because I called it Liepard and not Liepard. Like I'm supposed to do. Just gonna make this awkward because excuse me. Gotta get down to here. Really technically here, but ugh.
Three and 4 count.
1 big cat. 2 purple. No, this has to be made smaller.
Three and 4.
4 per ugly. Well, shiny per ugly, but also the patterns. I think I went with how the patterns are also like the stripes on this one.
Four counterparts.
Also the pointiness, of course, of these three. Yeah. Okay. Wait, we're not done, I don't think. Or, no, well, I think Delcatty and Glammy and Perugly can be taken out, but these two, I think, get to stay.
4.
Did I? Hold on. I did. I do still have it for some reason. That's weird. That should not be the case. Ugh.
4. For Gen 1, Liepard. Liepard,
no,
being a big cat, is similar. For Gen 1,
shame, really. He's doing so well. Till he wasn't.
Liepard. Liepard, being a big cat, is similar to Persian. They also share
I'm pretty sure it's being based on a big cat, not actually being a big cat. If it's not, then I can fix that. It's not what it says in the script, I gotta fix that. Can't wait for me to not have long intros. Yeah, I miss short intros again. Less than a minute long intros.
They also share their whiskers.
Hello and hello and
They also share their whiskers.
Hello and I'm sorry, I gotta actually add it, don't I? Yeah, I should be being based on a big cat. A being based on a big cat. Shared, yeah. Very similar to, okay. Okay, Liepard.
They also share their whiskers being the same color as the color of their face.
Liepard stays, Persian goes. I think.
Thanks to the...
Never mind, we're not done with it yet. That's right, sorry.
Thanks to the substitute videos, I know at least one member of Team Plasma has... I know at least... Thanks to the substitute videos, I know at least one member of Team Plasma has... I know at least... Thanks to the substitute videos, I know at least...
Supposed to be substitute videos, but whatever.
I know at least one member of Team Plasma has a Purrloin.
What? No. What?
No. The Villainous Organization and Gen...
That's not what was... Oh, wait.
I know at least one member of Team Plasma...
Oh, yeah, I guess I can take that part. Okay.
Has a Purrloin. No. The Villainous...
Persian, right? Is that the whole thing?
Of Team...
So...
The Villainous Organization in Gen 5... has a... has a Liepard.
Liepard.
So this is...
Liepard. You jerk. Has a Liepard.
So this is similar to... Has a Liepard.
Nonsense, excuse me.
So this is similar to... So this is similar... So this is similar to how the leader of Team Rocket the villain the villainous organization in Gen 1 and 2 and the first 8 generations in the anime.
That works. Bring these guys back.
Giovanni has a Persian. Giovanni has a Persian.
Okay, I'll bring in... If I can find an image of... There's almost certainly an image of the two together, right? We'll find out, I guess. Give me a second. Actually, you can join me on this, couldn't you? Let's see if we can't get a... It would be... Giovanni's... Persian. Yes. I mean, we could do that one. Let's see if we can. Yeah. First appears in yellow, really, huh? Fascinating. Yeah, that's really cool. I like that. Let's do it. Why not? Okay. Give me a second. Oh, you're not ready yet. Sorry, I'm not ready for you yet.
Giovanni.
Okay, here we go. Now, let's do this. guess I could put that there. There you go.
Giovanni has a Persian. For Gen.
Oh gosh, that's right, we're only on Gen 3.
For Gen 3. The primary color of Liepard and Purrloin is
Purrloin. What?
Purple.
What?
For Gen 4, the
nope, that was completely nonsense. Okay, what? Okay. That's complete nonsense. Good lord, he really was tired. Okay. Okay, we haven't Delcatty yet, because... yeah, that was truly a masterclass in messing up. Still have so much more work to do. Not typing, the secondary color. Yeah, that really messed me up.
For Gen 4, the
tripped me up, rather, not messed me up.
For Gen 4, the primary typing of Liepard For Gen 4, the secondary color of Liepard is mostly shown through patterns on its body similar to Glameow.
Nope.
No. The secondary coloring of Liepard and Glameow is primarily displayed through markings on their bodies.
What?
Displayed through patterns on their body.
Really displayed through.
Body. Rather than distinct colors like with Delcatty.
Wait, like with Delcatty is seven. Yeah, like with Delcatty, I guess this day. I think, because I think I messed up Liepard at some point, so.
Like with Delcatty. Displayed through patterns on their is primarily the primary typing of Liepard. The secondary coloring of Liepard and Glameow.
That's not even the right name. That's not even the right Pokemon. It's for ugly. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to redo that one, unfortunately. Film. There we go. Ah, it's a special day. Oh man. What? I guess it's these two. I guess. Or wait, what? Or wait, did I have to redo it? No, it's these two. Okay. Okay.
Like with Delcatty. Liepard is primarily Liepard is primarily purple, similar to shiny.
Well, Liepard's primary purple. That makes way more sense.
Glameow.
Again, no.
However, unlike
Ay. Wait, hold on. No, we're not supposed to move it down. Sorry. Huh.
However, unlike these three, Liepard is a dark type. Similar to. However, unlike these three.
Ugh. No, why would I go that far?
However, unlike. However, unlike. Unlike these three, Liepard is a dark type. Anyway. Liepard is a dark type.
Huh. Yeah.
Anyway, I must know Liepard. No. Anyway. Anyway, I must know Liepard from Pokemon Shovel. Anyway. I must know Liepard from Pokemon Shovel. Anyway.
Liepard. Is it still technically filming? Oh, no, it stopped filming a while ago.
Anyway, let's get in the Volpe article.
Okay. 2 minutes and 56 seconds. Great. I gotta go pee before we do this. Spoilers. Is there a part where there was a space? No, I guess not. There's not been a space, okay. Right, because I would have gotten rid of the space. Yeah, right. Oops. Says 23 seconds. Oh well. Okay, be right back. Okay. Gotta fix my microphone first. I should have done that while you guys were still in the other mode. Oh, okay. Let's keep going. Name origin, Liepard, may be a combination of Lie and Leopard. Liepardus, may... Name origin, Liepard, may be a combination of Lie and Leopard. Liepardus. Okay, that's neither of those are right. Liepardus. Okay, we're gonna have to... Name origin. Okay. I'm just gonna redo those two. I mean, not the whole thing, but like... Well, I mean, I don't know. Liepardus. Yeah. Liepard may be a combination of Lie and Leopard. Liepardus may be a combination of Leopard and Leopardos. Ancient Ancient Greek for leopard. Ancient Greek for leopard, or Leopardus, Latin for leopard. Whatever. In a language... Ancient Greek for leopard, or Leopardus, Latin for leopard. Ah. In the languages, sort of links, let's move on. Wait, other way around. Right. So this also has to move now. Oh, no, it can't. Okay. But if it could, I would. This passes that, I guess. Anyway. That's nice.
Since we watched Liepard's first scene in the anime in the Purrloin video, let's watch Liepard's second scene in the anime.
Should have seen that coming, I guess. God, it's gonna be all of them, isn't it? I just realized that, yeah. This one... Panart will be fine. Actually, that'll be it. It'll probably just be this one. That'll be it for this one. Oh, well. That is unfortunate.
In the anime.
One. Nope. Not even close. Okay. 1, 2. Okay. Oh, crap. Was this recording? I did not check at all if this was actually recording. Yeah. But we didn't do...
To live alone.
Oh, thank God.
In the anime.
1. Nope. Not even close. Okay. 1, 2. Okay. What is this one called? Kyurem. Hello and welcome. I hope this works.
Since we watched live.
Just realized we're not supposed to do that. I'm laughing at a joke that's definitely not appropriate for YouTube. I don't know why, it's like randomly in my head, but it is, and I'm so sorry you can't hear it. I mean, maybe you could, I don't know. It just seems so out of left field, you know? Like, it would be too weird. Why, though? I don't know why I'm thinking about it, though. I am so tired. I'm so... like, that's the thing. I don't know. Whatever. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Kyurem and the Sword of Justice. In this... excuse me. Today we are watching Kyurem. Which means, yeah. We're back. Not Gen 4, we're going to Gen 5. Okay. Come back from the void. Throw this around on here, I guess. Kyurem and Kyurem and the Sword of Justice. In this film, the narrator is explaining the world of Pokemon, and a bunch of these Pokemon appear, and a bunch of these Pokemon are explaining the world of Pokemon. God, it's so weird, because, like, there aren't any of these Pokemon in the movie. So I don't think there are, unless this is part of the era in which all these Pokemon come back. And a bunch of these Pokemon appear, I prefer that, honestly. And a bunch of these Pokemon are appearing. We did this a little bit in the Porygon Z video, but we didn't do the whole thing of the Liepard. So the Liepard whole thing of the Liepard Liepard. So we'll just finish that up. So the Liepard's down here.
To live alone in the wild. While...
Am I crazy? Did this not work before? What's happening?
While some unite in groups...
Okay. And that... No. Unless this is wrong. Unless something's gone wrong. I mean, I could check it, I guess. One. See if it's not just a... Put these Pokemon's down here.
To live alone in the wild.
Oh, this is unusable. Okay, unfortunately, yeah, I have to redo this. It sucks. I did so much. I did so well. What's the risk when doing it through the OBS is that sometimes mistakes like this happen. I think I gotta go back and do that again. Hope, and I'll try to make sure that it's actually at 60 frames per second before I do this. And not like, what, like 4 or whatever it was? Or no, like half a frame per second? Like, what was that? Like, 1/10 of a frame per second?
Now... Now let's see why other people love Liepard.
Yeah.
Now let's see. Let's see why other...
I don't know if I can actually distinguish between the two.
Let's see why other people love Liepard. Now...
We're just gonna do the whole thing. Okay. Oops, wrong one.
Now let's look at fan art.
What? Oh, that's the... Okay, because that is what it is. Then redo that as well, although I should probably keep it as a separate one so I'm not confused later. Okay. Okay. Like 6 minutes long. This is absurd. It is like an absurd amount. Like it's...
Now let's look at fan art.
There's no reason it should be that long. Five minutes and 21 seconds, but still, like, oh my god, there's no reason for it to be that long. It's not even that long of a video anymore. It just feels like this takes forever anyway. Doesn't matter how long or short the video is, it just still takes forever to edit. Close enough. Alright. Oh, this is the one. Right, I don't know, sorry, I'm kind of flashing it on screen, but I need to quickly put you in here while I blur out the image, just to be safe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello and welcome to... And the blur... Okay. Okay, come back. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go... Forgot, it's not very long. It's gotta be the whole thing. That's probably enough. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Liepard. Keeping that on there, so this is another similar one. This is... Okay, now I can take them off. For now, I'm keeping the blur for later. This is Liepard by Thwill. It's got this interesting, stylized... This one's filled with, like, weirdly inappropriate images. I just want to scrap the whole thing. So we got... Perverts, Jesus. No. So we got the... So we got this interesting, stylized light. Oh my god, I forgot to keep the name part. Okay. This is Liepard by Thwill. So we got this interesting, stylized Liepard here. Very well done. Begrudgingly, he says begrudgingly. This is nice. This is wholesome. Why couldn't this have been what we got? This is... This is Liepard AU by Lokiver Art. So this fusion between a... Oh god. I might need it at the top. Okay. No, I think I grabbed my phone. Between a Luxray? Yes. Liepard. This is Luxpard AU by Lokiver Art. So this fusion between Liepard and a Luxray. It's from either August 1st, 2025 or January 8th. Or for the love of God, January 8th, my dude. Or January. January 8th, 2025, depending on how they do their dates. Okay. Perverted image number 2. Why are you people so fucking weird about this Pokemon? Or any Pokemon, really. This is 4 but in 1 Pokemon by Ray Mouse. Nope. I have to redo this. Great. 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 Interesting. This image of...
Oh, God.
This is safe filter on, by the way. Scarda, Sylveon, and Lopunny putting their butt up against this. Is it? That's Lopunny. Score Bunny with glasses? Interesting. You know, this is a nice one. This is a nice, wholesome one. Probably. Who knows at this point. This is... You perverts. A lot of you. I swear. Fan art's filled with perverts. Safe filter should be just for to not have the perverts, the perverted images. There we go. That's 2, 14. Okay. Good, okay. This is Art Fight Cosby by... No, wait, it's Cosby. Cosby! Yeah, I'm like, it has to be Cosby. I mean, it could be Cosby, but like, oh, that'd be unfortunate. Cosby! I'm just gonna go with the Cosby. This is Art Fight. I don't know, the internet, good lord. Caused by Soul, by Soul, caused by Soul, by Soul. Soul EV99. That's really cool art of Liepard here. Very well done. Wait, I can just say really cool art. Yeah. Really cool art. Frick that. Frick that. We're doing it. Frick redoing this. Liepard here. Very well done. Oh, very well done. No more blocks of balls. I hate having to explain that. Liepard. Oh, of Oh, I did correct myself. Oh, no way. But I had to bring that in. Of Liepard here. Very well done. Is that a corruption of the video or a corruption of the proxy file? One. Ignore all the inappropriate. No, it's AI. Die. Huh? Everybody's fine. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Oh, my Soul EV99. That's really cool art of Liepard here. Very well done. Liepard. So that obviously didn't record right. Okay, I'm gonna have to fix that. Give me a second. Of Liepard here. Very well done. Very well done. Wait, I'm going to find it. No, I'm going to have to... Okay, looks like we're going to have to pause for this then. We're not going to be able to continue Liepard, I think. That sucks. Oh well. We'll move on. So I have to grab the image, but I need the actual... I need the image. I need to find the image first, so that's not going to work. Can't do that during the stream, so... Yeah. Just finish up, like, pushing it over or whatever. Moving it over as much as I can. Okay, I didn't get very far. We didn't get quite far enough. Oh well. So, yeah, I'll do that on my own. I'll have to finish that one on my own. In the meantime, I will head to... Hold on that, Dylan. I will head to the next one then. 511. Pansage. Okay. Oh, music, right. Put on the music so you aren't bored. Excuse me. Just gonna have some water while I'm waiting. Hi. How far are we into this? Like 6 hours? Not quite. Almost 6 hours though. I mean, this could take a while to download. No, I'll keep the music going. Oh, good. My Camtasia crashed. That's not ideal. Probably because I'm switching between too many of these things. See if it'll continue to download. I mean, I should probably just make sure that it does by going to Camtasia again. We are listening to Make Streams. It's from page 2. Page 3? What's Make Streams? Where are we? Oh, we're on page 4. No, wait, we're on page 5, right? Page 6 even, maybe? No. We're definitely not this far. Where are we? Not on page 7, or... Got put on page 8. No, okay, something's going wrong. Okay, let's go back to the first page. Apparently we're past page 1. I don't know where we are. Oh, is this someone else's? We've gone through all of mine, and now we're on someone else's? What? There's no way we've gone through all of mine, and now we're on... Oh, weird, okay. I guess we're on someone else's song. Hopefully they don't copyright me. Ugh. Okay, we're going to Pansage. Yeah, hopefully I don't get copyright struck from other people's music. I didn't even realize we had gone through all my music already. Yeah. Hopefully these are all copyright free. I apologize if they're not. If you can't see this live stream in the future, I'll probably just mute the audio, honestly. It's like, who cares about what I'm saying, right? Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. 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 Wonder if anyone else has made. We're gonna search some songs. I mean, no, I shouldn't actively search songs on the internet. On this site or whatever. Okay. How far am I? Where did I leave off? I can't even remember where I left off. And when I just did Pansear. So I did all of the intro, it looks like. How far was I into the Bulbapedia? Got done with that. We managed to get through all the Volcanian section? Oh, I did, okay. Is that where I am? No, 5 seconds. We did the anime section. I did the anime section. Am I done? No, I think I'm on the fan art section, I think I left off on the fan art section. Well. That's gonna be interesting. 10 more minutes. Okay, so we're doing the fan art section, I guess. Just for this one. Cool. So yeah, Pansage is one we got pretty far on. Fortunately, this is probably the last one that we'll have. That's pretty far. Okay. Anyway. Here it is. Probably. I have the interesting, okay. Excuse me. Why? Oh, I was fixing the microphone. Okay. I was gonna change that. I said like 90s. I'm just gonna say Jet Set Radio. Jet Set Radio. So my microphone's off now. Huh. Five hours. Or almost 6 hours in. Still have 2 more of these. Excuse me. Oh, this one. I hated this. I did this twice, by the way. I hate big compilation ones, because that's what really takes up the huge time, is the ones that have many different Pokemon, and I have, like, remember what the Pokemon's name is, and, like, is that supposed to be shiny? I think that's supposed to be shiny, and then, okay, which form is that one of this overly stylized Pokemon? Is this shiny? I have no idea, but I assumed it wasn't. And, like, it's, like, all of those things. And, like, that doesn't look like an Eevee, but And that's not even a Pokemon, I don't think, so, like... I don't know, am I saying that person's name right? Boatsel, Boutsel? Didn't even realize there was another one. Later. Pretty sure that's shiny Shinx. Panpour. Yeah. Excuse me. Wait, was that storm noises? Oh, would a plane be going out? Wait, give me a second. I think it's just a really loud, heater or whatever the heck that is that they've got out next door, maybe air conditioner or whatever. At least the second time's a little bit faster. Springtime, yeah. Spring form. I don't know if I fixed that in this one. I think I don't know, whatever. Oh, good lord. Nope, I just went with springtime, whatever. You know what I mean. You know I mean spring form. You know, it's spring. It's spring. It's spring dealing. You know. I think people will know what I mean. I sure hope that's correct. I sure hope that's correct. Not that it's summer. It might even, I don't know what form it is, man. It might even be summer, honestly. I should check. Actually, you know what? We can check together. Gosh darn it, it was summer form. I'm not doing the whole thing. I'm just gonna do my correction note. I'm not redoing the whole thing just for summer form. Dealing, which I think I also called in the other one, so. Form. Do they with an E or do they have R? Okay, no E. Good. No stupid E like the other ones. Drives me mad when they do that. It's so stupid. Form A, it's not fancy like. Bullcrap. You literally said the name earlier. You can see how tired he is because even though he got Marie earlier, he's forgotten the name of the Pokemon already. No. Arena. Yeah, it's in Arena. Gotta look this up for a quick sec. It's also part of the problem with these major compilation ones. I don't always remember which one, because if it's the stylization especially is bad. Obviously I could recognize it as Nanarina, but like, I hate stylizations. I mean, it's fine. I like them, they're kind of fun, but like, I don't know. At least this one's a little bit more faithful than some stylizations that like almost like looking at a freaking cubist painting. Like, what? I'm trying to comprehend what the heck's going on there. I don't know, is that relevant? I don't even know if that makes sense, but no, not even close. Go through your Simas. Your Simmies. That's right, I call it Sima, by the way. I'll try to do better for the Semi-Poor and Simisage and Simisere, but yeah. I had to look it up. This is something I was okay looking at because it wasn't a Pokemon I had already. It's a Pokemon I've already talked about. I'm only looking up them if I haven't talked about them already. If I could avoid it. Shiny Driver. It's shiny Rafferty. The derpiest looking Eevee, good lord. Coming up. Then I think I have to blur for a bit. Okay, after this I think I have to blur this a little bit. Top there, just in case. 'Cause I don't know. I can keep my camera. That should be enough. More than enough. Oh no. And this one might actually be involved. So we go into a completely different tab. So that's probably safe. I know it's more than enough, but I'm just playing it safe. Not sponsored by DeviantArt. Any of these ads are not my responsibility. Oh, I guess I paused. Okay. To figure it out. Okay. Yeah, it's good. It's good, yeah. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Like, this just looks like a flatter version of the official art, is it not? Oh, no, it's not. Well, it's not the official art, but, like, definitely, like, one of the arts I've seen. Like, it's gotta be, like, one of the box arts or whatever of these. Like, oh, no, not that one, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure I've seen it on a box. Seen it on a DVD box or something. DVD menu or something, I don't know. Really? FL? Jesus, he was tired. Okay, thankfully, because I did them as letters, I can just swap them. Sure, it's fine. I'm sure there's no storms at all, right? Sure, it's fine. Yeah. Oh, this one. No, 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 no! See, that's what I don't like. Sometimes when you do that, it goes to the little mode, the big mode. Other times it just freaking undoes everything. No, 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 no. Forgot to overdo it, sorry. Yeah, I had to look up the weed monkey. So this one obviously is not gonna be for kids. I need to look it up again. Okay. I had to look up a cannabis leaf. For the other weed monkey we'll be getting to in a second. Or like probably half an hour or whatever. It is one of my favorites. Oh, Lord help me, it's this one. I forgot about this one. Oh, Lord help us all. Okay, it's this one. We've done this one before, and it was awful then, and it's awful now. I'm probably gonna need the blurry. This is why it takes 10 minutes. This is not only is it stylization, it's fusion, it's all of the things I despise, but at least they were kind enough to put the Pokemon names and types and stuff. It's not really all that stylized, it's just Pokemon fusions, which makes it a nightmare to have to come up with everything. Well, Cryogonal, I think it's enough obvious, but other than that, I think, and Litleo, I think all of the Pokemon elements are obvious enough where I don't think I have to put in the, what Pokemon they are, except for maybe when I did the Goodra and Deerling, and Fall Time Deerling or whatever, I might want to put those in, but well, then I feel like I have to do the other ones, so Cryogonal, Litleo, and Lion, and Male Lion or whatever, I don't know. We'll add all of them when I need them. But I don't for a second think that we're not gonna need this, so. We're only halfway through. I genuinely don't. So got the trainer, yes, of course. I think they're all Pokemon fusions. I don't think a single one of them isn't a Pokemon fusion. I think I may have thought that That this one wasn't a fusion, but it is. Can we go do all of this work just for these 3? Smart Dylan would have taken a screenshot of that and just had it on the side, but Dylan's an idiot, so. Actually, it's fine. This one. Or, that would be Toka Chick at that point. Yeah, that would have been, sorry, Toka Chick. Not Toka Kiss. Or it's... Okay, those were lightning noises. That was storm noises. So yeah, I think we have to stop now. Because that definitely was not the sound of car or anything else. So unfortunately, we are going to have to stop for right, and this is it, unfortunately. We got as far as we could. We didn't even touch the other one, unfortunately. I mean, I could show you. I mean, I could, like, upload all the things real quick. No, and I want to... Better safe than sorry. We didn't even get to the thing we were supposed to do. Sorry. I thought we would. I thought the storm would pass, but I think that I'm pretty sure those were snore noises, so.